Hello, and welcome back to Outer Wilds. I hope you're having a great morning, day, or evening wherever you are, and we're back with some more after the incredible finish line this game has had that surprised me even with everything that we had already experienced and elevated the game far beyond what I thought it would be. Because honestly, even while playing through it, while it was clear that it is an exceptional game, a really, really unique experience, and it's incredible in so many ways, what really brought it together in the end was that brilliant ending with everybody coming together, with us seeing the end, but ultimately also the beginning of the universe, or a new universe, depending on how you want to look at that. But one mystery still remains to be solved. One possibly tiny little satellite that has been quietly orbiting away at a very high inclination orbit in our solar system, far away from anything else, but apparently with an interesting discovery that so far I haven't really looked into. Which is actually something where I thought about it after stream yesterday. Found it quite peculiar that somehow you don't really come across any DLC related stuff just playing the game. And well, clearly the DLC would be somewhat separate from the main game. I do understand that, but at least the starting point is on Timber Hearth. And while, well, I never really had any reason to look deeper into that satellite because it didn't really seem connected to anything else. So even at the point where I still didn't really know that it was the DLC, clearly it is very separate. In terms of how you find it, right? Not necessarily whatever it contains. Obviously, I don't know about that, but the way to access it seems to be pretty separate from everything else. But that actually makes me really, really curious as to how I now even access it, because beyond just knowing that there is a satellite out there, clearly whatever I'll find, or whatever it points at, or saw on those pictures, must be, it must be placed in a way, or function in a way, that makes it somewhat inaccessible if you're not particularly looking for it. Now, part of the reason might be because of the orbit the satellite takes. So it could be that it's just kind of, because it's orbiting orthogonal to the plane of the planets, right? So if you're just, you know, chilling, doing stuff from the base game, visiting the different planets, I guess it's quite unlikely that you're ever gonna come across the place where the DLC is, simply because it orbits very differently to everything else. At least that's my assumption currently. Right, and with that in mind, I think we should get the show going. There we go. Hello there. Welcome back to this beautiful, beautiful game. Let's get into this. I think it does show, yes, it shows it. So I just double checked. I knew that the DLC had to have been installed because it was part of my rumor map the entire time, but just wanted to make sure it's there. The name of the DLC shows in the main menu, and is also something that is quite interesting in and of itself, right? Echoes of the Eye. Now with everything from the base game, with all the knowledge that I have about it, I do wonder what it will be about. Because an Echo of the Eye could be many different things, considering that the eye is many different things, or many different times, or everything at once something like that. So Echoes of the Eye could refer to the signal that the Nomai received. I'm definitely expecting some more background knowledge about the Nomai in the DLC. I mean, it's kind of a given since they're probably still going to use the same sort of storytelling method as in our translation tool to get more information about what we're about to find. But still, makes me quite curious if it really is just more about the Nomai, possibly about the origin story, because at this point, I mean, we pretty much know everything about the clan that arrived in our solar system, at least the rough timeline. We know and have met, at least through messages, a bunch of their, I guess, important people that were involved with the Ash Twin project mostly. But yeah. Beyond that, it's going to be interesting. Maybe we'll get to know a bit more stuff about quantum mechanics. I don't know how much else there would be in terms of learning about that, though. Not entirely sure. Right, so in terms of doing the DLC, obviously I'm going to resume my expedition. That's going to put us in essentially the last loop that I did before I went to the Eye of the Universe, so it's gonna have everything, well, unlocked. It's not really the right way of talking about it because, well, there is nothing to unlock in terms of gameplay. It's just, you know, all the information about all the planets and everything is unlocked, which I don't think will make much of a difference when it comes to the DLC. It will allow me, obviously, to skip a loop if I so desire, and also might give me the opportunity to reread some of the entries from the base game in case we do find some very, very interesting connections to possible findings that we had. So I think that's going to be the right call here. I guess all that remains is to get into it. Also, one very interesting thing, after having played through the game, you know, today, before I started, even though technically on paper I've only really spent 1.5 weeks in this game and in this world, and still it definitely gave me a feeling of coming home, right? I think one of those beautiful details that the game creates, or that the game instills in you, is that with how intricately you analyze every different planet, translate all the Nomai writing, learn the different mechanics of the planets, how they work, why they work, how they work, I think that gives you, well, not only a lot of insight into this particular solar system, but it also, it just makes you very knowledgeable about it, very well acquainted with it. And somehow that does translate almost into a, into a certain feeling of home, right? Which is particularly interesting considering that some of the places are quite dangerous and not necessarily where you want to be. Like even a place like Dark Bramble, while not necessarily being the destination you would always want to go back to, the, I guess, entirety of the solar system does now feel very much like my home in a lot of ways, which I found or thought was a very, very kind of beautiful way of thinking about it, right? Especially with the ending the game has. But before I do anything, let's maybe reread this, but also try to understand what it's even supposed to tell us, because I haven't really spent that much thought on it beyond the first time I visited it, and also I think at the end of yesterday's stream, and I kind of, you know, had some thoughts about how to possibly access it. Hey Crimson, welcome back. A stellar arrangement of an old beloved friend. That's a very good way of putting it. that keeps exploding, although we did somewhat stop that loop, right? Or rather, we know how to, which in an interesting way. I mean, that makes it even more homey in a way, I think. Right, the radio tower. Designed to receive photos taken by the deep space satellite, there are several photos of the entire solar system hanging on the walls. Hornfels noticed something strange in one of the photos, but concluded equipment malfunction was the only sensible explanation. So, one quite interesting detail here is that I'd imagine the map of the solar system that you can access at any given point, right? That shows you basically a live feed of all the planets, because it doesn't even only show you their locations, but rather also their like physical structure at any given point. So it shows you in real time, for example, when pieces of brittle hollow fall into the black hole and emerge on the other side at the white hole station. So whatever or however they built that satellite, it's pretty good tech, honestly. But I'm pretty sure that that map, or the live view of the map anyways, was probably also part of the base game. So they could have mentioned this satellite in the base game and just not expanded on it. So just, you know, hey, it exists, don't worry about it. That type of thing. Or maybe the satellite even existed in the base game, like the small little probe that flies around Timber Hearth, but wasn't really part of anything greater. I mean, considering how detail-focused this game is in a lot of ways, I could even imagine that the satellite was already there. You could potentially visit it. It just doesn't really, or wouldn't have really done anything or given you any sort of important information. Groundhog Day, the game. Although, I mean, I'd much rather be here than in the Groundhog Day movie, honestly. Stop Tommy from getting on that train. Technically not really the same kind of time loop, although I guess in terms of your own perception of it, yes. It would be, right? Anyways, I'm pretty sure I want to go back to the tower. Because with my newfound knowledge about all there is to see in the game, I wonder if I can now actually determine what the hell they were even talking about, like what kind of anomaly they thought the satellite saw. Because the first time I came here, and also the I'm pretty sure I was here twice during my base game playthrough, I never noticed anything too odd or particular about these things. Oh. Definitely kind of forgot about this. So this is going to give us a rough signal, a pretty, well, probably pretty good signal and location of the satellite itself. So that's the data it sends out. Let's reread the recording as well. And we're recording. It's been 2 days since the launch of the deep space satellite, and I'm about to view the first batch of photos. Let the record show that on this historic day, Outer Wilds Ventures has... By the way, this has to be... I mean, this was pretty much at the beginning of all our things, you know, of all things space for them. At least in terms of space travel. So it's interesting that whatever they found here was pretty much known, at least, well, known that something was out there from the very beginning. The printing, here they come. Stars above, will you look at that? There's Brittle Hollow, and look there, that's Hollow's lantern, and there's Giant Steep and the Quantum Moon. I'm speechless, completely speechless. About the feeling the game gives you in a lot of ways. Radio Shack, that's a good way of, yeah, pretty apt name for this, well, shack. Every single astral body in our magnificent solar system looking stunning from every angle in each of these 3 images, and in color no less. Now this is art. I could stare at these photos forever. Doesn't Timber Hearth look tiny from... Hold on. What is that? That can't be right. That's not even possible. Am I interpreting this photo correctly? What's even stranger is it doesn't show up in either of the other photos, just this one. Seems to suggest that whatever looked odd was near Timber Hearth. Well, there must have been an equipment malfunction, I suppose. Only sensible explanation for it. I'll radio Gabbro and ask them to go examine the satellite's lens for defects. Which, funnily enough, we talked to him about. And, well, we've seen Gabbro a number of times. There he is, with his beautiful helmet and weird antenna that he has for some reason. So that photo was taken when he was repairing the satellite. Right. Okay. Let's see if I can spot anything unusual. Because I think last time I wasn't really. I mean, that's the sun. We have the interloper, we have Dark Bramble, Giant Steep. The Lantern Moon. Brittle Hollow. Not exactly sure what that's supposed to be. Could just be the observatory, maybe? Looks a bit big from this perspective, honestly. We have the Hourglass Twins. The Sun Station is not here. Might be on the other side of the sun. Timber Hearth, I suspect that's the Quantum Moon that is currently at Timber Hearth. And then the Atla Rock. And this is a 248 degrees angle. Now, in terms of the angle, I'm wondering how exactly they are calculating that. So where would be 0? Would 0 be like above the sun? Below? Probably not below. I mean, looking at it like this, technically 0 should be all the way above, but it's, I guess I could put it this way, right? Now, because now it's rotating clockwise from my perspective. So 0 would be all the way above, but that doesn't really make sense with, what did that photo say, 127 degrees or something? And it looked like it was from above, right? So maybe 0 for them is the plane of the planets orbiting? I mean, nature can create art too, right? It's a very philosophical argument, though. DLC, it is very much DLC time. Currently looking at, or taking another look at the shack that told us about it. I'm not quite sure what exactly I'm looking for. Right. Wait, this says 248. So would this be from below then? Actually, if we look at Brittle Hollow, I mean, that's quite noticeable, right? But that's the... What way is it rotating? Like the planet itself? The big ice splotch, that's the North Pole, right? Because the observatory is at the South Pole. So at least looking at this photo, it should have been taken from, well, I mean, in space you cannot really say above or below, but, you know, when you're looking at the map, it doesn't even really let you rotate it in all directions. So I think maybe they're calling this angle 0. So 90 degrees would be below, 180 would be on the other side, and 270 would be above. At least that's what I'm suspecting here. All right, let's look at the next one. So 350, yes. 360 would be exactly on the plane of the planets. We have the Interloper again, the Lantern Moon, Brittle Hollow, Dark Bramble, Timber Hearth, the Atla Rock. Nothing unusual really about Timberhearth. I do like the little detail about the atmosphere, right? I mean, it's something you don't even really think about that much, but it's cool that it's there because it's the only planet that has a full sort of oxygen atmosphere, right? Oxygen containing atmosphere. I suspect that's the Quantum Moon again, next to Giant's Deep and the Hourglass Twins. Okay. Cool. 350. This is 40, so this would be like a really odd angle then. And clearly there's a big dark thing in the way for some reason. 40 degrees, the planets do look very far apart though. Atlarock, Timberhearth, yeah, it has to be this, right? Because that's way too big to be the Quantum Moon. And in this picture, the Quantum Moon seems to be near the Hourglass Twins. So I think that's what we're looking for. Right. So... Might be difficult to find whatever it's pointing at because we don't know if it's also orbiting. But 40 degrees, so if that's 90, then 40 degrees would be around, I don't know, here somewhere? I should probably go to the satellite first, because maybe from that perspective, whatever weird thing it found is, you know, easily visible, and you don't necessarily have to be at 40 degrees. But I'm wondering if whatever it saw is just rotating sort of at a very odd angle instead of on the same plane as all the other planets. Let's just look for this weird frequency then. Bit odd that we cannot identify it, right? Because it seems kind of clear that it's the satellite, but oh well. Does it go quantum zoom though? Because technically it just, you know, teleports, I guess. So it's not really zooming so much as popping, maybe? Right. Let's see. Oh, hey. Guess I should just... Let's go out a little bit. So that I can see what kind of position I have relative to the plane. So now I'm above, technically, right? Oh. Actually quite close to it. So it's a little further out. Whoa. No. Don't want to use the autopilot. I wish that it would show, I don't know, some relative motion maybe? Yeah. I thought it as much. Pretty much past it already. Honestly thought that it would be easier to pick up its signal. Shouldn't it be here somewhere, maybe? Let's see. We're 47 kilometers away from the sun, that's here. So the satellite is roughly at, what, 30 maybe? So let's get there first. Because all the other signals aren't that difficult to pick up, right? Ooh, no. That's just Dark Bramble again. 36 kilometers, 35. Yeah. Should be about a 30-kilometer orbit. So let's slow down a little bit relative to the sun. Actually quite close to the white hole. Interestingly enough. Not 30 kilometers exactly. Okay, if the white hole's there, it should be somewhere there. It's just... It might honestly be easier to just look for whatever it saw rather than the satellite itself. Oh, I'm still way too... Well, it is honestly quite difficult to align to something when you're seeing absolutely nothing except dark space. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm going in the complete wrong direction. Sun. Maybe it would be easier to keep the sun in view and just orient yourself that way. Well, I thought that it was just gonna show up on our signal scanner. Holy... You always completely underestimate how far you move. Because we're moving with like a relative speed of 1,000 meters per second, and the solar system is only about, 25 kilometers wide, so... Or rather 50 kilometers wide, but the radius is about 25, I think, from the furthest out object. Oh, it's probably because I can't switch to its frequency, right? I hadn't thought about that. Wait a second. Oh, that's giant steep. Why are there quantum? Because of the tower? So if I cannot change to its proper frequency, I won't be able to find it? Oh, the autopilot engaged again. So it might be easier to just try to go to the spot where it saw its weird thing. Which would be roughly where it was. Honestly, it's also quite a bit quicker than I thought. Oh, right. Autopilot. Technically, it's also taking pictures, so maybe... I mean, that's not really give us much, huh? Try to go into its proper orbit. The infinite number of candles, that's... I did scan the radio tower. It just said unknown frequency. That's what, like, confused me a little bit. Because I thought that that was kind of the thing that I needed to do, right? Just look at the frequency that it sends out, and I was just looking for that frequency. Unless for some reason it didn't properly count my thing. Holy shit. Okay, I feel like I won't really be able to just reach it like this. So clearly, yeah, it must mean that I'm still missing some way to find it. Is there a way to turn off that weird autopilot thingy that appears whenever you... Because, I mean, it's fine that it exists. I just feel like it's engaging way too early for some reason. Like, once you're just slightly past the outer perimeter of where the white hole orbits, it already engages the autopilot for some weird reason. Also, I should probably just fly sort of below the sun rather than above it from the perspective of the map anyways, because that's where the image seems to have been made. Well, yeah, obviously it doesn't want me to leave the system, but... Oh, well, I'm a bit fast, huh? It's just weird that it engages so early. But maybe take another look at the radio tower. Although what's weird is that when you look at the radio tower, it just displays unknown frequency. Scout error because it's too far away. Interesting. Can I even recall it? I can. Okay, so the warp still functions. Not like when you shoot it into the emerging new universe. Which makes sense, I guess. Quantum Moon is here again. Yeah, I know that you can turn it off again. It's just annoying that it turns on in the first place. You might be able to disable that in the options menu somewhere. Right, radio tower. Okay. Because when I look at it like this, I think it only shows me the weird frequency that it emits when I'm very, very close to it. Oh, it doesn't even show in the ship, huh? Well, that's strange. So it only ever shows... Oh. Well, that makes things easier, doesn't it? Deep space radio, signal identified. That is very strange, then. I mean, maybe I should have known, because it only ever identifies the, like, people from the Outer Wilds ventures when you're quite close to them. That's awkward, though. You wouldn't necessarily expect that you'd have to jump onto the roof to get the signal working correctly. Oh, these solar panels, by the way, they look pretty cool. Well, I mean, that certainly makes things easier. Let's see if this works. So technically now the ship should just display the frequency, right? So I don't even need to look at the map anymore. Deep space radio. That's the radio tower. Should be... Why does Giant's Deep look so different all of a sudden? Oh, there we go. There it is. And now I can align to it too. I don't think I have much time left, but maybe I can get a good look at it. Anyways, the frequency at least should be saved, right? So next time I can just... No, never mind. Sun's already going. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Because I think most people would just naturally look at it from down below. And I mean, sure, with how the other signals work, I think you should kind of know how it works, right? You need to approach it and then it like registers it correctly. Although I have to admit, I already found that quite a bit weird in the base game as well. Because once they're in view, I think it's pretty clear where the signal comes from, right? So having to get really, really close to them with the signal scope does feel a bit weird. That's fine though. I mean, now it works. We're able to approach it. Honestly, it's actually quite interesting, right? To not really know its frequency right away, because it makes you realize how difficult it is to look at such small and quite fast-moving objects when you don't have, you know, any reference as to, I don't know, the distance they're orbiting, the speed they're orbiting at. And also, you don't really have that much time to do that, to approach them, right? Because it's one of those things where... Oh, does it update anything here? No. Oh, no, never mind. Let's just... let's remove that. I'm not looking for that anymore. But yeah, I want to say it's one of those things that, in general, in space travel is pretty interesting. Kind of reminds me of how some of our, well, spaceships slash capsules have to take quite a while to approach the International Space Station, for example, right? Because it's because you need to approach it like somewhat slowly and make sure that you're not actually hitting it. Okay, now it's on the plane of the planets currently. There we go. Oh, you can... It has a cute little red light. So maybe if you know what you're looking for, you might even be able to find it without using the frequency. Oh, that light must be pretty bright then, huh? I guess you can easily confuse it with like a star behind it or something. Makes me wonder what it looks like. I'm imagining it's just a bigger version of the small probe that's orbiting Timber Hearth, but maybe not. Maybe it looks like one of our ships. I do like the sound frequency thing that it makes. Oh boy. Okay, it really is tiny, huh? Guess I should have expected that. So let's approach it a little more slowly this time. There we go. It really does look like an actual satellite, even with solar panels and all. That's pretty cool. There we go. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's try to match its velocity, and this is what I wanted. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, you have to get really close, right? Within 10 meters, okay. In order for the thing to identify. Oh, that's cool. It even displays the position it's at right now. That's pretty awesome. So that makes it easy to identify whenever it's at the position which it is right now. Wait, shit, where's the... No! Oh, there we go. I can see it. I can see it. That's what we're looking for. Oh. Oh. You need to be really, really careful not to fly away whenever you're... Because you're kind of instinctively just want to orient yourself, but instead of turning around, you automatically just turn on your thrusters for some reason. At least I do. Okay. Well. Interesting. That looks weird though, doesn't it? Not like an actual object, because I can see stars through it. Huh, so is it just some sort of gas, like very, very light gas giant, maybe? I don't know how much sense that makes, but... Huh. And it's really only visible in that... at that particular point. At least that's what it looks like. So it doesn't really orbit the sun? Anyways, Gabro here, checking in on the Deep Space Satellite Program Control's request to check out a possible equipment problem. See, Hornfels, I do to work. You know, I wouldn't mind being a satellite. It's peaceful out here among the distant stars and the soft velvety darkness. Bet it's awfully nice for naps too. Yeah, I can see Gabro just hanging out here, right? Wonder why he doesn't, honestly, because this feels way more peaceful than constantly being blown into space by giant cyclones. Oh, right, the lens. All right, little satellite, let's see what the trouble is. Huh. Everything looks a-okay, ground control. No dust or scratches on the lens, and no evidence of sparking or violent explosions. Guess that rules out an equipment malfunction after all. Hear that, pal? You're in great shape. Keep up the good work out here. And he just left his recording here, too. I guess that's nice for us. I like how it's just a barrel. Sure, just use a barrel as a basic building block for a satellite. Seems like a good idea. Cool solar panel, though. Some radio stuff. Is this picking up deep space signals? Because it's looking this way. Small little lamp. It's pretty cool. Location thingy. I guess this must be its original thrust thing. And then this antenna is probably picking up everything from the solar system itself. It's honestly a really cool view. Right, so whatever object it was looking at would take a really long time for me to wait here to see it again. Should have probably... I wonder if it's a quantum object. Might want to take a picture of it before approaching it, huh? Might also be worth it to just reset the loop already. Huh, it doesn't have an entry for the satellite itself. I guess we don't really need to. It would be nice to have that same degree UI in our ship, right? So that I could tell where I'm at a given point. So in theory, once the satellite is at the location where I can see it, I should be able to just fly towards it, because at that point, if I'm already aligned with it, it cannot really disappear because it will have, like, the sun will be behind it the entire time, right? Yeah, so it might be a good idea to get to the next loop, fly out to the satellite immediately, because it does seem to approach that location quite fast, and then I can hopefully just fly towards it, and it should be fine. Might want to take a picture of it, though, depending. Although it... I don't think it's going to be a quantum object, simply because it looked like some sort of gas bubble, almost. Just really, really curious about what kind of place it could be. Because it's so... Space radio. There we go. Oh, I can see the red light. It's so cool, right? That's... I mean, I guess I should have expected it, but once you know what you're looking for in this game, like once you figured out what you need to do, it's just... You can just do it. No real issue there. Okay, should I go a bit faster? I don't know. I don't want to overshoot it again. I'm really, really excited to see what it is. Because, well, yeah, it doesn't really look like a planet, although it is round from this perspective. But I mean, it has to be something where we can actually walk and look at things, right? Because otherwise... What would be the point? Unless it's another hint at another location that I need to find. That could be it. Much like the quantum moon is kind of a, you know, jumping off point to find the eye of the universe itself. Okay. There we go. Perspective honestly can mess with you a little bit because it's so small that it looks like you're not really approaching it at all for a very long time, and then suddenly you're right next to it already. Okay, let's get a good look at its screen. Ooh. Oopsie. Well, there you go, little radio. 20 degrees, okay. Well, I basically just need to be next to it. Let's see, can I get the thing in view and the sun? Where the hell is the sun? There we go. Okay, this should make it easier. Hopefully. And now we just need to wait for it to not disappear, to appear again. And once it does, I should be able to just fly towards the sun. Is that it? No, that's it. That was the antenna. Never mind. Sleep well. I will, definitely. It's already starting off really, really well, honestly. There we go. I can see it. It's really cool, like an eclipse. Oops. I think I might have pushed the small little satellite out of its orbit accidentally. Okay, it doesn't seem to give off any sort of frequency. And it's definitely closer to the sun than the white hole, for example, I want to say. What the hell is this? Okay. Well, I took a picture of it. Ooh. Okay. Well, this is creepy. Ooh. There's some... Let's put that away. Ooh. What is going on? I'm not even sure I should land here and get out. This is definitely not what I expected. This doesn't look normal. Boy, that's some really unsettling music. It's not even music, right? Just a... Oh. Wait, what? Did I not have my suit on? Well, honestly, I also thought that I was able to breathe there. Well, that was unfortunate. Why did I forget that? Well, anyways, I know how to get there. Nothing will be what I expected, yeah. I don't know why you always suffocate right away. I mean, I was already back in my ship. Feel like I should have survived that, honestly, but... I guess at that point my brain, or I was already falling unconscious or something. Did I really not put on my suit? Does it? Of course it doesn't. Well, let's do that again, I guess. Right. Well, anyways, it doesn't, at least it doesn't really take that much time. There we go. Oh, honestly, the satellite, once you know what to look for, is incredibly easy to spot, which is kind of crazy, honestly. Yeah, I just didn't notice it right away. I guess I thought that it was part of the background or something, or part of the atmosphere. Okay, when I took a look at it, that reminded me of what's that game called that's based on the Alien movies? Forgot what it's called. But yeah, something like that, or some Klingon ship, or one of those species that you definitely don't want to be, you know, engaging with in Star Trek or something. That was not at all what I was expecting. So it's some sort of weird alien spaceship then? Oh, really? Come on, that wasn't even that fast. Did I knock it out of its ball? Oh, of course I did. Will it even still fly properly? Yeah, of course I will be able to fly straight through it. I mean, that's how everything works, right? Okay, seriously though, the satellite is quite annoying to approach. Although this does make me wonder if I can possibly repair it. Oh, right, I can't match velocity anymore, right? Because everything's broken. Well, I feel like I'm already making this way more complicated for myself than it needed to be. Got everything. Poor little satellite. I honestly thought I would just fly by it, considering how tiny it is. 180 meters. Wait, it's still damaged? Really? Oh, at this point it might be worth it to just start over again. Unless I'm getting lucky and I can just see the thing from here. Anyways, though, it does seem to work somewhat like the Quantum Moon in that it has some sort of... Oh, there we go. I can see it. Hopefully it should work out. I did repair the electrical system, so... Let's align... Where's the sun? Where's the sun? There we go. Ah, it's getting out of view. There we are. I do very much like, though, that they're forcing you to approach this kind of on your own, right? So you cannot really rely on your systems that much. Okay, let's take another picture of it. Does my scout fly through it as well? Okay, there we go. There we go. So I'm not always exactly at the right, or at the same point. Oh, I can see the sun in the background. Okay, so once you're in whatever weird black fog is surrounding it, you can just see the thing, like, on its own. Make sure that I have the suit on now. Let's refuel the jetpack. Right, okay, it does work. Wasn't some weird... Where is the oxygen tank? Not that I really need it, but... Well, never mind. I probably don't really need my ship either way. Scout still continues. So it's some black metal thing. Not really picking up anything. Let's just recall the scout. What I find really cool is that the way they've aligned this, so whatever this launch bay, ship bay is, will always be pointed in a way where if you approach it via looking at the sun, you always roughly end up in the area where you can access this ship hatch. And these smaller things, I'd imagine, are also ships or pods that have possibly been used by whoever. Well, hopefully it doesn't live here anymore, because yeah, this doesn't exactly exude friendliness, does it? I wonder if it's some sort of alien species that is monitoring the system for some reason. Is that their writing? Stars? Huh, are we gonna need some sort of different translation method here, I wonder? I cannot believe that this is completely different to what I was expecting. Some crates, they also have those symbols on it. Might be their method of writing. It looks like some arches or U's with different lengths. Honestly, part of it even looks somewhat human-made, right? Not exactly human, but how we might envision... I don't know, it reminds me of something in Star Trek. What was the ship again they were fighting in the first remake movie by J.J. Abrams? They also have this kind of greenish black metal aesthetic, I think. So it's identifying that it's a language, but obviously we don't know it, so we cannot translate it. It looks very beautiful, though. Almost like tree roots or something, plant roots. This could be an air hatch of some sort. It says 1.3 times gravity. So I guess they also, well, they either have something to create gravity, or maybe, since it did seem to be a round object, maybe it's just rotating to create gravity? Some eye thingy. Okay, didn't really expect that, but sure. So did it react to the light of my scout drone then? Because I mean, I had my flashlight turned on, right? It just wasn't very bright. Maybe the scout drone has a light that's bright enough to... Okay, well that doesn't work. Oh, never mind. Oh, these things react to light. Okay, that makes sense. So there's these weird things that look like a wind turbine thing of sorts. Well, that's very difficult to... There we go. They do have oxygen. Wait, and now there's wood? Huh? Wait, what is it? Alrighty. It probably just says, like, hatch or something, right? Okay, seriously, does it have to be this dark? Why does it just look like a wooden cabin? What the hell is happening? Okay. So clearly their, I guess, method of, well, not communication, but their method of interacting with things seems to be light. So everything's reacting to light. This is... what the hell? This looks like a normal human-made wooden house. Doesn't fit the rest of the stuff at all, right? So... sorry, just had to quickly know what's up. Right. So I guess I'll have to activate them in a certain sequence. Well, or not. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Oh, we're still on it. What the... this is... oh. We... ah! Help. So the light is activating the... what is going on? Okay, seriously though, how can you build a location that is like so... oh, well that's nice. Gives me a good look at it, I guess. And this has been here the entire time without us knowing about it? Well, how long has this been here then? Okay, this is honestly crazy. But yeah, I'm mind blown. Checks out. I don't even know if that's an adequate word to describe what the hell is happening. Also, what the hell is happening there? The dam broke? Oh boy. It's gonna sweep me up? Of course it is. Oh, please don't die. Okay, I can already see, like, what the hell? I feel like there's gonna be 3 or 4 loops where I just stand here looking at the thing. Well, that certainly explains why it was a wooden HUD. Because everything in here looks kind of... I feel like I could just stand here watching the wave go past. Okay, it has slightly higher gravity though, so it's not that easy to just... well, okay, it did work. What direction did I come from though? Is that a reflection or is that the sun? Right, so my original assumption was actually correct in that it does seem to be rotating to generate gravity, right? Is the rotation what makes the water float? I suspect it is, huh? Or not float, but you know what I mean, with the like the water's running into the direction of the rotation, I think. What even happened here? I mean, the trees look a little bit dead. Partly, they still have leaves, but it does certainly look like... it looks a bit as if this has been either abandoned or whoever lived here once died for some reason. But I mean, the system itself, or ship, or whatever this is does seem to be largely intact. Well, except for whatever wooden dam just broke. Was the dam generating electricity? Wait, how would that work? They don't really need to do that, right? That looks like giant solar panels of sorts. Or maybe they generate whatever weird reflection shield this thing has? I don't even really know. How does it do that? Because it looked like it was just emitting black smoke, but maybe that was also... Maybe it is some sort of reflection? That it just mirrors whatever's behind it? Because I thought that it looks round from the perspective the satellite was picking up, but looking at it from here, well, it's clearly a flat sort of disc type deal. Wow. This is... It's also completely crazy as a concept in this game, because as crazy as all the other planets were, technically they were all still planets, right? In a way. Oh, hey, little floating boat. So when I was like pointing my light at the boat, it like it moved different directions, right? So I can use it to go places if I point my light at the right point. There seems to be multiple boats as well. I guess whoever lived here took those boats to get around. I suspect that the dam's gonna break at a certain point during the loop, probably. Which will mean that if I want to get a better look at... oh, there's the sun. Okay. If I want to get a better look at whatever's below, I might have to do certain things before the dam breaks, huh? So yeah, those giant thingies, those seem to be solar panels, or could be, anyways. Also, is that a giant light that is just stuck to the... It's not a ceiling, right? It's... Oh boy, space is gonna be weird here, right? Well, the glass panel in front of it? So... I guess whatever crazy glass they used here, that must be what's reflecting all the stuff, right? Although, wait a sec, where the hell did I... Where did I come from? I was floating quite a bit, right? When I was in the river. So... Huh. Maybe the entire thing is perfectly reflective, but the entrance hatch or something is the only thing that's creating the dark disc shape? Well, no, that can't be right. Well, there's a bunch of boats here. Is that the hut we came from? No. I would have drifted that way if that was the case. Or did I? I might have. Yeah, looking at this for the first time, it still is. I mean, this is... I don't know what I was expecting. Well, I wasn't really expecting anything because I couldn't really... I don't know. They could have done so much, but this is clearly... I don't know, far beyond what I was expecting, honestly. Kind of a Halo ring world. Oh. Ooh, okay. Well, that was an accident. The thing needs to be on the sun, huh? Is this the hut where we came from? I think it is. Yeah. It's just kind of broken now. So are we stuck here now, then? That is so crazy, though. So, the outer layer... Come here. Can I... Oh, the current is really pushing on you. Yeah, it doesn't move anymore, I guess. Right. So the hatch is closed. This is what starts the boat at first. So they built... Whoever built this, they must have built the outer layer of the ship, well, out of proper spaceship materials, I guess, like metal and whatnot, that they needed to build a proper spaceship, but then, for whatever reason, decided to make the inner parts of it, like, very nature-based, using woods and stuff. Which just makes... I mean, yeah, if you were capable of building a world like this, you'd probably want to build it something like that. I love the aesthetic of it, though. It definitely has... Well, how can I put this? It has the same kind of qualities that the Nomai things have in this game, where they created such a perfect blend between a species that's clearly very, very advanced in terms of the technology they're using. But at the same time, it still feels historical to a degree. Like, I did mention that at some point with all the stone plates, stone slates that they're using. So they have like message systems, they have projection technology, and yet they're still using kind of stone walls to communicate, right? It's such a really, really perfect blend between something that is both kind of historic in nature, where you feel like an archaeologist going through it, yet also clearly is very advanced technology. And that seems to be the case here too. All of these buildings and stuff, they look very... Oh. They look very old and almost like you're venturing into a medieval wood. Okay, is this because this is on a... Well, technically a completed save file? That the sun didn't explode? Or is it because I was in the thing? Because that was... I expected the sun to explode, but it... Hold up a second. I already know about the launch codes. What? No, I was going to tell you about using the ship log to set destination markers for locations you visited before. Yeah, I know that. It's a brilliant feature, if I say so myself. That useful, and the risk it poses for shorting out the fuel regulator and causing the ship to explode is so minimal that only Gossin would worry about it. Wait, you're telling me that setting a location in the log might make the ship explode? Honestly, could have gone without that information. What about locations I haven't visited before? Oh, sure. I'll just magically have the system know all the possible locations you plan to discover throughout the entire solar system, shall I? I mean, we could connect it to the probe cannon. I'm sure that visited a bunch of locations in its over 9 million loops. Wow, Slade, how do you come up with these incredible ideas? Oh, I do the best I can with what I've got. Really, you're too kind. That's not what my voice sounds like. Everyone's a critic. Right. Anyway, I've got a fire to enjoy, and you've got launch codes to grab. Go wild with the marking feature while you're out there. Just try not to follow it so directly you fly into the sun, okay? Wait, why are they... Is that because people might have forgotten how that works whenever you enter the DLC for the first time? How's the DLC? I don't know. What's a 10 times stronger word for mind-blowing? What? Well, I didn't even expect that. Why is it called The Stranger? Oh, or... was the feature to mark locations maybe not in the base game before the DLC released? Because then this would also make sense. A massive artificial ring world hidden within some sort of cloaking field. It does not appear to be Harthian or Nomaean in origin. Yeah. Clearly not. Doesn't even connect the two for some reason. Why the hell is it called The Stranger? I would have understood some sort of plural of that, like The Strangers. Surely this couldn't have been built by one person, right? It's talking about whoever had the idea for it. Well, now I feel like I need to properly plan out what the hell I'm even supposed to do there. So I can... I guess I should just go and check, right? I can move my little boat. And I can find more boats as well, if I need to. Should probably just check around the general HUD area at the start, maybe? Well, I definitely have to find a way to translate whatever the hell they're writing on their stuff, right? So maybe we can find some sort of... Wait. Well, that heavily depends on what they were even doing here. Okay, so... It looks like their cloaking field, or whatever they're using, is working from all directions, right? So let's see what it looks like from here, because approaching it from where the satellite was pretty much brought me to the entrance ship bay directly. So let's see where it gets me if I approach it from here. It really does just look like absolutely nothing. Well, that also definitely explains why I didn't see it before, even though... Let's actually look at the map. Where exactly is it? Oh, okay, yeah. So it's completely invisible unless you know where it's at or you're looking at it from, like, outside of its orbit. Oh, oopsie. Flying past it a little bit. I'm just wondering if they came up with some sort of very special position. It doesn't really seem to rotate around the sun at all, does it? So it's somehow perfectly aligning itself. Oh, I like the little satellite flying by in the background. So it was positioned in a way that keeps it roughly at the same spot in relation to everything else. Oof. Okay, that is really weird. Yeah, you don't see it at all. Okay, so how does this work exactly? Sort of on the outer layer. You can approach it. I mean, clearly it's a ring here too. I guess this is the inside of it? Oh, okay, so it has entrance hatches on both sides. Makes sense. But from here, it doesn't seem to have glass panels at all, right? Looks like a giant metal wheel. Maybe it's not glass at all then? I guess that wouldn't really work with them wanting to cloak it. Maybe it's some sort of projection device. Could be a giant screen that's just displaying what it's looking at, in a way. But I mean, clearly multiple people lived here, because otherwise there wouldn't be a need for, you know, multiple different ships. It's not giving us the creepy music anymore, I think. It's kind of funny. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay, so... Ooh, we're next to the dam. So, directly opposite of where I am is the hut that I entered before. So, the hut is from when you come from the, I guess, outside of the solar system, and this is from the sun direction of the solar system. Okay. So, at least in its physicality, it does seem to be like actual space. That has to be a screen then. Just one that looks like glass from the inside? Unless whatever cloaking technology they're using does something weird. Why'd they build a dam though? Wait, marking the ship was in the base game. Yeah, I suspect that they probably expected people to do this. Well, clearly this came out after the base game came out, right? So everybody who already played through the base game and then came back to play the DLC, they probably wanted to give them a hint that they could easily get back here, right? To not make it too frustrating. I can see that. Yeah. So I can push it into the water, right? Do I want to do that though? Because it looks like there's a bunch of stuff. Oh no. Wait, so the ghost matter is here too? So did these guys perish? What the fuck was that? Ooh-oh. Is the dam... Okay, is the dam breaking, like, really, really fast? That looked for a second as if they were losing, I don't know, power? Electricity or something? Is the dam really... how would that work? Because... Yeah, honestly, how would that work? In terms of the... well, if I start thinking about that, I'm gonna waste the entire loop. Okay, that's just the house again now. Okay, that looks like one of those funny little stations that collected my boat. Ship lock updated. Really? Oh, it even has a light on it. That is so cool. Ooh, what the hell is this? Man, there's way too much stuff to look at here. Might just be coincidence, but that almost looks like a shuttle with a gravity cannon, right? Might just be me interpreting it. It could also be their cute little shuttles, honestly. An actual chair? Why does it look like antlers? Okay, clearly something is happening here, though, where for some reason the dam breaks. So maybe whatever weird electrical system keeps it in place just kind of gets some sort of impulse it's not supposed to have, and that's why it breaks? I don't know, let's just enter the hut, I guess. That is such a weird... this almost looks like a bar. Just wanted to say, the symbol on the door seems strange to me because that's like the night sky and the sun, right? Do they even have that here? I guess maybe my loop is too short to see what this would look like in the dark. Maybe it's doing some sort of... Because if all the panels are actually screens or something, you could probably pull up... How does that make sense? If there's screens, couldn't you also display a sky? Unless they wanted to look at the universe. Or maybe it's broken to a degree. Maybe the sky projection costs too much energy and the system decided, hey, you know, better shut it off. Although, I mean, the cloaking field and everything still works. It might also just be that the night sky here is supposed to be a representation of their origin, because whatever lived here or whatever is happening, they must have come from somewhere, right? Oh, right. And in relation to the ghost matter, makes me wonder if, I mean, there's like a billion possibilities here. They could just be a species that naturally doesn't really want to interact with anybody else. So even though the Nomai were in the system, maybe they just didn't want to reveal themselves. I mean, if you're using a cloaking device like this, it does look like you're not really in any hurry to meet any alien species, right? It could also be that these guys were here, you know, long time before the Nomai and perished. It's just that the ghost matter kind of seems to point towards them maybe also dying in the same event that killed the Nomai, right? Because whatever giant explosion came from the interloper probably still would have been able to get in here. I mean, clearly, otherwise those weird little crystals wouldn't have been here. Oh, so it's a bar theater kind of deal? Oh boy. Is that them? So they have antlers? And that's why they designed their chairs like that? They look really creepy, though. Almost like ghosts. So maybe, I don't know. Oh boy. Without light, the picture looks even creepier. Do they have to have such glowing eyes? Huh. I mean, it might just be the picture, right? Because it seems like their skin, fur, whatever, has the same color as the background. Just makes me wonder if maybe their cloaking field is based on themselves as well. Maybe their skin can reflect light in a similar way? I mean, kind of depends on what their clothes are made out of, though. Because would they reflect light too? I was just thinking, if they can cloak themselves, maybe they're not even dead. But then again, it does kind of contradict that everything's destroyed here, right? It does very much look like this place is abandoned. Wait, forward? Do I have to turn it on somehow? This looks like a lens, right? Because I would have thought that this is some sort of projection screen with a lens. So maybe I need to find its power core. Oh boy. Okay, that looks even scarier than the other picture. That almost looks like, I don't know, is it just me or does it... It has this... I don't think it has that effect, but something about the color. It makes it look like those weird little like postcards, right? That you can turn that have those 3D effect thingies going on. It's not really doing that at all, but something about the color makes it look like it has a little bit of a 3D effect, or maybe it as if there's a layer of fog in front of the actual picture. So is this like a parent with their kid, maybe? have very long arms. Are they meant to be creepy? I don't know. A lot of this certainly has a very... Oh, hello. Well, that's a proper picture. That looks a bit less creepy then. Oh, there we go. It's just kind of their eyes because they're glowing. Oh, that's the dam going off. Holy shit. That actually got me. Looking at all these creepy pictures. Am I going to be swept away? Yes. Okay. Let's see though. Maybe I can get lucky and still somehow activate this? I wonder why their pictures have this... Like the frame seems somewhat unusual. But I mean, activating light doesn't do anything to them, so maybe they are just normal pictures? Endless. Another one of these crates, but aren't able to open them, so I suspect there's nothing really in the crates themselves. Let's see. I mean, this is all just broken, right? Oh, we're above the water. Is there no room that might have any sort of... I guess the device wouldn't work... Oh, wait. What did I... Oh! Yeah, I probably should have guessed that, huh? So pointing a light in from above, somehow... Maybe there's like an invisible mirror in there? Man, I love how all of this technology is light-based. It is so cool. So this projector works like an actual projector. You just have to provide some backlight into it. Okay, makes sense. Problem is I'd have to... I still have to activate the device, right? Because I suspect that the cogwheel here is probably gonna... Maybe there's like a slideshow thingy that we can watch. So I have to... Maybe we can find a light of sorts? Maybe the boat? Ooh. No, don't go! Still need you. It even looks pretty cool from, you know, under it. Like it has some... I don't know, something to attach itself to various objects we can land. They look cuddly, I don't know. I mean, what I find pretty exceptional about this place so far is that... Oh, let's go over there maybe. Can I... Yeah, the boat's definitely strong. It's actually pretty capable. Wow. Okay. I wouldn't necessarily call them cuddly, but... I just hear something. It sounded like an instrument there for a second. With all the wood and trees that are going on here, and I think it's also the fact that they have antlers. They almost seem Earth-like, right? I mean, clearly they're still alien to a degree because they're, well, human-like antler people. But a lot of this does seem closer to what we humans would build, I would say, compared to most of what we've seen so far, except for obviously Timber Hearth. But even there, I want to say that it felt, well, less sophisticated, right? This just... Clearly, they must have also been a pretty intelligent species to build all this. And they still somehow needed to get here, so I wonder if they also have some sort of warp technology. Unless this is built like this so you can inhabit it for possibly millions of years and you'd be able to travel anywhere, but it would still take, like, quote-unquote normal amounts of time. Yeah, you definitely have to remember to not accidentally point your light at things. Since it is still quite bright in here, you don't always notice when you still have your flashlight on. What is this? From the outside, this looked a little bit like a... not exactly church. Oh, oopsie. But I want to say some sort of maybe important meeting place. Ah, okay. Man, this light stuff is so cool. How the hell can there be so much that just simply works with the basics that this game has built so far without giving you any new tool whatsoever, and it's still so completely new? Can't believe that they did this. Okay, let's just start with this picture then. So it looks completely black without light. Oh, well there we go. Okay, so if I find lanterns, I can pick them up. Huh. Do we need to find fuel for them, though? Because I thought that maybe by, I don't know, charging them, so pointing my flashlight at them would charge them or something, but does not seem to be the case. So maybe we can find some sort of fuel somewhere. Hey, they're also playing instruments. Yeah, now they look a lot nicer, right? Without the creepy, glowing eyes. Some candles. I wonder if this is... So have they built this world after their home world? Or is this a picture from this ring? Either way, the trees definitely look a lot more alive than they currently do. So I suspect that whatever has happened here clearly made a lot of stuff either non-functional or it's not really working the way it's supposed to, at least. I mean, that's just my... That's a scout? I was thinking that maybe there's just another button or something to turn on the light, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Can we fish yet eventually? That would be funny. Game is a masterclass in storytelling in general, yeah. Not just... I mean, storytelling almost doesn't fully encompass all the great things it does, right? Everything just feels so effortless. Oh, you a creepy guy again. So is their eyes glowing some sort of special... Because is he looking at us? Or is he looking the other way and it's just reflecting on his skull? Well, that's certainly a planet we don't know. So this seems to depict them visiting, I don't know, various different solar systems, maybe? Why is this further back? Is there something else here? Oh, hello. Secret room, maybe? Let me look at the other pictures first, though. It's only this one, right? I love how the entrance to the entire place, you know, minus the trees being dead, would kind of look very, very similar to one of these pictures, right? It has the same form factor. And a boat. So they were using the boat. This seems to be an older version of their boats, though. And, well, this doesn't seem to be working with light, so maybe they just based their modern boat designs on their old ones. They just incorporated their light moving technology into their past boats. Okay, there we go. That is so weird that you don't just see the sun go supernova anymore. I suspect that's maybe because of a completed playthrough. That would be a weird way of doing it. Yeah, I know about my Scout launcher. I suspect it would just, you know, light up all the pictures at once. I mean, the Scout launcher is how I found out that light is what activates it in the first place, in the oxygen hatch? Entrance hatch? Whatever you want to call that. Is it so far out, though? I thought it wasn't really. River lowlands, okay. Because it's... According to the map, I'm pretty sure it's closer to the sun than Dark Bramble, for example. A low-lying region near the entrance of the Stranger. Why is it calling it the Stranger? There are wooden buildings along the banks of the river. There's more to explore here, well, clearly. Guess I'm just gonna take another look at the... Well, I need to find out how I can activate the lanterns. Maybe I can find some information on that in the secret room behind the pictures. Yeah, I was just... I thought that maybe the animation is like that because of me being in a completed save file. It might also be some sort of weird effect from this ring world. Because it's the same animation you get when you're inside of Ashtwin, right? So, yeah, I guess the sun has to be, or has to go supernova, and then you, like the project activates and it just sends your memories back, even though you're technically still alive, maybe? So would this, if it's the same like Ashtwin, does that suggest that this ring world can actually survive a supernova? Also, there's a bunch of light here. How the hell does their cool reflection technology work? Are these light sources the ones that are creating it? So these antler people set in these ships? Huh. I guess I didn't really have a reference, because I just naturally assumed that they were pretty big, having antlers and all, but I don't know. Judging by the ships, they might actually be somewhat small. Considering that the antlers and everything, they still have to fit in here, right? Although arguably these do seem more like maybe some sort of exploration... quick transport vessel type things, right? So yeah, on the same scale somewhat as the escape pods from the Nomai. Not really a vessel that you would take for longer journeys, I suspect. I mean, I definitely looked at the map when I was close to it. Oh, it's interesting that it doesn't really let you display the map in here. Huh. Because, yeah, I mean, based on what it looks like on the map when I'm... Oh, right, I need to look at this. When I'm near it... Oh, okay, I only have to get it roughly right. Okay, that's cool. So I need a lantern of sorts. Oh, wait, that's not the same... What's the hut that I was just in? It's not that one. Let's just go there by foot, though. Maybe I can discover something else on the way. Also, I want to see if ghost matter is actually here. It is, okay. Well, that certainly does seem to suggest that they also died to the same event, although I'm not really sure. What the hell is this? That almost looks similar to my scout drone, just with an actual fire inside of it instead of a flashlight type deal. But also like a cute little ship. It does remind me of a cuter version of an anglerfish to a degree. Oh, it's on the shack as well. Is that maybe a functioning lantern? Oh, there's a bunch of ghost matter here. But yeah, in terms of its location, it does seem to be roughly as far away as Giant's Deep, I want to say, to the sun. Just that it doesn't seem to orbit the sun, but is stationary somehow, and well, it's not on the same plane as the planets, which makes sense considering that it's stationary, right? The only reason why the planets are on that plane is because the rotation of the sun would lead them to do that. Right, so there's just a speck outside here. There's nothing over here, though. Okay. Huh. Oh, that's just behind it. Okay, there is some here. Maybe there's an entrance from below? Oh, there is. Nice. Guess it's a good thing that everything's broken, huh? Oh, wait, I should probably... Okay, that is there. That's... Okay, that looks safe. Whoa, there we go. Pick up artifact. It kind of does look like a small little... Well, like a combination of scout drone and a lamp, honestly. Oh, that's weird. Oh, right. I mean, judging by the... It's difficult to tell. According to the chairs and everything, they should be roughly the same height as we are. Ah, okay, that's the weird little electrical thing that's indicating that the dam's gonna explode, I guess. Although it... that's not only the dam. That sounds like something is moving or changing or activating, deactivating, I don't know. Huh. I don't know if the size of these chairs corresponds to the size of the spaceships. Guess it does, but it must be pretty uncomfortable in those small little vessels. I'm really confused why there is, like, I want to say proper technology in here. So they built almost everything out of wood, but then have these weird cables running everywhere, and that's an actual screen. It's a proper flat screen monitor, it seems like. Huh. Some sort of weird staff. Okay. Let's pick this up. Focus, conceal. Oh. Ooh, never mind. That's the front of it? I thought that would be the back of it. Okay, so we can close it up somehow. And the pictures made it look like there was a flame inside of it, right? So I guess if I'm closing this, you know, if we're thinking about there being a flame, then closing this would, you know, make it dark in front. So we can completely close it. We can open it to the front, or we can open it to all sides. Okay. Cool. Already holding artifacts. So I still need fuel somehow. But there... Oh. Why were there other lanterns in the room with the pictures? Also, I guess I need to remember where the ghost matter was? Oh yeah, I definitely do. Wait, there was some here? Well, this works too. Wait, the other crate just had these things in them. So I suspect that... Does it just indicate... I was thinking that maybe there's fuel in here, but... That doesn't seem right. So you can... What happens if I wonder if I can turn them on and also drop them at the same time. Because then it would give me a way to activate the movie screen over there. Yeah, the Hearthians build everything out of wood, but I don't know. They always struck me as a bit more, I want to say, experimental in nature, right? More like they've just discovered something and they're kind of roughly building it. These guys seem to have, well, I mean, once you enter this place and everything, like the screen just makes it seem like, also there's some sort of picture there. Like they would have had way more technology. So I'm wondering, but I think they just built this place after wherever they lived originally, right? That's why it looks like this. Why is this displaying? Is it just telling you where you can go from here? Well, that's the bridge, and that's the cute little round hut with the pictures in it. In terms of the chair size, I mean, it seems like they're slightly larger than I am, or my thingy here is. Wait, why the what? Why are they on? Do they turn off when the dam breaks? What? Also, the thingy somehow isn't open. Already holding lantern. Let's take this one over there. Maybe whatever happens... I guess if the dam does provide electricity somehow, then once it breaks, everything turns off. Oh, well, there we go. That works. Well, that's disappointing. So I still need to find actual things to look at, I guess. Right, let's open the door real quick. They be in here though? I mean, I already looked through here when the water wasn't here yet, so... Oh, oopsie. You really need to be careful with your light, huh? Unless you're constantly accidentally opening and closing doors. You look a bit more creepy again. Why does it have to be such a loud sound every single time? Okay, that lantern is clearly broken. So... Okay, so the light in front of the hut... Let me get back to it. This one. This one was on. But it didn't turn off when the dam broke. It turned off when the water came. I guess if they are based on some sort of burning fuel, maybe they're not electrical at all, but rather the water is what turns them off. Might be it. Because the ones that are above the water are still on. Right, so the wave would have turned off all the lanterns in here. Well, at least now I know... Okay, and the water is also what somehow moves the picture. Although I have no idea why. Maybe it's because below the hut there is some sort of switch that gets activated by the water? Seems most likely. It's like, damn! Right. Damn, the dam is making a huge sound. Yeah, flooding typically turns lights off in real life too. Although, I mean, everything that's like battery-based wouldn't really turn off right away. Unless, well, it's directly hit, I suppose. This definitely looks way creepier than what I expected. At least they're not moving whenever I look away. Or are they? No, I'm pretty sure they're not. Because if these things would be quantum-based, holy shit, they're already freaking me out. What is going on here, though? I really, really hope this is like a grave place of some sort, like a sarcophagus or something, because otherwise, if this is some sort of torture chamber... Wow. Okay, these things look creepy as hell. Boy. Hopefully they don't suddenly open their eyes and... well, something like that. Okay. They're all holding these weird lanterns. Why are they strapped down? What the hell? What happened? What even is this? Yeah. God. I'm actually really, really glad that they're not moving. Oh, wait. Launch mode. There we go. It's a bit more light this way. I'm trying to understand what happens here, because like they're all holding these weird lantern devices. But the thing in the middle seems more like some sort of bell, right? As if these, well, whatever weird device is here is striking the middle thing and producing some sort of sound, maybe? But these guys all holding their lanterns and pointing them to the middle of the room as well. That would suggest that they're doing some sort of weird, I don't know, light-based ritual? Although maybe whatever this machine does... Oh. Let's try to put my scout in the middle. Can I get it directly into the middle? Problem is, I don't think I would be able to access... Unless maybe at some point I'll be able to find a way to access this room while the water is not here. I get strapped down on roller coaster. Does this look like a roller coaster to you? I don't know. And the way they're strapped down as well. Not so sure if I would enter something in real life that looked like this. Although, I guess, if you remove the creepy corpses, it doesn't look too crazy anymore, huh? Yeah, maybe there is a way to access this place. While the water isn't here yet? I wonder if all the lights turning off made this thing move back. So there are all these lanterns here. They're now turned off because of the water, right? But if they would have been like if I just take them out before the water comes, maybe that would also prompt the thing to move back? So it moves back whenever it gets dark? Although in that particular... I mean, that's still on, right? I don't know if that's right. Maybe it's some sort of shelter site? Did they realize that something was coming? Potentially killing them, and so they took shelter down here? It seems like such an inconspicuous hut, though. I mean, this doesn't really look like something that screams, you know, bomb shelter. To me, I don't know. Okay, is there really no place that we can look at? I mean, I guess that weird tower over there, but... a lot gets flooded, right? And the flooding also happens quite early. I wonder if I can prevent that somehow. Oh. What's really awesome, once again, is how they're combining gameplay with their ideas for worlds, right? Because it does seem like you're kind of just supposed to follow the flow of the water, right? At least that's what I would say is kind of the natural progression. You're probably not even really able to get past the dam now that I'm thinking about it, before it explodes. Okay. Nothing here. Or maybe whatever was here got swept away. Place is absolutely crazy to me. I mean, before I went into the basement, I definitely had a feeling that it was some, I don't know, maybe a religious place of worship. Looks a little bit like a small chapel, mostly because of the window in front, I think, or not really window, but the round sign. Well, this light's still on. Yeah, and everything is also pointing at it, right? And it's even, like, glowing. So it must have been some sort of special place for them. I wonder if it's significant that it's round. Oh. Is there a boat somewhere nearby? Oh, there is one. Let's just take a look over here for now, though. A physical loop in a game that has a time loop? Yeah, that's honestly a thing I hadn't really thought about as well. It just so... that's the brilliance of this game, right? It does these things so... I don't know, effortlessly, I want to say. Like, you just come here and you're kind of just literally going with the flow. You're just following the water and it makes sense. You don't even really think about why, it just does. But without feeling out of place or anything, right? It so perfectly fits into the world they created here. Although I have to say most of the more natural looking formations so far don't really seem to yield much things or discoveries. So I think for now I kind of want to concentrate on the huts and stuff. There's some lights on still. Okay, we're at the end of the loop. It is still, like, that animation for the loop is a little bit weird because it just suddenly takes your control away, right? Your character stops, you cannot turn the camera anymore, and then the animation appears. It's very different to the supernova you normally get, when everything just goes bright white and then the loop resets. Man, I want to know about the timeline. Because, well, I guess the Nomai were able to discover the signal from the Eye of the Universe when they still had their original vessel. So clearly they kind of lost some of their technology, which was why they had to recreate their warp cores and everything, right? So I wonder if that might have... Like, let's assume that this thing was already here while the Nomai were doing its thing. Then maybe because they lost the vessel, they weren't really able to pinpoint its location. Or maybe these antler beings are even more intelligent than the Nomai. I found several ornate metal artifacts inside a workshop surrounded by ghost matter. Okay, before I go back there, I probably want to find a place that allows me to light them. Because otherwise I'm just kind of wasting time picking them up, right? Huh. Yeah, I know, obviously it's the Asteroid Project activating. I'm just saying that it's a weird sort of animation. It feels like they should have... I don't know. It's just strange that you don't really witness the supernova inside of the ring world. And so it just... It's kind of a weird feeling, control just being taken away from you very quickly while time is rewinding. It's weird. It's so... It is so crazy how it's literally completely invisible before you get here. Although theoretically, is it just that we know its precise location, or does it emit some sort of signal that can be picked up by our ship? I guess it's probably its location, right? So our ship log is able to record precise locations in space. Right. Okay, so that place has all the lanterns in it. I like the music. Is that only playing whenever you're... Oh! I didn't even realize that that light was still turned on. Do I want to go back there? Way too curious about it. Oh. I didn't realize that the light above the door was still turned on at the start. Definitely has a bit of a creepy feeling to it, doesn't it? Can't really do much with it, though. Somehow I feel like putting all the lanterns outside won't really do much. Well, let's just try anyways. Yeah, I feel like it's just precise location. Since this thing doesn't really move relative to anything else in the solar system, we just know where it is based on its coordinates. And so we can fly towards it. So it's not emitting any sort of signal, which, yeah, wouldn't really make sense because then it was way easier to find, right? And clearly they were avoiding being found. At least that's what it looks like. Aha! Okay, so I was right in that. I guess it's enough to just remove the lantern that's in front of the picture then. Honestly, a little bit scared going down there while the water isn't there. Wow. Okay. Huh. Guess that solves the question of where we get the fuel from, huh? Almost as if he's looking at us, huh? But, okay, so I cannot take their lights, though, since they're holding them. Are they strapped in with them? They are, aren't they? Or does it just look... No, they have, never mind, they're open at the back. Okay. What's that creepy sound? Do you hear that, like, breathing? Or what it is? Is it the... Of course we would be able to roast the marshmallow. Of course. My safety water. Yeah, it's kind of what I call it. I don't know if I want to roast a marshmallow here. I don't know if this fire is safe, honestly. Okay. I'm just wondering. So these things are open at the back, right? I'm wondering if that has some sort of significance. They almost look like they naturally kind of combine themselves with these weird strappy things they have. What's the thing at the top, though? Does the heat somehow create sound? God, this damn breathing. Okay, so I would have to go to the hut first, grab one of the lanterns, and then I'm fairly certain that I can just light them with the fire in here. And in order to open it up, I just need to take away the lantern from the second picture to the right. Okay, makes sense so far. And these lanterns I can take over to activate the movie theater. I just don't really know what I even need the ones with the fire for, because how would they act differently than my flashlight? I guess it's just that I can use their light in a little bit more of a precise way, right? Because I can focus it, it seems like. So that's probably the difference. I wonder if I would be able to do anything with that in here. Might try that next time, though. I don't want to check on a couple of other things before the dam breaks again. Okay. Yeah, that, whatever happens, doesn't really turn anything off. So all the lanterns must be fuel-based then. And the dam also doesn't show any signs of breaking before that happens. So maybe somehow the structure of this thing is compromised? But it's still, I mean... Since my memories are recorded, it must mean that the sun definitely goes supernova, right? Still struggling to understand why it would look so different in here. Like why we're getting the inside ash twin animation instead of the normal time rewind thing. Oh. Boink. These boats do remind me of Breath of the Wild a little bit in terms of how they work. Though they're far more convenient than constantly having to, you know, keep a leaf with you just to be able to push air somewhere. Alright, let's see. Let's move here. Man, I love the music whenever you're traveling with a boat. Almost like you're... Well, it pretty much is like a boat ride in a theme park, right? Makes me wish the music would stick around. So this tower falls over then when the water... Even the perspective looks so crazy from here. I wonder if the ring world... Maybe its turning speed gets to be a little bit too fast, and so too much of the water flows into the dam or something, and it wasn't really built for that pressure? Just wondering what kind of thing would, you know, even be able to do anything here. Because in terms of the... Oh, are these the... these might be the same pictures. In terms of the solar system itself, right? Let me just pause real quick. There isn't anything going on, I want to say, that changes much, right? Like, it's not like the interloper or anything. I get the sun station crashes into the sun eventually. maybe there's some sort of energy level change that makes this... that changes something else that then subsequently influences the station, and so it cannot keep its rotation correct or something. Yeah, the asteroid... well, yeah, it triggers before I die. It's still weird that I get this particular animation. Because that's not really what usually happens. I guess what I would have to... I just don't want to wait 22 minutes outside of this, right? Because we don't really have anything else to look at. I want to see if then... maybe it's just that you really don't witness the supernova. Maybe the structure of this thing keeps it intact for longer than if you were just out in space or on a planet. And so it just kind of plays the animation before you see the supernova or something like that. You think it just rotted? I don't know. I guess I could go to it, right? Well, it could be either or, right? There's only two possibilities. Either the dam somehow lost its integrity, like structural integrity, and so all the lights flicker because suddenly it doesn't provide the same amount of energy, or it's the other way around and something external influences it, and that's why it starts to break and the lights flicker. So do the lights flicker because of something external, or is it just the dam? Would things in here even naturally rot? You'd assume that building a ring world kind of also facilitates that. Well, I guess you'd still have to fill the air with the same mixture of gases that would be present on your whole planet, so I guess things would also rot. Right, true. It doesn't really crash into the sun expands and consumes it. Although, I guess the effect is exactly the same. Okay, so why did they build all their places the exact same way? Oh. Neat. So it's going to be a different picture every single time. Are there going to be 5 rooms like this then? And every single one is got a different picture that opens? I assume only one can ever open at a time, correct? Same thing? God, the breathing. Is it our character that's breathing more heavily because of these people? Or is it something inside of the room that does it? Guys, I think one of your friends is missing. Not sure if I like this. I want to say that they just had one less friend to come down here when they did the weird ritual, but instinct kind of tells me that maybe one corpse has escaped. Well, maybe one of them just didn't die. Whatever made them die. Is it a bell of sorts? Okay, so if they have multiple of these rooms, why would you even build something like this? Is it a shelter? Or is it something else? I mean, it seems more like a ritual side of sorts. So activating the bells, maybe they could hear each other, right? So this bell would be heard in the other room and vice versa. Why would they do this? Honestly seems like a cult, doesn't it? Like something a cult would do. You know what? Let's just roast a marshmallow. Oh, oops. Seems fine. Okay. So whatever this fire is, even though it looks slightly different, isn't necessarily bad to our health. Kind of makes me worry what we're going to find in the next room of these. First room was just, you know, creepy decomposed corpses. This one is creepy decomposed corpses, but one of them is missing for some reason. What's the next one going to be? Has it one that's alive? Well, did they bring everything along, right? That is a question that isn't really, like, clear. They could have recreated a bunch of stuff, like the Nomai recreated the warp and everything. And even then, I want to say that creating a... Like, if we humans were to create a ring world like this... okay, our atmosphere isn't necessarily the most complicated gas mixture ever, but... Wouldn't it make sense to, I guess, only insert, like, if you were capable to build something like this, I'd assume we would maybe also be capable to genetically enhance plants so that they're not rotting or that they're, I don't know, better suited to the environment. And also you could just slightly alter the gas mixture of the atmosphere to where it maybe excludes certain things that would attack wood, especially if you're building structures out of wood. Wouldn't you build it so that it lasts forever? If that's possible. I mean, it's it's kind of goes more into a, I guess, philosophical debate of what you'd want to do, right? Because if you build this much nature into a place, I guess you also want nature to actually work like nature. So you probably want to have like composing features in wood, and the bacteria needed to do it. Well, no, I don't want any answers to any questions. Like I'm just riffing off of what I find, by the way. Like, I guess that wasn't obvious. Because, yeah, this is no fun if somebody just tells you the answer, right? Right, I hadn't really thought about it like that. That's why the coal layer exists. Although, is it really that no bacteria existed that could digest it at all? Or that there just wasn't enough of it? Well, either way, it's definitely a question of would you want to include that type of bacteria in a world like this? Oh, there it goes. Or would you decide that it's maybe easier to... Because you could then also... You could still trigger it, I guess, manually, right? Whenever you... Oh... That doesn't look right. Whenever you wanted it to... Oh. The entire house just breaks. That's unfortunate. I don't know, you could still trigger it manually, I guess, right? If you really wanted it to happen. Also, a lot of these structures actually don't look rotten at all. They just broke apart for some reason. In places. Could also be something else, right? Maybe some sort of bacterium that just simply eats wood instead of rotting it. Taiki Boss, hi. It's very hard to kill all bacteria with all... Yeah. That's, like, even with very, very advanced technology, it would still probably be very, very difficult to have certain things while not including others, right? Especially since you also want to live there yourself. This picture has a bunch of eyes behind... Oh, yeah. There are eyes actually behind them, right? I do think these creatures, they have to have some sort of natural invisibility to them, I think. Like their station. That's what these pictures seem to suggest. Can I point my... Ooh, hello! Ah, that is so cool. Man, this game is awesome with this. Huh. Technically, this is very... This is very basic technology, though, right? I mean, the way it's included in the game is absolutely awesome, with you being able to point your flashlight through it and everything, but... Why do they have a screen? But then they're using these almost old school technologies for a lot of stuff? Were they just very fascinated by light, or was there a reason for it? Did they purposefully decide to, I don't know, abstinate from more advanced technology, maybe? Okay, so there's, like, that looks like some sort of weird, weird staircase up to the tower, but what's the point of it? Because we can already go up there, right? Or is it some sort of sea creature? I'm really not sure what I'm even looking at here. I mean, it updated my log, so maybe it's just gonna tell us. That's the tower I was in, though, right? I'm pretty sure. Unless they have another one somewhere. And there's like a hidden staircase that leads to it. It might be difficult to find that now, because it might... This just kind of freaks me out. Also, there appears to be something behind the creature in the picture, right? Difficult to tell what it is. I want to say it almost looks like the ring world from the outside, but maybe that's just too much imagination on my part. Ooh, go through. Okay, well, a bunch of things crashed. Let me just quickly find where I'm at. That? Yeah, that's the tower I was in, right? Oops. Quite a bit more gravity here than I would like, at least for jetpack travel. Okay. One with nature vibes. Yeah. Some people prefer vinyl. That's almost what it is, though, right? They do very much just seem to prefer nature. I'm just wondering, because just because you prefer to listen to music on vinyl doesn't necessarily mean that you're not using a smartphone. I mean, sure, there's people out there that are, like, against any sort of technology whatsoever, but is there a way, like, is there some sort of secret cave here? Oh. Huh. Okay, so this leads below. Wait, so it has two stairs. Oh, this leads upwards. Huh. Wonder where they built so many hidden rooms. Oh god. Man, there's so many questions to this place. It's crazy. Hello? Wait a second. I need to think about this for a second. Okay, so first of all, for the whole nature thing, right? Yeah, I'm just asking myself whether or not they just thought that nature is cool and they just like it, and so they built their place based on a lot of nature stuff. That's one thing, right? But why would you then have these sort of old school projectors if you also have screens? I guess the argument works that, yeah, it's cooler on vinyl or whatever. Reminds me of the story about wasn't there like this super popular vinyl shop online, and it turned out they were still using the digital masters of the songs to put them on vinyl, and yeah, was a whole thing. Anyway, so like, would you still use... I mean, we're using projectors in movie theaters, but they're not really like old school ones. People still want some picture quality, right? I don't know. I guess it's difficult to answer without really knowing more about them. And then why would they hide this stuff? So, considering that these rooms are somewhat well hidden, right? Was it some sort of secret society? Was everybody of their species aware that those existed? Or was it only part of them and a secret to others? I mean, at least so far, I haven't found any corpses outside of those places, suggesting that everybody knew about them. But if they did, why would they keep them hidden? Unless because they thought it was cool. I don't think that's it. There must be some inherent reason for them to hide them. Which is very strange. And then this is hidden as well. I don't fully know if this is the discovery that I made, like the weird projection staircase that I just saw through the projection, or it's through the projector. Is that what led me here, or is the cave just another random find? I don't even know. Okay. So what is this then? Oh. That's the planet again. So whatever that planet is, clearly it was important to them. But it wasn't their own. Unless the pictures are from this ring world and they were looking back on their planet. Is the reason why they're so interested in light because of how they themselves work? I suspect so, right? They must have at one point come up with a technology that would allow them to take pictures of themselves. Because typically maybe light would go through them, right? And maybe at some point they came up with the technology to take pictures of themselves, and maybe that involved some weird light refraction stuff, and that's why they became so fascinated by it. I like the reflection in the water too. I wonder if that also suggests something. Maybe, because I can see these people putting, you know, special secret caves and entrances in places where other lights would be reflected on the water surface. I wonder if that's a thing. Oh. Huh. So this tower just falls over eventually. Okay. Hadn't really expected that. Shit, I wanted to look at... What is that just one of their normal lanterns? I don't think it is. That looks more like a ring of sorts. Right, can I get there? Maybe if I jump on here? Is it filling up with water? I really didn't expect this thing to fall over, honestly. Oh boy. There we go. Nope. That was too fast. Well, I can just come back here, but I really don't know. Let's see. Do I still have time to look at the tower from above? Oh boy. God, this is complicated to navigate. Can I even get out? Or has it trapped me? Where the heck is the entrance anyways? Wasn't it there? Did it close off again? Or is this the wrong way around? It might have been the wrong way around. I do have to say, this place is definitely... Well, it's very, very interesting to the point where for the first time, I think the loop is quite short. I never really had that feeling with any of the other places. Maybe it's also just so fascinating that it's really, really difficult to... Oh, I can. Okay. That worked. Ah, well, never mind. It's ended anyways. I'm just speculating so much that a bunch of time passes before I even get anything done. Although I did get a couple of ship lock updates, huh? Okay. Well, one thing that made me really, really curious about the tower is that it had these antler-looking things on top. Almost as if they're either communicating with the planet that was in the picture, or like they're sucking energy out of it, or... Difficult to say. Oh, do you have any new comments? No. Okay. That is the one thing that I wish you could do. It's just, you know, bombard him with like weird discoveries you've made and he's just completely confused. What the heck is that guy on about? Cinder Isles, an island tower. Seemingly not really connected to anything else though. Okay. A pair of small rocky islands connected by a village of stilt houses. A tower that sits atop one of the Cinder Isles. The upper floors can only be reached from a second entrance at the back of the tower. Right. Okay, so that planet with the rings was in most of the pictures. Could be that it's their home planet, could be that they were just really fascinated by it. But I feel like, I want to say the first point makes more sense, because if they were able to create this world, and if they're also able to, well, fly through space and whatnot, then surely if a planet fascinated them a lot, they could have just gone there, right? So, makes me want to say that it's maybe their home planet. Maybe they had to leave it for some reason. I mean, this is all pure speculation, of course, but maybe the reason why they're so in tune with nature, or rather why they seem so insistent on, you know, being very connected to nature, even in a very technologically advanced place like this, is because they're missing their home planet. Maybe something happened where they had to leave. Or alternatively, they also just wanted to explore space, but still just were very fond of their home planet. It could also be the case. Maybe the towers were just there for communication? Right. Oh, I need to push it first. So... I'm still not entirely sure what I am supposed to do with the fuel-filled lanterns. Because I'm pretty sure that I could pick one up right now, but like not only pick them up, but also fill them with fuel. I'm just not really seeing how that would be different to my own flashlight at this point. Okay, there's the tower again. Let's take a look at the village first, though. I love this traveling music. Really wish it was just stay around. Nice. But I guess it would take away a little bit of the creepiness of the other places, right? This leads to the tower. It could also be some sort of... Oh. Huh. Last time it was only the two above. Did they try taking multiple pictures? Sometimes it just didn't work. Is this supposed to be an evolution? Oh. Huh. This looks very similar to the strap devices in the tower. So maybe it's nothing too nefarious at all. Maybe they just like to sleep together? Sounds a bit weird, but you know, like a cozy sleeping cabin of sorts. Why is this behind a screen though? As if they're... And then why would be one here? Did somebody sleep here? Or is this a way for them to change clothes? Are they maybe not really able to see each other? No, that doesn't really make... I want to say that the reason why their lights, or why their eyes light up is probably because they somehow reflect light in a way that would allow them to see each other. It looks like another entrance to a cave. I wonder if that just points towards the cave below the tower, or if that's another one. Like a different one. But the tower is very different to the hut. It might be some sort of communication device. Clearly, they seem to have a lot of fun, though. I mean, a lot of these places are looking like bars. You know, we found some sort of movie theater. A lot of cups and glasses around, it looks like. As if they were, you know, frequently drinking with each other. Right, so this is the... Can I place this behind? Probably, right? Yeah. Now we can take a proper look at it. This is so cool. So simple and yet very, very effective. Oh, never mind. I was completely misinterpreting this when I was looking at it from a distance. So I thought for a second this was some sort of weird either creature or special rock, but it's just highlighting the entrance. Okay, so this is what I found. It's highlighting the entrance to the cave, and the staircase-looking thing behind it is just pointing you towards the... Well, that there is an entrance inside of those rocks. That's pretty cool. Right, so... The plants really aren't dead, though. They don't look exactly... Oh, that's just the... Damn, never mind. They don't look exactly healthy. But not everything's gone yet. Slide reel. Oh, that's what that was. The ring I saw in the tower. So these are the projection devices that I need for the movie theater. Cool. Okay, well, that means that I need to be really, really fast, though. Unless there is another projection device somewhere close by. Hopefully there's one that doesn't get destroyed when you, when the dam breaks. Oh. Those lights are also the wrong way around. Oh, that's because that's the one where I parked my boat. That is so cool. So the light just turns around the other way. And I guess when you want to go, like when you want to activate the boat again, it will just turn back down. And probably what activates it is the boat itself. Like when all four lights are activated, that's telling the boat, hey, by the way, drop down. Something like that. Oh, well, never mind. That's easier then. Another theater here. Maybe I also misinterpreted the screen. Maybe it wasn't a screen at all? Because this is just so strange that they would mostly use this type of technology. Well, I mean, I can put my own light to it. I don't necessarily need to use one of the lanterns. Oh wait, this isn't difficult at all. There are some lanterns in the tower. So I could use those to look at these light reels. I don't know how much time I have until the dam breaks though, so... That probably goes in here. Yes. Okay. And, it's easier to look at these while having a lantern. I don't know, with a little bit of luck, maybe the lantern won't turn off when the water comes. Also, well, no, I could do the cave. I can always access, right? I don't need the water to be here, or do I need it? Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to access the inside of the tower from there. I don't really know. Well, either way, let's take a look at this first. There we go. Right. What does that tell us? So that's the Eye of the Universe. Huh. So they knew about that then. Interesting. By the way, one thing that I'm still somewhat confused about that the base game never really answered. I mean, it doesn't have to. I think it's kind of cool that it's being kept a mystery to a degree. But I find it interesting that whatever signal the Eye of the Universe send out makes it kind of allows you to understand what it looks like. Because this is literally what it looks like. I mean, we've been there, right? So, kind of crazy to me that the Nomai, they weren't able to pinpoint its location that easily. And it's in and of itself still a very mysterious object where it kind of contains all points of time at once. And also, because of that, stays around even after the universe dies and gets recreated through another Big Bang. And yet we're still able to see what it looks like, kind of. Not fully understanding what I'm looking at here, though. So that's... It looks like their potential home planet had a moon. So did they live on the moon? And that's why they saw the planet the entire time. So they liked the planet because it kept their own moon around, I guess? And then maybe they also found the Eye of the Universe. Brings up the question of whenever the Eye of the Universe sent out its weird signal, we still don't really know why it potentially did that. I always kind of brushed it off in terms of, well, the Nomai god... Oh, you need to... 1 second. Camera's getting low. Whenever the Nomai received that signal, I just speculated that maybe it was due to them just being so advanced with their technology that they were finally able to pick it up. But then they also frequently talked about how after they arrived in this solar system, the signal just was gone. So, maybe there was some sort of impulse for whatever reason that prompted that signal from the Eye of the Universe, and both the Nomai and this species picked it up. Might explain why they're here. Because for some reason the Eye of the Universe does seem to be close to this solar system in particular, although why, we don't really know. So maybe this species, much like the Nomai, also came here in search of the Eye of the Universe. I don't know why the lantern would come afterwards, though. Seems like it will be a progression. And what the hell does that mean? Not really sure what I'm looking at. Is it something above their head? Like three... At first I was thinking, well, 3 eyes like the Nomai, but I mean, they look very, very different. Did they develop some sort of third eye because of the Eye of the Universe? Okay, how do I... Oh, wait, I need to turn this, right? Yes. Oh, this makes the colors appear better, though. Probably should have. Okay. Right, so they found that signal from the Eye of the Universe. It looks a little bit like some sort of spaceship control. I like their... what's that called? Ponchos? Pretty cool. Remind me a little bit of butterflies, right? In the sense that they have some sort of... like the pictures on it. Almost as if they were fighting off predators or something. Oh, wait. This is like an actual movie. What's with the creepy undertone in the music? Okay, so their staffs can send out light as well. So they were kind of scanning the signal, yeah. Ooh, hello. Wait, there are way more pictures on this picture roll than I had originally assumed. Okay, so scanning it, right? And that's... Oh, they kind of look like owls with antlers. From up close, huh? And now they have their fire with the... sending out the light. So did something happen to them? Did their eyes evolve? Or what is happening? Is this symbolic or is it literally happening that their eyes started glowing? So they're... What? I don't even know what kind of... It's like a very weird, creepy flute or string in the music. What a strange sound. Okay, so... So he's thinking about the signal that was sent out. Something red. How? Wow, this is so well done! With the music like slowly getting creepier and creepier the further you go through the pictures. That's our small little solar system here, though. Okay, yeah, so the Eye of the Universe exploded, destroyed everything, something like that. But the stars are still around. And they died too? Wow. But why is it displayed as if they're thinking about it? Or is it a memory? Grass grew over them. And they're sad now? Ooh. Okay, that is both a sad and like surprise, but also kind of creepy transition. I had almost expected there to it to change further. Guess they were surprised by it. Did the signal from the Eye of the Universe tell them that, or? And then they were sad, and was it some vision that they received from the Eye of the Universe that it would happen? Okay, this is... What a cool aesthetic. So that's displaying their determination. I guess when they get angry or very determined. Their eyes light up. What is this soundtrack? Okay. Oh. So they knew about the Eye of the Universe beforehand, and they kind of, like the Nomai, almost saw it as like a god, some sort of important symbol. They received that vision of it destroying everything, and that's why they, I guess you could call it, abandoned their faith. Wow. So they burnt that down. What is this, though? Is it expanding? Or does it just look like that? This looks like the film roll that I'm looking at is destroyed, right? Maybe on purpose? Yeah, there's definitely some pictures behind it still. It's kind of crazy. It's like the soundtrack works exactly like you'd expect a normal soundtrack to work somehow. Like it was actually a roll of film that had the audio along with it. So either somebody did this on purpose or it just is too old to display this. Oh, there's a lot of pictures still. Holy shit. Okay, that's their ring world in the background. Yeah, that's the ring world we're in right now. So is it displaying how they built it? I mean, yeah, it doesn't really tell us much about it, huh? There we are again, in this system. Okay, that's them arriving here. So what were the other pictures then? So they received a vision, kind of abandoned their faith because of it. But I guess they were either still curious about the Eye of the Universe, or maybe a sub-part of their species wanted to investigate what the hell is going on. And that's why they followed the signal of the Eye and came here. Okay, that's a really, really cool animation. So they activated their cloaking device, essentially. Okay, and then just stayed around, and that's it. What's the significance of the lamp and the fire, though? Also, this weird... Was that here before? The blue lines from the eye? Or did they want to protect the system in particular? God, the soundtrack of this is incredible. Yeah, something must have been in between. Maybe a debate or something? Whether or not they should come here? Okay. Well, this was pretty incredible. Okay, that's the dam breaking. Yeah, those are the destroyed slides. A couple of them are gone. So hopefully we can find the same thing but intact somewhere. Let's see. It doesn't flood the... Yeah, it doesn't flood this thing. That's good. So we can look at the next one then. Looks like some sort of signal. Maybe the way they located the eye? So 3, like, location devices, and by overlapping the waves, they could pinpoint the exact location? Do they have to make all of their movies this creepy? Maybe that's kind of in your nature if you're a species like that, with like glowing eyes and possibly not visible to most people. Okay. So another projection device possibly? Or turning on the light. So what I saw previously with the 3 eyes up top, right? Was it one of their towers then? This looks slightly different to the ones that we've seen here though. The hell? Creating some sort of chain? So we can... Can we do that as well? Are the chains maybe just invisible then? By turning on the light, we can make them visible? But the tower looks somewhat different to the ones that I'm seeing here, right? Let's see. Hopefully it hasn't fallen over yet, because then I could maybe grab the secret one. Yeah, it definitely looks different. Maybe one of the towers that they had on their home planet. So... let's see, where the hell is the... There we go. I should hopefully be able to very quickly get the... I don't even know what to call them. Movie reel? Picture scroll? Let's stay with movie reel. Slide reel. I guess that works too. Right. I wonder if they made some sort of wrong assumption with the Eye of the Universe, though. Because from what we have learned, right, going through the end of the base game, is that seemingly all the Eye of the Universe does is kind of be there. Like it has all... It's a thing that is not really influenced by time. Oh, I think this is the shrine they burned down. It just essentially has all the existing times in it all at once, right? All states of being, all different, I don't know, events and happenings of the entire universe all at once. And because of that, it's kind of the, seemingly the center and origin point of the Big Bang, maybe? Stays around after the universe dies, but then also is the reason for a new universe expanding again, right? So maybe whatever vision they had, they misinterpreted that. Maybe they thought... Maybe they didn't think about it in terms of the universe dying and then being recreated. Because the... How's DLC going? Very, very well so far. This is... mind-blowing, crazy, everything all at once. I honestly can't believe that they are able to create, or were able to create such a DLC with so many new and interesting things to explore after everything that the base game already did. This is pretty crazy. It's really, really awesome. Just feels like a massive understatement, honestly. But yeah, the ending to the base game is a very, very hopeful one, right? It's suggesting that all of your combined experiences, all of what you've learned, almost combines into hope for the new universe after the end of this one. But whatever vision these people here received, for some reason they thought of it as death and their species dying. I wonder if they followed the Eye of the Universe because they wanted to prevent that from happening. That might be it. Okay, so this is a possible explanation as to what the towers are, maybe? Or all of the buildings that have the green light in front of them, right? God, the music in this. Like, it's really, really suspenseful music, and it has just the right amount of undertone of creepiness in it, right? It's not exactly creepy or horrific or horrifying or anything, but it's unnerving, I guess. Right. So they're entering the tower. Is this... yeah, this is from the perspective of some of them. So they entered the tower together, pointed at the planet that their possible moon was orbiting. Ooh, okay, so I suppose it's always the picture with the planet in it. Whenever we get to those places, that's the one that can, you know, retract and open up. Okay, that's pretty cool. Right, so they're taking their lantern with them. They're entering the buildings. Right. So this is the moment when they entered. This location I haven't been to. Okay, and that's pretty much all that it tells us. Cool. So I think... considering how creepy those places look, right? I think I completely misinterpreted what they are. I still really don't understand the significance of their lanterns and what that might possibly do. I mean, okay, so the problem is that they're all dead. But the Nomai had warp technology, right? Which is why they were able to travel throughout the entire universe. And they even reference that sometimes when they're talking about, I think Anona was it, who originally had or created the design for their first proper warp core that they installed in the vessel, right? Their proper advanced warp core. And that's why the Nomai were able to go out into the entire universe and, well, explore it, right? That was kind of their purpose, with every different clan going to different locations, and then they would reconvene every 10 years and tell each other about their findings, which is still a pretty cool way of thinking about them. Big fan of the Nomai, definitely. I'm wondering if this species maybe did not have warp technology. I don't know. I mean, just because you're able to create a ring world doesn't necessarily mean that you discover warp, right? Those might still be disconnected. I wonder if these shrine thingies that we found, the basements of their buildings, essentially, if they are some sort of hibernation chamber. So they can go to sleep in those places. And maybe that's, maybe the bell in the middle that can be hit with the, what are they called? Like the small little hammers. Maybe they're an actual alarm clock to wake them up again whenever they need to. Just not really understanding the light and or their lanterns. Maybe I'm also making a little bit of a wrong assumption, or maybe I have a misconception about the nature of these beings. Because I don't know, I was kind of making the leap from their cloaking device to maybe, because the pictures kind of seem to suggest that they are also see-through to a degree. So they could alter, or maybe their skin or feathers or whatever they have work similar to a cloaking device, where they can maybe refract light in a way that makes them seem invisible. Because how would they don't necessarily look like proper hibernation chambers or something. I'm just wondering if maybe if they exist in complete darkness, they don't actually live, or they don't age. And so they're just turning off all the lights and then turning them back on again when they want to live again. I don't know. Sounds somewhat far-fetched, but maybe not entirely. I'm really not sure. So, but that doesn't really fit with the bell, though. Unless the bell is somehow able to activate the fire again. Well, anyways, this looks to be the building that they burned down. Wait a second, so at the point of them receiving the message or vision of the Eye of the Universe exploding, killing everything, at that point they already lived in this ring world then. Maybe. So maybe they weren't originally living on a moon at all, but it was this disk ring world orbiting the planet with the rings? It's the Eye of the Universe symbol that was hung atop the building, right? Oh. Wait, there's fuel in these things. So can I use them to refuel the lamps too? Maybe. I should probably take one of those lamps with me, huh? 'Cause I have a feeling that way I could possibly discover more things? I don't know. I still failed to see how utilizing one of their funny lanterns is different to me just turning on the flashlight, but... Is that the dam? There. No. Wait, is it? I think it is. Am I so far around already? Wait, no. No, that's the dam. Well, almost. Okay. So that's the building where I can enter from. Oh, by the way, I just want to commend the game again for how brilliantly they've done the two entrances to this place. Because they're on either side. They make complete sense in how they work and in terms of how their physical location works. And naturally, the first one you'd enter is the one from, you know, the far side of the sun. And that one drops you into a boat. But the other one does not. The one that you tend to enter, well, second time onwards, right? So that's pretty cool as well. Okay. I guess... I wonder if I've seen everything that is that I could see here. Maybe there's something... No. No second floor. Haven't really seen that much of their writing, though. Which makes me wonder if you're even going to get translation at some point, or if that's just not a thing that, you know, exists. Oh. For a second I thought I was taking the entire structure with me, but... Well, let's just move on for now. I want this music to stay around. What? Oh. There's electrical cables here? Or maybe fuel cables? Something up there, something up there. This game, man. How do they keep coming up with such cool concepts? Seriously. So the music only plays if you're traveling with the flow of the water. Oh, that looks really interesting. How the hell do I get up there? Wait. Oh, yeah, that's metal. So they do utilize some metal structures. Some sort of giant bell? It's actually not that easy to get to these things. Flow of the water is quite a bit stronger than I thought. Let's just exit here. I think I'm quite close to the... Yeah, that's the broken dam. Okay. Oh! So this is submerged in water at the start, then. Right. I definitely want to get on top of those cliffs. Look like there's another type of shrine there. Oh, I hope your friend has a wonderful time with this. It really is a beautiful experience. Like every single minute of it. I cannot believe how well crafted the steel seals as well. Not just everything in it, but just like the base game, the pacing is just pretty much perfect. What the hell is going on there? Huh. Is it... Is it there to grab something? I want to say it somewhat reminds me of the Ashton project, right? Maybe that's a bit too much of a leap. Some sort of enclosure with weird, seemingly electricity running through it. Maybe that's what's breaking? Or maybe that is the, like, main generator for the place or something? And so it's, Because it looks like something that could maybe close, so maybe it's not closed at the very start when the dam hasn't broken yet? Sealed vault. Reservoir. Okay. It looks like I found everything here. That's cool. A pair of small rocky islands connected. I found a large metal symbol for the eye of the universe inside a burned out building. Burned slide reel. A slide reel that shows the strangest inhabitants analyzing the eye of the universe. Oh, it's really, really cool that you can watch it back here. I wish it had shown me the other one too, huh? So yeah, that's the vision they received. I mean, the other one was less, I guess, important, maybe. Several slides have been burned and cannot be viewed. Right. Island tower. Oh, well, this is showing the other one. Okay. A tower that sits atop one of the cinder isles. The upper floors can only be reached from the second entrance at the back of the tower. I found a slide reel that shows the stranger's inhabitants opening a secret passage in a round room filled with lanterns and murals. The inhabitants are shown filing into 3 of these rooms throughout the stranger. So... Three goes back to what the other slide was showing us, right? The other slide had these wave-looking patterns on it. And as if they were sending some sort of signal. And it showed chains around towers. But the tower looked different. That's what's still confusing me there. The tower looked different. Maybe on their... Well, did they even have a home planet then? I mean, I'm sure at some point they had, but... Now I'm thinking that the pictures that we're seeing, right? Or the pictures that also show the ring planet, the Saturn-like planet in the distance. I wonder if it's just that their ring world was orbiting that planet or was stationed at that planet for some reason. Because I was thinking that maybe some of these towers, like a similar structured tower arrangement existed on their home world, and they just recreated it in the ring world. That would explain why the towers look different. Could also be that the tower I saw is just kind of it's meant as a representation, not necessarily as the real thing. I don't know. And then the chains around it, that seems to suggest that they chained either themselves off or like something that I was speculating about earlier, right? With it being some sort of hibernation chamber. So maybe the seals symbolize that they closed themselves off in a way, in some way. So the chains had to be broken then, somehow? And maybe light does that. I don't know. Sealed vault. A slide reel from the cinder isles showing a glowing symbol and chains appear around a strange vault. Oh, or this is a different thing entirely. Right, wait. The other slide was showing, on the very first one, it was showing their antlers and this vault thing on top of their head for some reason. Maybe them envisioning its design? So maybe there is a 4th tower that acts like a vault? That's not the bell thing that is close to the dam, though. I don't think it is. Maybe turn upside down or something, but it doesn't have the spikes on it. Huh. Yeah, but maybe that's the idea, that they're also kind of the vault being very loosely similar to the Ash Twin project. And then there's 3 tower locations where they're moving into, and it was somehow sending signals to that vault. Maybe whenever they closed themselves off, it was sending that signal, and so the chain appeared, and they were waiting for all 3 locations to do that. Does that mean that only... How many corpses were in one of those chambers? 10? Something like that? So, if there were only 3 chambers, were there only 30 of these guys? Or... maybe in this particular colony they had 30. I don't know, because we have no idea if this ring world is the only one, right? A low-lying region near the entrance to the stranger. There are wooden buildings along the banks of the river. I found several ornate metal artifacts inside a workshop surrounded by ghost matter. there's more to explore here. Right, I should probably go back there because that's kind of the first location we visit. Oh, wait a sec. So it's the first location we visit. It has a movie theater as well, but I don't think I found any scrolls though. Unless maybe I overlooked one in the building with the lanterns. But I should take another look there. An enormous reservoir with wooden piers and buildings on both shores. Something that I kind of wanted to speculate about at the beginning, but I'm not really... I feel like I'm not really equipped to properly think about that, but... So, the reason for us thinking about the concept of ring worlds is because that way you can generate artificial gravity, right? If it's rotating, it pushes you outwards, and so you have gravity. Kind of a cheap way of achieving that, I guess. And the bigger you build it, the less it has to rotate, and so it would be easier for us to get acquainted to it, right? Because if it's too small, then your brain gets kind of messed up a little bit. I think that's one of the issues that they're currently still thinking about when they're thinking about building space stations that would utilize this concept, is that if you're making it too small, essentially your feet rotate at a different speed than your head does, and so it throws off our natural feeling of balance. I think that's definitely one subject of research currently still. It doesn't really have anything to do with the game itself. Where was I going with this? Oh, right. So, I was thinking that the reason why the water is flowing at all is because water would have a kind of a well, it's working in a way where it's not really, it doesn't want to move, right? So if you're moving the structure around it, the water kind of wants to stay in place, and so when you're inside of the ring world, it appears to be flowing. So if you were then to create a dam, obviously you cannot generate infinite energy using that. At least you shouldn't be able to. So if the water was flowing because it wasn't adhering to the rotation of the station itself, and you build a dam to stop the water from flowing, I don't think you'd be able to generate electricity that way, right? If you were to spin up turbines or something, the water flows through. I think you would also naturally slow down the rotation of your spaceship, I want to say. I'm not 100% on those physics. I guess so, right? Because it has to, like, the energy has to somehow stay equal. And you're essentially converting the movement of the water into, well, electricity or whatever they're converting it into. I guess electricity, although they're not really using electricity, yet it looked like they were using cables that had electricity in them. Maybe they're only using electricity for the ship itself. So all of the necessary spaceship parts that make it an actual ring world spaceship kind of deal, but not for their own lives within the ring world. I don't know. It would be funny if that sort of conundrum with energy is the reason for why it doesn't work anymore. Really interested to find out what kind of problem it has. Right. But before I return back to the dam, I think I want to have another look at the... I want to have another look at the first huts, village thing. Where I found the first theater. Because maybe I just overlooked the projection plates. Oh, that is so weird. So at a certain point, the kind of cloaking device doesn't work properly anymore, right? Like while you're approaching it, but before you can see through it, it almost looks as if the background, so the stars in the background don't move anymore. That's a weird effect. Welcome back. Okay. Well, I would definitely be able to reach the dam. I think maybe you even have to reach it before it breaks in order to be able to get up to those places, right? Because otherwise the water kind of flows everywhere, and so the first parts after the dam would be flooded, while the later parts, the water level would drop. Right. Man, it's... Okay. I'm sorry it constantly paused, but what this game does is it's blowing your mind initially whenever you discover these locations, but as you go on, you find more and more details that are honestly even more mind-blowing than the first kind of time you walk into it. Because I cannot believe how crazy this game combines gameplay and discovery. Because of the fact that it's a ring world and the way it's built, it allows you to, once you go in here, immediately just check your surroundings, see the places you visited before, and sort of in your head make a mental note of, okay, that's where I was, that's where I want to go to, you know, those are the places I still need to check out, this is how it works, right? So not only does it allow your mind to connect all the dots, but it like literally immediately shows you. I cannot get over how beautiful this is done. It's not just the design or the ideas of this game. It's the people that built this are masters in level design and in like, gameplay design. You know what? Let's pick up... I'm just going to pick up one of the lanterns. Let me see. So ghost matter is about there, and then we had to go to through the floor, right? Yeah. Oops. Okay, that's one of the lanterns. Those are just 2 lanterns, though, right? Because I was thinking... Oopsie. I was thinking that maybe there would be one of the slide scroll thingies here. That doesn't seem to be the case. Also, this is definitely the only hut that has these fuel lines running through it. Why is this the only thing that has what seems to be advanced technology in it? That is so weird. So these are their normal beds? And they just designed their... like... modules where they sleep forever, similar to normal beds then? No, that's just a lantern too, right? It's just that, especially from above, the lanterns themselves seem to look a lot like the picture scrolls. Okay, I think I can continue this way without running through ghost matter. Yeah, cool. Right. I very much love the fact that this is always there. I was talking a bit about that at the very beginning because it's so beautifully done. Because it exists in a plane that's shifted from the plane of the planets, so I think it is incredibly unlikely to fly into this accidentally, right? That's probably the probability of that would be exceptionally low. But again, so effortlessly done, and even incorporating proper like orbital physics and whatnot, right? Oh wait, yeah, that's where the planet is. Okay, so seems like it's always the picture with the planet on it. Right. Let's see if I can light this thing with the fire, or if I need the fuel from the church-like structure. Honestly, I don't really like that I'm getting used to these corpses being here. Because I feel like at some point the game's gonna throw in a live one at me, and that's not gonna be a great experience. Okay, I can interact with it in some way. I already tried removing these ones, so that's not possible. Okay, since they're already clearly dead, I guess whatever weird possible light interaction existed here just simply doesn't work anymore because they are dead. Okay, that's the theater. But there is supposed to be more here, so... wait, there definitely wasn't a slide scroll here, though. Unless this building also has a secret entrance? No, it can't really have one, right? Because it's way shorter than the tower. So it wouldn't really make sense for there to exist anything either up top or below. Ooh. Well, that's certainly interesting. Oh, that's the light effect happening again. Okay. No fire, yeah. So, these towers, the antlers that they have on top, clearly they're capable of sending out energy or some sort of signal. So, I think that's what I saw on the picture, right? So we have 3 towers or 3 locations they went into, and they're sending out signals. The question being, what kind of signals? I don't necessarily think that it would work similar to the Nomai extracting their memories. So it might be that the only signal they're actually sending is a signal to turn off the light or turn it back on. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I also misinterpreted the weird bell thing in the middle. Maybe it's not only a bell or not a bell at all, but maybe something that goes above the flame and can make it dark, and then it could lift up again and places filled with light. What would be the significance of all of them holding a lantern, though? That's the detail that I feel like contradicts that somehow, right? Because if it would work that way, that everything needs to go dark for them to hibernate, why would they all hold a lantern unless that was some sort of backup? I mean, clearly whatever they tried did not work because they're all dead, right? So, Although, what I don't know at this point is if they only ever went into these towers once. Because they might have used the towers to travel here. Maybe they didn't find the Eye of the Universe either, or something like that. And maybe when they detected that the ghost matter was going off, they just tried using the same towers they used to travel to shield themselves off from it, but it didn't work. Or maybe that's why that time they took a lantern with them. I don't know. That doesn't really seem right. Oh, that's such a beautiful effect. So I think I was right in thinking, I never noticed that before. So when the light flickers, all the little triangles on what I think is kind of a screen projection type of thing, they flicker too. Yeah, I think that might be another hint at it being an actual screen type device instead of a window. Projection device, whatever. Although it looks to be 3D, right? I wonder how they're doing that. It might be reflecting light in a very certain way to achieve that effect. But yeah, clearly signals are being sent out and received. For some reason I can't really explain right now. Okay, that just leads back to the original hut. But since there is a theater here, I'm pretty sure that there would also have to be a slide scroll. I wonder if I already ran past it at some point and just didn't realize what it was. I wonder if we'll at some point find whatever device they use to take pictures of themselves. Because clearly photographs were kind of a big deal for them. Yeah, I don't think I can open these up. And I already used... Well, I already put light in it, right? So... there is no slide in it right now. Ah, there we go. I think I might have actually looked at this at some point. Probably didn't realize that would be able to pick it up. Right, so all of these... Oh, there's another one. Cool. All of these things on the wall. Shit, I need a lantern. Please don't break it. There must have been a lot of slide reels in those, right? So were they purely for recording or also entertainment? Probably both. Oh boy, this is gonna break though, right? Guess I have to look at this a little bit more quickly. Right. But in this picture, it definitely looks like a moon. Not like their ring city. Oh, okay, so we're gonna get 4 types of information. That's cool. Right. So I suspect that the third theater, the reels that we'll find near the third theater, are probably gonna explain what the hell the oil lanterns are about. Right, cool. Okay, so this might be their quote-unquote origin story. Why do they constantly display... Oh, wait. But this is our solar system, isn't it? Is it just coincidence that they're... Were they always here? That looks like Dark Bramble isn't broken up yet. Right? The 5th planet still exists? Am I completely misreading this, or does there... Let's maybe just look at it. Okay. Right. I'm definitely beginning to think that they were always in the solar system. So the Eye of the Universe sent out its signal. That's probably the very same signal that the Nomai received. Right. Oh, no, never mind. Okay. That's the system they were in. But the way they were displaying our solar system is definitely the point before Dark Bramble broke up. Okay. So that is their system. It has the ring planet and the funny little moon next to it. Cool. Signal goes out. In this perspective, the moon looks even more special, right? It's like glowing rivers running through it. They're receiving the signal. can't get over the music. What an incredible design choice. And then you're the one influencing the music yourself by looking through the pictures, while at the same time it's the same type of music. It's kind of what they're doing at the very end of the base game, where you're adding all the instruments together, but in this case it's like adding a layer to the music every time you turn the slide wheel. Okay. So they had telescopes and whatnot. They received the signal. Oh. Did it, like, burn their eyes or something? Or is this just a... No, it... Very much still confused about whether or not their eyes got burned, or if that's just supposed to be metaphorical here. So they... That's the vision. And then everybody looks through it. Okay, so I think that the ice lighting up was just kind of a metaphorical thing. I don't think they're literally burning their eyes looking through it. I guess then the flame, right? So if I go back, the flame emerging here, either it's also just a symbol, or maybe that's how their telescopes work. It could literally be that whenever they pick up some sort of radio signal or whatever kind of signal you could receive from outer space, maybe it creates like a certain flame or something, and that way they can look at it and study it, right? Okay, so they're pointing at it and they see the signal being sent out, right? Okay, and this part is broken again. I wonder, is this simply broken? Is it, because it looks a little bit as if, I don't know, some spores or something have accumulated on its surface, right? Huh. Did it break in the ghost matter explosion? Okay. So this seems to be their ring city being built. Okay, so they built the ring city after receiving a signal. Interesting. What we don't know, though, is if they were already quite technologically advanced, or if receiving the signal from the eye prompted them to advance their technology. Either way, they built it. Oh, I like this. Is this like their solar panels expanding or something? Or is this literally how the thing moves? Does it spin up like a giant turbine in space? That doesn't really make much sense, but I mean, it could still be some form of propellant, maybe? Clearly they're capable of, I don't know, light travel? I mean, it seems to be pretty fast. Right. They arrived in this system, and that's it. Okay. Right. Okay, so first slideshow shows receiving the signal, building the ring world, and arriving in the system. Cool. And the second one, I guess, mostly explained the actual vision they received, right? Wait, where did I go? There we go. Pick up the second one. And this should show their, I guess, first tower hibernation chamber thingy. Yeah, I watched the second one. So it had like the initial slide, right? Had the 4 symbols on it. And I was already at the big tower that eventually falls over. that has the vision that they receive from the eye of the universe that everything is gonna die. Supposedly. Okay. Still not entirely sure what this means. Although it could suggest, so all 3 chambers they have, they're sending out their signal, and only if all 3 signals are activated does their weird closure thing close. Right. That might be that weird bell thing that is hanging in the, like behind the dam. It looks slightly different though, maybe. So it's enclosing something. They're shining light on it, they're creating chains. And that's it. And on the second one I saw the second chain being created, but it didn't really give much else in terms of information. This shows it being closed up. The other one didn't really show much more. Just the second chain being created. It seems so similar to what the Nomai were doing with their like memory device on Ash Twin, right? Although at the and I also wonder why the other picture shows like a third small person child thing. Can I get up there? I feel like most of the normal sort of cliffs aren't really gonna give us that much. Ooh. Oh, fuel level already critical? Ooh. Really? Nope, that's not gonna work. Maybe you're not even really supposed to go up there. I don't know. Seems like what's most important are the structures themselves, right? Less the rocks around them. Swimming against the current. Let's just get to the boat. So I feel like this might have been everything that you can discover here. So I probably want to go to the third location now. That's the... I mean, at least according to the log, I saw everything there. I just need to be sure... that looks like a broken bridge. Let's try, although that might be somewhat difficult to do. Do you need to go right pretty much from the beginning to be able to go there? Because that's what it looks like. Maybe I want to go to that one then. Let's see. It's so awesome. I can't get over it. You don't even... This game doesn't even need a map. It just allows you to look at the game world, and that's your map. There's no need for a map, right? Why have a map if you can just look up and see where you want to go? Okay, this would just lead to the tower, right? So I'm pretty sure I've looked at everything here. Okay. There's the cables that looked broken. They look like actual cables, though. So I'm still thinking that their actual spaceship technology is definitely using electricity of some sort. Ooh, can I get to the... Oops. Ah! There we go. Please pick it up. Nice. Right. Okay, From far away, it looked like the bridge over there was broken. So this might be a little more complicated to get to. Huh. Yeah, it seems as if most of the sort of surroundings, cliff sides, aren't really that important. Kind of just background. Oh, the water's coming in. Huh. Oh, I just realized. Okay, the moments of being mind blown in the DLC are definitely far more condensed than in the base game. Not that the base game, you know, is bad in any sort of way in that degree, to that extent, right? But these truly mind blowing moments, like realizing you can get to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge by waiting until it gets sucked into the black hole and emerges on the other side. I cannot believe that they were able to create so many more moments in this DLC, so much more condensed as well. So the way this is designed is that the sort of the initial part, as I already said, right, is lower situated because of the wave running through it. And the later parts are situated like further up because of the water being higher. But then the beginning of the loop has the dam intact, while the end of the loop has it broken, so the water level changes, but it also changes in a way that corresponds to you, kind of to your exploration, what is it called? Like, to your progress, right? Because you can get to the first parts really quickly, so you can get there while the water level is still low, and I don't know, it's just... Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's just, the level design in this game, I think, well, in a funny way, this level design is probably gonna make me not only think about level design more in other games, but probably gonna make me realize how bad the level design can be in a lot of different games. Like, this raises the bar for level design, honestly, to an almost unreachable height. Because I think it would also be somewhat unfair to always keep this in mind with every single game, because the basic structure of the game itself just is purposefully built in a way where it just pretty much perfectly works together with this level design, but it also, yeah. It probably will completely destroy my perception of what good level design is in other games. Which is obviously very high praise for this game, but yeah. Right, so this place, at least from this side, is completely inaccessible, which means... Let me take a look here. That's where the tower is. I should have just gone to the tower then, potentially? So if I would have parked my boat right there, what I'm looking at, I should have been able to go around that way and enter that that cliffside over there. And then I would be able to enter where I'm trying to go. Cool. Right, so... since that's not really possible from here anymore... Ah! Shit! I'm not... Can I, like... push you? Ah, there we... No! Oh, my light's still on, right? Let's see. Nope. Huh. Yeah, running out of fuel really isn't that great. Can I... Let's see, if I only turn on that one. Come here. Oh, not that one. There we go. Well, now it doesn't move anymore. I need to be quick with this. Really? Ah, there we go. That was more complicated than it needed to be. So it's pretty cool. These things get slightly destroyed so that you can actually get your boats out of it. Even if once the water comes. Yeah, running out of fuel. I mean, that's why they give you fuel at the... where was it? The destroyed church thing? But since I didn't come by that location, I just don't have it really. Yeah, now the water level has dropped here. That's so cool. Okay, let's see. Can I... Please let me go over there? Right. Slightly wondering why that structure is necessary. Maybe it has something to do with the device they built. Also, did they turn the tower upside down? I guess they did? Why is it upside down? Or is that what happens in the beginning? Is it like falling over and we just don't get to see it because it's behind the dam? Well, I mean, I can answer that question by just going there if I'm, you know, fast at the beginning of the loop. Why are these bridges there? Is it just for structural integrity? I mean, there has to be a reason behind the dam being here. Why would the dam be made out of wood if those structures are made of metal? Or were they used to close this area off while the dam was being built? Huh. Now that doesn't really make much sense though, does it? Because I suspect the dam probably was built while they were building this entire thing in the first place. Which, at that point, no water would have been in it, right? Ooh. Really? Let me jump up. Come on. There we go. Oh, that looks awesome. Yep. It's a screen, all right. Those are RGB lights. At least I think they're supposed to be. Yeah. It's so crazy. So they built a giant screen, huh? It does very much make me wonder, though. I mean, they could have also just turned... Whenever they arrived in the system, maybe they turned off the screen or something. Or rather, not turned it off, but made it display the solar system so that they could see where they were at. Oh, wait. I just realized something, though. Eye of the Universe sent out a signal. I very, very strongly think that it was the same signal the Nomai received. The Nomai were able to warp here pretty much instantaneously, although they then crashed and had to rebuild a bunch of their technology. According to the slides that we saw, these guys had to build their ring city first before, like, after receiving the signal and before coming here. So I think, in terms of timeline, they probably would have arrived here much, much later than the Nomai did. Although at the same time, I wonder if they still witnessed the Nomai being here. Maybe not. But if the Nomai were already dead, well, then they would have found all of their structures, right? Maybe it's not the same signal after all, or maybe the city just didn't work. No, that can't be it. At that point, they wouldn't have been able to properly display the... No, never mind. Wait, on the slide, I even said myself that dark brambles still appear to be intact. So did the vessel of the Nomai prompted dark bramble to break apart? How would that work, though? Did they accidentally warp into the core of dark bramble and made it expand? How does it correspond to the plant, though? Like the weird seeds inside of it. There's definitely some funky stuff with the timeline going on there. Even more pictures. A lot of these pictures, I mean, it's obviously very, very difficult to tell, but a lot of these pictures do seem to have the same people on them. Oh, nice. Next projector. Although I'm missing a lamp currently. Might have to take a lamp with you to look at this, huh? Ooh. Oh, it's very, very difficult to remember to turn off the light at the correct moment. Ah, picture from their home planet. Was just wondering if, since, at least in theory, not that many of them existed here, maybe that's why we're constantly seeing similar pictures, right? Oh, that's an unfortunate door. I see the scroll, though. So you do have to come here relatively quickly, too. And I am wondering whether or not I have to take a light with me. Although, theoretically, there should be... No, wait. This might be the fourth location. Like the fourth theater? Not the third one, right? Yeah, I suspect it is. It's another one of those brilliant things where nothing, absolutely nothing so far in this DLC has had anything to do with the Nomai whatsoever, right? And yet it still seems to be able to give us new information about their backstory as well, right? Simply by suggesting that, hey, maybe there are some timeline things going on here that we weren't really aware of before. Well, I probably want to go back here anyways and take a quick look at my log. Thankfully, they did include the movies in the log, which I think is a pretty cool idea. Cliffside building, right. Reservoir. Oh, that's just, yeah, more things to discover. So, let me try to go in order. So the river lowlands is where we arrive first. And what we see there is them receiving the signal and building the ring city to eventually venture to the solar system. Slide reel that shows the origin of the stranger and its inhabitants. I'm still wondering where they got the name the stranger from. Don't know. It's a cool name, but... Several slides have been burned and cannot be viewed. Right. Sadly, I don't think we'll be able to view them. At first, I thought that maybe eventually we'd be able to find completely intact slides, but I think it's supposed to show that, well, clearly something went wrong, right? Okay, and then I saw, so this is the second one. That's them, I guess, scanning. So this must have been while they were already underway, right? They were scanning the eye, and they were receiving this vision of the eye eventually killing everything. Although it looks to be very, very different than the universe being wiped out, right? I mean, there's still stars and everything in the background. Huh. But that's why they burned their stuff down. Ooh. Wait a second here. So Right. I didn't really make this connection before. That's them arriving here and cloaking up. Cool. I wonder if they decided to cloak because they saw the Nomai, maybe? So, the one thing that I hadn't completely realized before is they received the signal from the Eye of the Universe, and much like the Nomai, kind of looked at it as a possible... I don't really want to say godlike creature, but I don't really know how else to describe it. So, something that might yield, you know, a lot of really, really important knowledge. And so that's why they actually built churches or shrines for the Eye as well, much like the Nomai did. And the Nomai were discussing back and forth if they should even do that, right? If, like, should we look at it as a symbol of sorts? Was the signal sent out specifically to us? Was it calling out? Was it just random? I guess we can kind of, in a funny way now, determine that, yeah, it was a random signal. It was something that was just sent across the universe, not to anyone specifically, which seems to suggest that the Nomai were already kind of, or at least some of them, kind of had it wrong, right? It wasn't meant for them specifically. Which is something that humans also tend to sometimes forget, is that, you know, we're really not that special at all, in a lot of ways. Yeah, you can watch the slides again. I was actually quite surprised by that as well. I thought it would just give you a like a short description of what you can see, but they're actually playing back here, which I think is a pretty cool idea. Wait, it wasn't like that on release? Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, well, you can definitely also put it into words. It's just, the slides are very, very cool. I think it's pretty awesome that you can watch them back and simply for viewing pleasure, if you will. Right, so we have the cliffside building. I saw a building marked with a unique symbol recessed into one of the canyon walls, but the bridge that used to lead to it has rotted away. There was a cave entrance door to the left of it, though, so I'm pretty sure that if I somehow am able to go, like, on the other side, I mean, I want to go there anyways, but pretty sure that I'm able to access it from the other side somewhere, or maybe from below the water or something. And then we have the sealed vault. Or you can even switch through the slideshows, that's cool. Slide reel from the river lowlands showed a strange vault being closed and sealed with chains and a glowing symbol. And a slide reel from the cinder aisle showed a glowing symbol and chains appear around the strange vault. Okay, so they're all, like, they're congregating those slides into the sealed vault, because they all are connected to it. Right. So we see the vault being sealed up here, and see the first chain appearing, and the second slideshow explains kind of what they were doing as well, right? Because this was the one where they're all going into the buildings, I think? Or is it not? No, never mind. This is just the... Wait, where's the one where they're going into the buildings? Wasn't I able to view that as well? What was that? Oh, it's this one. The island tower, right. This shows them opening up their, well, whatever it is. Weird little shrine things. Everybody goes inside. Watching it back here. Now I'm wondering why it's so disconnected to the sealed vault. Maybe it's something else entirely? I mean, clearly the tower itself still somehow connects to the whole vault ceiling. A slide reel that shows the stranger's inhabitants opening a secret passage in a round room filled with lanterns and murals. Inhabitants are shown filing into 3 of these rooms throughout the stranger. Maybe it's just separate because it's an additional explanation or something, right? Because it's not directly related to the vault. Okay. Still thinking about the whole timeline deal with the Nomai. Is that why they were cloaking? Because they didn't really want to be found by the Nomai? Did they think they were dangerous to them? Might not be related at all. I mean, it also heavily depends on... kind of what the Nomai even did. The thing is, going through all the different Nomai things that I was able to find, I know that they also stayed in the solar system for quite a while, right? It definitely took them some generations to be able to recreate their warp and everything. But in the grand scheme of things, I always thought of them, or their timeline, to not necessarily be super long. I guess in the sense that their vessel crashed, right? They sent out their escape pods. Sure, they had to build like cities and stuff, but especially with their technology, I was like under the impression that it took them, I don't know, a maximum of maybe 100 years or something to build everything that they did. Maybe a bit longer, but not that much longer. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But it doesn't feel like it took them like 10,000 years or something. That would be very unlikely. It would just be very strange if these guys arrived here before the Nomai, so Dark Bramble's still being attacked. Why would they just wait? Were they just not able to locate the Eye of the Universe and decided to just wait it out? Maybe they hoped that they would receive another signal from it to be able to locate it more clearly? But then at some point the Nomai must have arrived. Unless they just completely missed that. Maybe they went into their hibernation thingy and just completely missed the Nomai coming by? I don't know. Definitely still missing some very, very important information here, but... Also, that part looks suspicious. Why is there a lake? I wonder if I can somehow go there. Maybe if I can jump up those cliffs? I definitely want to go to the back one first. Okay, so once I'm at the city, I want to go as much right as possible, and then the next right as well. Okay. I like that the small crate with the lantern on it is there. Almost like it's always reminding you, hey, by the way, this is where the lanterns are. If you need one. Ooh, that was a bit too far this way. I think I need to push it off again. These rafts are honestly quite a bit more powerful than you initially think. Quite fast. Makes me wonder if these people here ever just traveled along the river for fun. Probably, right? I mean, imagine living in a place like this. I think I would like start off my day with just doing a round in the cool ring world. Just for fun. Okay, I don't want to go in there. I just want to go past it. Okay. Need to be careful to not go past the corner though. So let's maybe try to slow down a little bit. Guess this works. Not exactly elegant, but it gets the job done. Right. And of course, naturally, just seeing the light cone is a proper target for you entering the area. Oh, whoa, welcome back, Driven. Okay, good to know. Okay. Still wish I would be able to read this. Huh. Oh, hello. So they have actual elevators then. Where does that lead though? Okay. For a second I thought I should explore the upper parts first, because when the water rushes in, they might still destroy the buildings because they're built on like these long pillars. But the down parts might be completely inaccessible when I do this. Oh, wait a second. This goes up? Oopsie. Didn't it come from below somewhere? Guess it didn't. Okay, so this is the third location we saw. Yeah. The one that's in the cave here. Right. And the planet is here. Okay. Let's just take a lantern with me. Because I don't think I've ever done that. Right, if you don't really realize that you can just look at where you need to go, might be quite difficult to understand that you need to go there, or how you get there, right? Hi, buddies. Please stay dead for now. Okay. So there's one missing in the second one. I don't think I can do anything with the lantern, though. Unfortunately. I mean, I don't even know what I would have been able to do. It was just a thought. But... I mean, it's interesting that they also have 3 of these hammer things. Maybe to indicate different frequencies that are being sent out or something. But only one of them ever strikes the thing, so... Maybe that's what went wrong? Do all three of them need to hit the bell, and then it sends out 3 signals like depicted on one of the slideshows, and then everything gets closed off properly? Maybe that's why they're dead? It's very, very creepy. I mean, I've gotten used to it somewhat now, but I'm pretty sure that I would definitely freak out if one of them... Like, I still imagine this place working like the, like Selenum's corpse on the Quantum Moon, where if you turned around, all of them would constantly change their posture. I feel like that would be pretty crazy. And I'm definitely not so sure about the one that's missing from the second tower. Don't know why, but I get the feeling that I'd eventually meet them. Although maybe they're not a corpse, but actually living. No, please. I mean, Selenum was really friendly eventually, so... Right. Does the elevator not do anything else? It really just leads here, I guess. I fear the bridge is gonna break once the water comes flowing. Although, is it? I mean, the water certainly is gonna flow, but... Oh, that was very intelligent. I was thinking, wait, I turned off my flashlight. Why is this thing still moving? But, well, if you're literally holding a lantern, then there's no point turning off your flashlight. Okay. I guess... Let's look at the other building first, though. It is one of those things that is actually really, really easy to accidentally trigger here, I feel like. Because especially, the place is pretty lit up for the most part, right? So if you're just walking around normally with your flashlight on, you sometimes just don't really realize that it's still turned on. And then you just approach a door or something and it's just constantly closing and opening again. Huh. Okay, nothing here. I did see a possible entrance over there, though. Wait, where was it? Just saw it. I'm pretty sure there is a way to get through to the other side. From the thing. Yeah, over there. With a is that even a flame? Oh, wait, wrong thing. Huh. A flame with one of their slideshows. Do they wanted to dispose them? Somehow delete their knowledge for some reason? Man, these are pretty beautiful spots though, right? Imagine just hanging out here. I mean, now it's a bit desolated maybe, but usually probably a pretty cool place. Also, this is kind of my first look at the dam when it's not broken yet. Okay, that's just a boat. Okay. This would probably just launch us off again. Why does this place also have fuel lines? And this is missing its second half? Maybe you can only open it from the other side? Maybe this enters like the actual proper control thingy of this place. Okay, that's the dam going. That looks really beautiful. Huh. The hell is this? Did I just run into the chair? That was weird. Oh. Wait, that's the place behind the door. Ah, okay. That's the water rushing down. Oh, wait, I cannot go in there. Hmm. Is that just the game being wonky? It might be, yeah. Might just be a weird reflection. Because for a second I thought that maybe these are monitors too, but yeah. Okay, what the hell is this though? Huh. Those look like doors, right? It might also be light activated, but there's clearly also something to the right and left of them. I always forget that I can zoom in. Yeah, those doors are light activated. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Maybe you can just point light through it? Maybe these are supposed to be like 3 chambers that are being sealed off? Why is one of the lanterns a different design? That is strange. Okay. So... I mean, these could be some sort of, well, memory storage devices, something, right? Like the tower that has been sealed off? Like individual for all of the 3 things they entered? I don't know if that's really, if that would fit. Clearly there has to be another way to access this. Maybe from down below, but I don't really want to take the boat because that's probably going to take me further away from here. And I don't really want to do that yet. Okay, thankfully it looks... Okay, the big bridge breaks. Wait, both of them break, huh? That's unfortunate. Yeah. All the bridges break. And that's broken too. I don't know if I'd be able to jump up. Doesn't really look like I'd be able to do that. Okay, that looks like another theater type deal. The door I still need to enter. Well, I can... I guess in theory just come back here. Was there anything else in the room with the... No. Pretty sure that I looked at everything that was there. Well, at least now I know that there is nothing on this side that I need to worry about anymore. At least I'm pretty sure there isn't. Also, I didn't see any... Well, except for the closed off room, obviously, but I don't think you'd be able to enter it from here. Unless there's some way of activating that specific door. Maybe I could jump over, though. Gravity might be a bit too strong for that. Oof, okay. Is it broken now, or was it always broken? Yeah. I don't think that any of the slides existed on the other side either, right? Except for, well, maybe behind the locked door. Yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. Huh. Okay. So next time I'm coming down here, and I need to go to the left side pretty much immediately. That cable isn't sparking, though. Or is it not a cable at all? Pretty sure it is. Oh, wait. The other ones are sparking because they're in the water now. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. Jump to the only floor that isn't really doing much. Can I move you out of here? Of course not. Oh, it just caught my boat again. Guess I'm just going over manually. Well, at least now I know what to explore here, and I know that there isn't really much that I can do with the other side for now. Let's just do this. It's honestly quite a bit deeper than I'd imagined. I mean, now the water's... No, wait, the water has receded from here. These could definitely be closed at some point. So they had some, I guess, proper way of closing them at some point? Maybe externally controlled for some reason? It looks so disconnected from everything else, too. It doesn't even look like the chains would... I mean, they can move over there, I guess, but can they actually, like, pull it up? I don't... maybe. Maybe if there's some sort of... Maybe if they're running through those metal beams. Nothing really here either. Boink. And I would be very surprised if you could somehow access it from below. That seems very unlikely. Yeah, it's just closed off. Interesting pattern, though. What did I just say? Okay. Never mind. I'm surprised. Okay, you can just go in here? Wait, but it's also... It's wooden inside too. Oh. Huh. Well, I completely misunderstood this then. So it's like a wooden, I don't know, bell thing? But it's metal up top though. We have the same device here. That's in the different rooms. And this is the actual thing that we saw closing off. And it has the chains and everything. Yeah, that's what surprised me. I thought until now, I thought that this was this weird bell thing I'm in now, just turned upside down for some reason, but... I mean, so I got in here, but it doesn't really help me opening this up. So if I'm correct in saying that they can send out signals, I'm guessing that maybe I'm somehow able to activate these bell type things in each of the rooms, and doing that in all of in all three rooms would subsequently open up all three chains and allow me to access whatever's stored inside, whatever green glowing thing they put in here. Why is it glowing green? Well, okay, it is very much like this game to have multiple ways. Like, you can discover it yourself, or if you don't, then eventually something's going to tell you about it. Yeah. Kind of suspected that that would be a thing. Kind of spoilers, yeah, but not really. I mean, yeah. As in a diving bell, that would also fit well. Which makes me wonder why... I don't know, maybe that's a bit of a far-fetched thought. But it's weird that it's submerged in water, right? That's a very weird detail. Yeah, it's fine. It's like... it makes sense that there would be some sort of other explanation for it. Or a hint that you can get there. Submerged structure. A large metal structure suspended by chains. It can be entered by swimming from below. I'm still quite intrigued by their way of building things. Seems like they always utilize metal to encase wooden structures in it. It's such a weird way of doing that. There is a sealed vault illuminated by green fire inside the structure. Right. Pretty sure that I can do something with it. Found a strange vault wrapped in chains and marked with 3 glowing symbols. Yeah, that was just a kind of a wrong assumption on my part then, because it, at least in these slideshows, it does make it seem a little bit bigger, right? I don't know. Maybe that was just because I tried to make a connection between this thing and the towers that I've seen. But coming back to what I was saying earlier, ghost matter, for the most part, right, has always reminded me a little bit of radiation. I think that's kind of what it seems to be modeled after, right? Because that also corresponds to what we learn about it slowly evaporating over time, but it just taking a really long time. That is pretty much how radiation works, right? I don't know if this is just... I mean, obviously it's just complete speculation, but would they put some sort of radioactive core in here? Is this somehow related to ghost matter? I don't really know. Just strikes me as very odd that it would be submerged below water, almost to keep the radiation inside, even if something was to go wrong, which clearly didn't really work because the dam broke, which now means that it's not submerged anymore. Hidden gorge. A narrow gorge along the rightmost branch of the river. There are dwellings built at both cliff faces high above. Right. So that's why I need to go back. I need to explore the left side. There is another theater there, so I'm gonna try to do that first. Hopefully find all the slides there. It's probably gonna tell us about the third of the 4 things. So something to do with the lanterns. It might actually tell us how to access the room with the 3 weird lantern symbol, vault structure, metal cylinders. And then the door with the flame that had a broken or destroyed seal on it, or a slight seal thing, probably leads through the cliff to the other side where there was some sort of hidden thing. I think it was this one, right? So a building marked with a unique symbol recessed into one of the canyon walls, which I speculated that maybe that had something to do with them wanting to get rid of some knowledge for some reason. Which would at least somewhat contradict the slides that are only partially destroyed. Unless there was somebody who tried to rescue that. Like maybe the person that possibly didn't die, that is missing from the second tower, maybe they kind of tried to rescue the slides or something. I don't know. I might be off on that. Wait a second. Why is there... Oh no, never mind. That's just a star in the background. Wait, is it? Why is that one blue light in the background? That one. Moving. That's not our satellite, is it? Are some of the stars just randomly moving? I never noticed that. Oh, wait a second. No, never mind. It might be the probe. I think that could be the probe. Because that is blue, right? Yeah. I was really confused. I was looking at this and then the blue thing in the background, and I thought that, wait, the satellite was red though. I think that's the probe, yeah. I was really confused there for a second. I thought I had discovered some sort of, I don't know, this structure related satellite or something. Or maybe our satellite had turned its light to blue or something. But never mind, it was just the probe. I do still wish though that, or although maybe I just didn't discover anything with it, I kind of wish that the probe would have a, I don't know, like some sort of cool discovery Easter egg to it when you land on it. It might have, and I just didn't see it, but... Right, so let's just go back to the same place. Interesting that, well, this hut has the light on it too, right? And it looks like the hut is kind of a storage place for the lights, if you will. So they're taking them out of there. Maybe what I was looking at earlier, the metal structures, maybe there's some sort of forge? Because the lights are made out of metal, right? I mean, it would be bad if they were made out of wood, right? So... maybe they're created in that closed off room that I saw. Oop. Bit too fast. There we go. You do need to be somewhat careful to not accidentally go past the location you want to go to. Why am I constantly turning my light on and off? I guess I just want to not inadvertently move in the wrong direction. Seriously though, just kinda... Oh wait, what? I'm already way too close. Almost forgot to turn right here. But it just now struck me again. So these guys were able to create giant RGB panels on the side of this thing to display what the outside looks like. And yet they're still using these weird projection slides. That is such a weird, I don't know, such a weird contradiction in my mind, honestly. Okay, well. Oh. This just leads back here, right? So you have to take the elevator. I didn't even realize. When I first came here, I thought that there was like a staircase over there, but I guess there isn't. And I probably shouldn't just... I shouldn't waste too much time. Although once I'm over there, I think it's not really a problem if the water breaks, right? Okay. How did I not see that it came from up top? Guess I was too fascinated by the rotating wheel then. Right. Let's take this bridge. Boy. Sometimes these structures look a little bit like they look like they're built wrong, but that's because of the like fairly steep curvature of the entire place, right? So they look kind of off in relation to each other, even though they're, well, properly built. Right, let's go in there last. Although, but yeah, doesn't that look like they're definitely destroyed, right? As if they were using that place to destroy their slides. But then they also had giant racks of them at some point. It seems odd to me that they would want to destroy them. Because I mean, your usual instinct would be to collect all of them, right? And just... Oh, that's just okay. Whatever's happening to the structure itself. Right. And this seems to be another theater. Oh, hello. Another closed off door. Huh. Unusual, but okay. Oh! Wait, shit. Oh, wait. No. I need a light. I completely forgot needing a light. Wait, where's the... There we go. That would have been bad. Rather pretty disappointing. If I didn't have a light. Right. Let's put this in. And... Don't know where that door leads. Maybe it doesn't lead anywhere. Okay, that's the entrance to the place. Wait. There we go. Okay, let's see. I see two. That one and that one. Yeah. Seems about right. Let's start with this one. Hopefully that's illuminating us about what these lanterns are supposed to be. Because it looks like they didn't even have them originally, right? They must have created them in response to whatever signal they received from the eye. Huh. Okay. I also like the, well, what appears to be their ship's bridge control room or something, because that also looks wooden. But that is definitely an intact Dark Bramble, though. Right. Ooh. I wonder if they positioned their ring world like this so that they could keep the rotation of all the planets in view. Because this way, no planet would ever be behind the sun from their perspective, right? So they could just observe them. That's the theater we're in. So they're all sitting down, and I guess they're learning about their past, where they came from. Man, their home planet must have been beautiful, right? With their structures and everything. I mean, clearly they built the ring world to make it look exactly like their home planet. What is flying? Oh, those are like fireflies or something? Okay. Right, so I think what I misinterpreted as spores or something in the beginning is just glass kind of breaking apart because of heat. So it seems like these parts of the slides were actually put into fire, right? Or were being burned away. Well, that makes me even more curious now. So somehow they decided to burn only part of it, not the entire thing. So they kept the parts that they wanted to keep for some reason. Like the actual history, or rather, at least the explanation of what they did here. Okay. Wait, that makes me wonder if, did they do something that they later on realized was bad, or that they... Why would they want to erase essentially their memories? Or their heritage. Because they definitely still kept a lot, right? I mean, the whole part about the eye sending them some sort of vision. Seems more likely that you would want to get rid of that, right? Right. Okay, so they created these rooms, built a fire in the middle. Everybody took their lantern, and they placed themselves in the pots. Their music, man. It's kind of beautiful, almost a little bit like church chanting like. And then you have this weird, like an owl that's being tortured or something. Oh. I think I completely misunderstood what these lanterns are. So they have like a lens in them that's focusing the light and that ignites them? Is that what I'm seeing here? So they ignited all of their lamps, all right. So if I were to take a lamp and... But didn't I point them at the fire? I thought I did. Maybe you still need to fuel them though before you're doing it? Right. And then they're starting to sleep, I think. Okay, and this is already the beginning. There's a lot missing from this one though, right? I feel like there's more missing here than in any of the other ones. And at least in some of the other ones you were still able to see parts of, like when they built the Ring City, for example. But why would they want to get rid of that knowledge? Huh. Because, I mean, they're living inside of it, right? So... And it still showed that they traveled with it. So did they try to keep a specific part of its construction a secret then? I guess at some point I need to test out how these lanterns work, huh? But even if I do, still kind of missing the point? I mean, it heavily depends on what the hell they even do. Or their fire does, or something. Because... If it's supposed to, I don't know, keep them alive over large distances, or... keep their memories intact or anything like that, then... Wait a second. If... I mean, clearly the lanterns do something, and the fire does something. No idea what it is yet, but it does something. But only when you sleep? Question mark? So... I don't know. Honestly, got nothing in that regard, I think. That's too weird. Because I have no idea how a fire would even interact with anything. clearly they didn't burn themselves, so cannot be that they, because that could, like, I could see them, like, if they thought that interacting with the eye of the universe was the wrong thing to do, or I don't know. Yeah, clearly that's not it. Okay. So the beginning here is always the same. They're activating this. Interestingly enough, the fire there looks very different though, right? Didn't really pay attention to that previously. Why is that normal fire? Is it just random? Is it just the device being different? How the hell are they even creating this chain? Now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe it's kind of metaphorical again? Can they somehow influence matter by pointing that light source at it? Maybe the metal does play a bit more of a role than I thought. It definitely strikes me as odd, their choices of material in certain cases. But I mean, it's definitely there in the end, right? I mean, I've seen this thing. It's closed off via 3 chains. It's not like it's doing anything else. Okay, and that's it. Huh. Very little new information here. Aside from this weird door. But I mean, the doors are... they interact with the light. I don't think that those lanterns... I don't think that they would do anything different. Wait, is the dam still... it's not broken yet. Wait. Where is it? I don't want the bridge to break. Maybe the focus stuff just works differently than what I thought. Wait. This down. This down. Pick this up. Focus. Seal. Nope. I don't think roasting a marshmallow is going to help me here. I don't know. So, however these lanterns work... oh. I guess it damages me when I run into it? Yes, okay. So you can burn yourself on the fire. Makes sense. Huh. Wait a second. All of their lanterns still burn them. Okay, I might still... maybe I'm just missing fuel? I mean, it's definitely something I can still test. Maybe... I mean, I don't really need to take anything else with me, right? So... might as well just keep this thing in hand. Let's see. I think this just leads down to where I already was, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is always broken. Unfortunate. Okay. I mean, if the fire has anything to do with keeping them alive at all, then why are they decomposed? At least partially. Like, shouldn't it have kept them alive? Is this just... Are these doors from the other side? Why are these all suddenly, like, built the other way around? Huh. Oh, this is also closed. Damn it. Every single time. Such a loud sound as well. I mean, they knew what they were doing. Or why they were doing it, rather. Okay, it's basically the back side of the doors. But some of the doors, they can be opened from both sides. But these ones cannot for some reason. Oh. Wait, is this table higher than the other ones? Okay. Well, now it's open. Right. So, there's nothing really down there at all, except for... It's a weird picture. Pictures don't look different, though, when I'm looking at it with the scout, right? I don't think I've ever tried, but... Taking a photo of a photo? Oh! Didn't realize they had a lantern symbol on that one, too. Were there a bunch of lanterns in it? I don't actually remember. Okay, so... If I... Where the hell is the door? No? I think it's the actual picture I saw. That's a very different picture, though. What the hell is that? What is that triangle thingy? Are they playing chess or something? Do they have some sort of triangle chess playboard? Ooh, there's another... there's another slide thingy here. Kinda looks like a weird game that they're playing, huh? Space chess? Hidden casino? That would actually explain why the doors can only be opened from the inside, right? They're like hidden game room with the backroom deals, or the table with the really, really high stakes. Okay, wait a second. Where the hell is the door? So I guess I could try to shoot my scout drone in a way where it opens up the door. So I would have to put it at the back wall over there, I think. Let's put this down for a second. Nope. Wrong wall. Does that count? I think it counts. I think I heard the door move. Technically, it should open and close now the entire time. Yes, it's definitely... Does it not open while it's still moving? Oh, it might actually be easier to do that from here, huh? Okay, that's easier said than done. Nope. Oh, I cannot shoot it through here? I thought the other door sometimes opened still, even if you were just pointing your light at them. Maybe not? It's really difficult to do, though. Can I do this differently somehow? Right. Because I can see the door move, obviously, when I move my thingy here. But I guess it's really, really difficult to... Is there a... Because it also takes... I don't know, like half a second for the scout drone to be retrieved. So it's not immediately going to... Because I need to hold the button, right? Huh. Nope. Shit. I thought I could do this based on the sound or something. I must be off somehow. Is this really how you're supposed to be doing it? Because this seems really difficult. Can I, like... I cannot turn the light off, right? Once you put it somewhere... It's just always on. Is it maybe not the right... I wonder if you could do this more easily with the artifact. Okay, this is right next to the door, but isn't exactly easy to see either. Because it's obstructing my view to the thingy on the door. Ah, there we go. Just a bit of experimentation. Where did their weird chessboard go, though? I mean, these might just be their beds. It could literally just be that. Ooh, that looks interesting, though. Whatever they're doing on the picture, clearly it's not here anymore. Didn't realize the picture? Huh. I wish they would have left the, whatever weird chessboard it's supposed to be behind, so that you could look at it and, I don't know, figure out what it does or how it works. Because it does seem to be some sort of, I don't know, 3-person chess, maybe? Doesn't something like that actually exist in real life? I feel like there's, because there's like this, the weird 4D chess thing, right? There we go. Put this in. Okay. So that looks like the outside of their ring world, correct? The, like, whenever I approach it, where the landing bay is. What? That doesn't look good. Okay, that's the landing bay. I mean, that thing rotates, right? I was gonna say, okay, it's the top leftmost one or something, but it rotates, so... I guess I'd be able to see it? Or did they... What happened? Oh, great. Oh, that's an error message, right? So it's probably blinking. Error, error, or I don't know, caution. What is that music? Oh, that's creepy. Okay, at first I thought that maybe they also launched some sort of small probe, right? But now I'm thinking that maybe it's breaking somehow. So this is... something broke, and it was displaying an error message. But they recorded this, so... did they fix this? Oh, hello. End of the loop. Right, the other music was over it. Okay. Okay, two possibilities here. Either I can look back at what happened and maybe find out something about what broke, and or whenever the dam breaks, maybe something similar happens. Although even if it does, I'm really not sure what it would tell me. I mean, something's breaking off and cool. Huh. Well, this is a very good point for a bit of a break though, because I want to eat something. I'm going to take my lunch break. So let's save and go back to my menu for that so that I can start over with a fresh loop, although it's kind of the same thing, but this way we have the nice background and music playing. Anyways, yeah, I'm going to take a small lunch break, my usual 20-30 minutes. Hopefully it's not going to be too long, but I definitely want to continue playing this. This is, well, as I mentioned, no idea what I was expecting, but this DLC is everything I expected and more, or everything that I wanted and more, I should say. Absolutely incredible. The way the place is built up and everything else is more perfect than I could have imagined, and I just hope that it's, well, I shouldn't say hope, I'm pretty sure that it's gonna end as spectacularly as the game does. But I also have absolutely no idea how far I'm into it, how much there's still left to go. Part of me wishes that it never stops, because it is, I mean, it sadly has to stop at some point, right? But the amount of discovery, mystery, how it all comes together, I feel like I know so much already about the place and about, well, I've certainly discovered quite a bit, I feel like, yet at the same time, as was the case with the Nomai, the thing that in the end brings it all together, clearly I haven't seen yet. And I feel like there are a couple more mind-blowing discoveries to still see and discover. But yeah, I will definitely be continuing, but I do need to eat something since it's been, I pretty much haven't gotten out of my chair in the last 5 hours, which not the most healthy part for the body, although the mind certainly is a very healthy part for your brain. The game is. What did I just say? Yeah, you know what I mean. Anyways, be back here a bit after my lunch break. So feel free to stick around, but if you do need to head off, obviously I understand. So already a big thanks for being here, discovering this with me, for the follows that have come in, I think, and yeah, if you want to stick around, I'll be back, and I will be going definitely for some more hours and hopefully see more insane discoveries. Be back in a bit. Right, there we go. Whew, I'm back, filled with my space rations, I guess. Ready for another cycle of exploration. Oh, it's been a bit, right? The the letters have been drifting apart quite a bit already. Right, let's resume the expedition. Honestly, one thing that I'm also incredibly intrigued by, although, because I think at the very end of the game, we were talking a little bit about how it's obviously different for people who've done the DLC before they finish the base game versus people who've done it after finishing the base game. Well, granted, I haven't seen everything yet, right? So I don't know, I guess, what is still to come. I definitely don't know what possible connections there could still be between the Nomai, between whatever this species even is. Very interesting that we haven't even really gotten a name. I mean, I guess that's partially due to us simply not having a proper translator for their language as well. But, welcome back. Let's get back into this. Yeah, but I'm just wondering if, certainly with the Eye of the Universe playing such a big role in the DLC as well, having witnessed what it is, especially also the conclusion to the entire game, it does certainly shift your perspective a little bit. I don't know if it necessarily, at least so far, I would say that my overall experience with the DLC would have largely been the same, no matter if I had played it during the game or after. I wonder if if somebody doesn't really know that the radio tower is connected to the DLC, I wonder if they speculate that this is somehow connected to something else. That's difficult to say, though. It does seem very, like, even with how the rumor map and everything is displayed, I think it was kind of instinctual almost that I didn't check out the radio tower further. Because it did seem somewhat disconnected from most other things. But there could still be quite a big perspective shift going on, I'd wager, in terms of how you view the DLC. Because, I don't know, it's... The DLC so far, I would definitely say it has the creepiest moments of the game. Definitely. And especially with the very ominous music that plays when you enter the ring for the first time. Like when, for the very first time you approach the ship bay. It had some very, very ominous and almost dark music to it. So, and I would say that the ending of the base game has an incredibly hopeful tone overall. I think I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream today. So, yeah, I wonder what the perspective shift could be there. If you'd view the game in its entirety more... well, obviously not negatively, but, you know, with more of a, with more mixed feelings towards it all. Although that would quickly change when you actually see the ending, right? So overall, the end result would probably still be the same. Well, whatever. Let's check out the DLC more, and hopefully we'll be able to answer that question more clearly at the end of it. Okay, so the three things are going into it. That makes a lot of sense. These are the three different sites we were at, the three different rooms thingies they went into. That is a good point, though. Right, I hadn't really considered the, I guess, pacing implications that this has. Because it is so so disconnected from everything else, if you were to go here during the base game and didn't really realize how disconnected it was, and considering that it is also incredibly interesting to venture into it and to see everything, it kind of puts everything else on halt, right? And you would probably maybe go through everything here first, unless there would be some sort of, I don't know, natural way to pause it, or maybe if you were stuck on a puzzle, or maybe then you would go back. But I can certainly see that it kind of breaks the pacing of the base game a little bit if you explore this for a very long time. Because, yeah, as you said, it's, well, I think partially the reason for why it feels so much longer as well. Certainly the amount that is there is definitely, well, a lot higher than on some of the planets of the base game, because obviously the base game has a lot of different planets and so on. But it's also that a lot of things from the base game obviously connect to one another, right? So the information that you get on one planet pertains to puzzles on another one, and then, like, I don't know, for example, the tower on Giant's Deep that tells you about how the quantum imaging works for the quantum moon, right? So it all works in conjunction with each other, which is, I think, definitely one of the big, beautiful aspects that the base game has, is how well everything connects and brings it all together. So, yeah, this would definitely break it up a little bit, but then again, it's also very, very difficult to say, because you would need to have, I don't know, two twins playing through it in two different ways, but even that wouldn't really work, because much like quantum meta, you'd only really be like, if you were to tell them, hey, by the way, one of you does the DLC while playing the game and the other one does it after, like, telling them that would also make the complete experiment irrelevant. So I don't know. Oh, right, sealed vault. That's where I found new information. So we saw the third thingy, which didn't really seem to tell us much more. Slide reel from the hidden gorge showed a glowing symbol and chains appear around a strange vault. Right. Then we saw this. A slide reel that shows the strangest inhabitants congregating around a strange green fire. Several slides have been burned and cannot be viewed. Fire is still a very, very strange thing. Also, another part that I find quite curious is that ghost matter, so far at least, only ever appeared at the very beginning. Almost makes me wonder if my initial assumption that they also perished, much like the Nomai, because of the ghost matter event, is maybe false. Maybe instead they were somehow able to utilize ghost matter. Maybe that's what changed the flames? So they were somehow able to incorporate ghost matter into their flames? It has a very similar color, now that I'm really thinking about it. Right? This sort of turquoise, greenish, bluish tint. What would that mean, though? If you're thinking about ghost matter in terms of radiation, what would the fire be, then? That doesn't really make much sense. Wait, the loop ended while I was watching? What? Oh, right. I was actually wondering about that, because I think it might have not shown the update. So it might be that I found a slide reel in the hidden gorge that shows an explosion blowing a hole in the side of the stranger. I guess it did update, right? Because this is the slideshow that I was watching. It is here. Yeah, for a second I was thinking the same thing, because I was also quite sure that it didn't show any, like, ship log updated, right? Because I was still in the slideshow menu. So I was thinking that maybe that's why there's a question mark here, but I'm guessing the question mark is here because I need to go to that location for it to fully be unveiled, I'd imagine. Found a slide reel in the hidden gorge that shows an explosion blowing a hole inside of the stranger. So this slide reel, that was in the hard to enter room, right? Where I had to do the weird thing with my probe and the light. But technically, it was only hard to enter for me. So during the time where they were still alive, this would have still been just a record of a hull breach or some sort of problem occurring. So at least my initial assumption would be that they fixed this. Or try to anyways? Or is that why they entered their chambers? Were they not able to fix it and entered their chambers because that way they were safe? Difficult to say. Although, I'm guessing based on that explosion, at least from what it looks like. Oh, whoopsie. Right, I went back to the main menu, so my HUD indicator isn't there anymore. This one, right? I do very much appreciate how you can pretty much the whole time just have the same marker. You never need to change that. That's pretty cool. Still wonder if anybody, well, really depends on what the likelihood of that is, but wonder if somebody actually found this thing on accident somehow. I highly doubt it, but then again, never underestimate randomness, right? I mean, the thing has two sides, right? Since I'm approaching it now, might as well look for the hull breach. Well, I'm saying hull breach, it's just... I don't even know if it's a hull breach so much as just a problem. Aren't there more lights here? Wait, can I try landing on this thing? Would it drift away? Oops. It's still kind of rotating, right? Honestly, looking at... Huh. Looking at it like this... Things appear quite a bit bigger than I thought. Huh. Did the satellite angle every time? Oh boy. I mean, I can see the... Okay, so I can see there being a person who maybe went into it accidentally, but then they would also have had to record it or something, right? And the likelihood of that, I think, is, well, lower by a large margin as well, so... Although, nowadays, I guess you could maybe record it after the fact. This looks much smaller, though. Oh, wait, or is it showing? No, never mind, never mind. It's like zooming in, so it's only showing... Because I was confused that there were only 2 lights, whereas on this ring I saw 3, but it's kind of zoomed in, right? So that you can only see the outermost 2. Well, how do I know which ones there were? I mean... I'm sure once I see the one that's broken or was possibly fixed, I could see it. Just wondering if I possibly overlooked a way to see which one it is. Or if you just have to check manually. Because I'd imagine it might be on the other side of the ship, right? Or the ship ring. Whatever you want to call it. Nope. I think that's just a kind of a metal marking. I sometimes feel like things are moving way more quickly than you'd anticipate. Oh, there we go. Guess that's the one. There we go. Are you staying? Are you slowly drifting away? Wait a second. Can I maybe park behind this thing? Yeah, I think that's... Oh boy. This honestly feels somewhat terrifying because it's so dark in here. Guess I need to orient myself by the... Where the hell... That's the sun. I think I kind of confused myself here. Didn't I park behind the second most? There we go. That should be the one. Oh. What? Oh. Right. I forgot that it's rotating. So landing like this actually makes it a lot easier. I was trying to land on, well, like that way, right? Instead of just using the natural force that is created by the, well, artificial gravity spinning thingy. Wait, this is... Okay, when you're looking at this from the ship, it doesn't really seem that big. I mean, I guess it makes sense considering that this contains the entire, like, ringed city. Why am I calling it ringed city? That's a Dark Souls DLC, isn't it? Ringed habitation module, whatever. But... Ooh. Why is there another one of these bell things here? Flame? Possibly fuel lines? So does that mean these things are behind all of these round... whatever they are? Are they some sort of lens, maybe? That's a lot of air blowing out into space, huh? Because I was thinking that these big green things are kind of like solar panels. Now I'm wondering if they're somehow here to focus light into these, like, lens things? And maybe that provides the energy by igniting the flames? I think I know where I am. Let's close the door. Look. Oh, right. Right, so this is the room that I was looking at through the window. I'm still really surprised how they built this. Like, so there are wooden structures all the way inside and then like a metal casing on the outside. But the way they're connected is so almost strange, I want to say. Because the metal parts, right, they're really, they feel like, well, the outer shell of the spaceship. But this now feels more like a back room, like a technician room or something, right? And yet it's still built like the other huts. Okay, so I can open up these doors. That's the one with the weird lantern for some reason. Were they utilizing these to ignite the lanterns, maybe? Because that would certainly do it, right? Focusing the sunlight into it. But why though? What would be the difference? Oh, hello. So that's an actual working lamp. Maybe I need to grab them from here? Maybe I wouldn't even have been able to ignite one myself then? Although that seems odd. The way they look, though, it's very different to what I expected, honestly. What the hell are these rooms? Why is there a chair inside? What were they doing here? But wait a second, there's just a giant wooden panel behind it. What's the connection from this to the outside? Oh yeah, that is true. It's everything. Well, I think that's like because it's equally dark for me, right? That's not the stream. That is my actual screen. I think it's a bit of a combination between the the sun having decided to shine very brightly today for me, but also the HDR settings on my monitor. Might have to look into the PS5 setting. Sometimes I feel like the HDR, like whenever they prompt you to make the symbols barely visible, I feel like that doesn't always properly work for every single game. Although, I mean, it creates a cool contrast, nonetheless. And arguably, these parts are supposed to be dark, right? It's literally outer space. Ah, well. More shelves, okay. These fuel lines are almost so random. So if this isn't even connected to the sun in any sort of way. Well, I guess it doesn't really... It wouldn't really make sense anyways, correct? Because the outer part is a big ring. It has these 3 lights and then a bunch of them, like 6 times or something, around the ring. If for some reason the lights have these small little, I don't know, casings, metal plates or something next to them, they go all the way around. So they look, from the outside, you'd assume that they are some, I don't know, just metal thing that they utilize in order to put the whole thing together, right? And to hold it together. So it might have just been an accident that, like, the way the outer shell looks might not even really be connected to whatever's on the inside at any given point. Because to me, it just looks like whatever happened in here just exploded for some reason. But why would it? Oh, that's the dam breaking. Never mind. I thought... For a second, I thought something flew into the ship, but that's... I mean, who would that be? That would be creepy. Are these maybe some sort of test chambers? Did they build these to test their lights, maybe? What would happen if you were to point one of them at the middle point? And then, for some reason... But if one light can literally blow their ship apart, then why would they point, I don't know, 10 or however people were in one of those chambers at them? What? Did I... Were those... memories? Is it showing... Yeah, it's showing me the same thing again. So one of them picked this thing up. Pointed it at the fire. Went to sleep. I guess that's them sleeping. They woke up again and... something happened. Maybe. Wait, one more time. Was that from... Yeah, it is. Because for a second I thought that maybe the lamp would be an actual recording device, like a camcorder. But it even showed them picking up the lamp, so... Do they record... memories? Or something? So maybe these chambers were to test that feature? Why? Oh, wait, can I not pick this one up? Is it... Ooh. I guess not. Oh, does... It also looks quite different to the ones that I can hold, right? I'm just realizing. I wonder if this is going to do anything. So a bunch of them also... waited for them to go in here? I halfway expected to be able to maybe copy those memories over into this lamp by looking at it with the lamp, but that's not the case. Huh. It only happens when you look into it though, right? No, okay. If you go through the light. Wait, was the weird bell thing a little bit, or was that just them sitting? No, that must have just been them sitting down, right? I'd imagine. So what exactly is the difference here? Why does it do this? Because when you go into one of the chambers with all of the, deceased corpses, they're still holding lanterns, right? And before the dam breaks, they're also still burning. But this never happened. And also the, I don't know, this light effect clearly doesn't exist there, so... I mean, it does look quite different, right? It has... Or is it this thing but rotated? But I mean, I'm pretty sure I already tested like all the buttons. You can only do these two things. Nothing else. Well, I have a feeling looking at that might reveal some secrets, but before I do that, let me, I guess, walk into that light. And what's the significance behind the other lamp then? Okay, so they're picking up the other one. Sitting down. Looking at the fire. Huh. Was there fire in their lamp? What? I guess there never is. I think I even need to double check the other one. So the lanterns they hold, at least at the point where they're picking them up, the lanterns themselves are never really burning, right? So do you need a non-burning lantern? Oh, I just realized. Because for a second there I was thinking, wait, yeah, but it doesn't allow me to sit down and doze off, but it does. We had that feature the entire game already. Because you can skip time while sleeping at a campfire. And it gave you the same option here. What kind of brilliant... Did they plan this from the beginning, or was this... What the hell? Okay, so... maybe something's gonna happen if I just doze off with a hand in my... not with a hand in my lantern, but with a lantern in my hand. Okay, one sitting here in the middle. Why not, is this just a normal table? Almost looks like one of their movie screen thingies. Okay. Oops, didn't want to close the door. Nope, don't want to open you either. What does this mean, though? So, they were doing memory experiments of sorts? Or something? It is somewhat annoying that you constantly need to turn your light off to not open and close doors randomly. Bunch more of these things. Right. The problem is, I think, unfortunately, the dam has already broke. Oh, am I so far into the loop? Tower has already fallen over. I mean, I can come back here, I guess. Still not even quite sure. I wonder if once I have... well, I don't think the photographs are going to contain any memories. Right, so... maybe this is the manual on how to use all of this. So next time, I pretty much want to come back here right away. Take this thing with me, take it to the theater to view it. Which is pretty good that I'm basically still exploring, or want to explore that cave over there. So I can just come in here, take that with me, view it, and then, unless something super revealing or something else that I want to do appears, I can then enter the cave. Cool. But this is... Oh. Somehow I did not notice that the middle one doesn't have the focus ring on the front. So did they use 3 different designs then? I mean, this... Maybe the slide scroll thing will tell us about the history of the lamps? So were they somehow experimenting with different designs? But how does that connect back to the two to the two lamps that are still seemingly active within the chambers themselves. Like, why do they exist? Or how? If they were still testing the design. Unless they already had one and they wanted to modify it for some reason? I mean, clearly the one that had no focus did not work. Or, Is that maybe why one of the chairs was empty? So it's got no creepy reason that one of them is still alive, but it's that maybe one of them was missing because while they were still testing whatever device this is, they got sadly blown out into space and died in an explosion? Huh. I mean, that could be it. I mean, that's the beauty of the game with the loops. I find that such a brilliant idea in terms of discovery, because it breaks it up naturally to where it always gives you a moment to think again, right? It gives you some new piece of information, some cool new discovery, and then it gives you like a couple minutes to think about it and really contemplate what you've learned. So in that way, I think the loop is quite... I wonder how long they were experimenting when they were creating the game in terms of how long the loop needs to be. Because it's so integral to a lot of their, I think, level designs as well. It feels like a lot of the stuff, especially in the base game, was purpose-built to where you would always have at least one new discovery during the loop, but also allow you to pretty much traverse most places. Like, for example, in the Hanging City, it almost feels like you're supposed to do like one section of it per loop or something. I mean, obviously there's going to be people who do it faster, there's going to be people who do it slower, but yeah, that's why I'm wondering how... It must have taken some extensive testing, honestly, to make sure it felt right. Which is quite difficult to do, because if you realize that something doesn't really work, then you'd have to not only... Like, you cannot just willy-nilly change the duration of the loop. You'd have to change the level design, right? So at some point they probably had to decide on a certain length of the loop and then design the levels accordingly rather than the other way around. Because otherwise, like, if you extend or decrease the time of the loop, you'd have to redo most of the levels probably, at least to a certain extent. Damaged laboratory. A laboratory with 3 test chambers. The second chamber is badly damaged and can be entered through a hull breach in the side of the stranger. I saw a vision-like recording of someone picking up an artifact and going to sleep in front of a green fire. The rest of the vision was distorted and difficult to make out, but a flame seemed to appear inside the artifact. I mean, yeah. Didn't I already mention that at some point? That I thought that they went to sleep, and that's why they're... Right, we saw that, didn't we? They went to sleep, their lamps ignited. And I guess they were somehow they were able to utilize these lamps as a memory storage device. I guess. And then they sent their memories to the submerged structure, to the vault? Maybe? I'm still failing to see the point, though, because in comparison to the Nomai, they didn't really seem to have a way of extracting them again? Or, like, The huts where they go to sleep, they're still just made out of wood. So if something were to happen, right, it's not like the supernova-proof Ash Twin project that keeps memory safe. I mean, it's very cool that they can seemingly store memories in lanterns, but if your body then dies, decomposes, what's the point of having a burning lantern? Unless that can somehow reverse the process, but, huh. Well, anyways, let's go back to it. Maybe the scroll is going to answer some things about it. Let's go back to the laboratory, pick up the scroll, view it in the theater, and then enter the cave. I do need to keep in mind to eventually try just dozing off in front of a fire with a lantern, though. Technically, not that much should happen. Depending on what the lantern designs mean in the first place, I'd imagine maybe it would just ignite the lamp, and then we'd be able to view my own memories, maybe, up until that point. I mean, that's what it looks like they work. Or how they work. It can all be cool. Yeah, fair point, fair point. Guess I'm still somewhat more of a fan of the Nomai. Well, it's just that I think the Nomai, since we understand them, they, you know, you automatically feel a bit more sympathy towards them. These guys just seem, well, incredibly mysterious still. There we go. That's the, this time do it right and land on the thing instead of on the big moving ring. Cool. This is just a giant metal structure though, right? Yeah. At least that's what it looks like. Maybe it really was just an accident that this thing just so happened to be behind one of the lamp things. I don't really think there's any deeper significance to that. Oh. There we go. That's what I wanted. Right. Let's pick this up. Open up the door. So once you close the door here, you're just not able to enter it again? It's a completely sealed off room? That honestly seems... I mean, I guess they are quite dangerous test chambers, maybe? Or are they, though? It still seems odd. Unless there's something to the doors that they were able to do that I'm not for some reason, where they could still maybe open it with a specific device. Maybe their lanterns can like shine through the doors or something. I don't know. But that does strike me as... Oh, no. I forgot the lamp again. Oh, well. I think there's definitely still some time before the dam breaks. I mean, yeah, the electricity has to flicker first anyway, so... Right. Although I have to say, being able to store your memories in a lantern, apparently, that's a pretty cool tech as well. Even if not supernova proof. Right. Are these just 3 different designs? Right. Huh. So it's the exact same thing we just saw. Entering the chamber, just this time from the outside. instead of the person sitting in it. Oh boy, are we gonna see the second one explode? Okay, so they're looking at the fire, they're dozing off, and then they're waking up again and shaking their head. So something didn't work? It's music. It's also crazy to me that all of these things have, like, different music, right? It's never exactly the same one. They're actually quite different to one another. I'm just a bit confused by... where did the lanterns come from that showed me the memories? Because it doesn't look like it was here that's at this point in time, right? Almost have a feeling these slideshows might even be connected to it. Maybe they can... I guess if you were to watch them and then try to store your memory into a lantern, that could also work. Okay, so this is the second one, the one that exploded. So dozing off and then boom. So somehow the lantern's design was to... Because it's missing the focus, right? So is it just... How would that happen? Because what's here that can explode? Is the person exploding? That would be kind of a horrific... discovery, right? I do like how they bring it back to the... Like, this is the same sort of burnt off effect, right? That we saw in the other ones. Right. And there's also a bunch of green stuff going on. Which, well, most likely is the fire, right? It's really, really... difficult to pick up on anything that might have happened. So without being able to focus it, it somehow... Where's that to the right? Is that just the explosion happening still? What am I seeing? What is this? Why is it suddenly showing like a ring? It's almost as if the perspective shifts entirely, right? Like we're suddenly seeing things from the perspective of the lantern or the person inside of it after the explosion, right? So we're blasting off into space and then... something's lying on the floor. Third design, third attempt. Music change. Beautiful. And then this time, it works. I love the nodding motion. Right. The entire time I thought that they must have had some actual recording device, right? Which, well, in a weird way, I guess they have, but these slide scrolls must have also been based on actual memories, right? So it's literally somebody seeing this. It's not a recording or a camcorder or anything like that. It's a person seeing this, and I guess after they had a successful experiment, they were somehow able to extract these memories again. So, maybe if you're shining the same light from the lantern onto one of these scrolls, it inscribes them with the actual memories or something? That would be pretty awesome, honestly, if that's how it works. Right. Okay, so they were testing different lantern designs. That makes sense. Still not 100% on where the hell those other two lanterns that I saw their memories from suddenly came from. Because they weren't part of this recording, right? Huh. And what does it mean for all the burned off parts of the other scrolls or slide reels? Because it's not... Like, the person that viewed this, I'd imagine it was the same one for all three experiments. So it's not like they died or something. So how is it that the slide reels are burned? Maybe my assumption with the memories is somewhat off. Maybe they still have to go through some sort of process. Maybe we'll find out, honestly. Well, that brings this symbol into a new perspective, though. What does this mean, then? Like, literally deleting memories? What? Oh, boy. Huh. Suddenly ghost matter again, huh? Okay. Electrical thingy going off. And now I'm here. It has to be connected to ghost matter, though. Somehow. I feel like there could be a bunch of really... Well, having the solutions while somebody else is figuring out that, I'd imagine that is really the fun of seeing somebody play through this game, right? Okay, that opened up the door. This looks like some sort of shrine again. Oh, is it another burnt one from the Eye of the Universe? Nothing here. It is somewhat annoying that you have to turn off your light, but... There goes the music again. Right. The real joy. Can definitely understand. So they destroyed their shrines that were related to the Eye of the Universe. Okay. How does that relate to possibly burning away your memories? Is that just supposed to symbolize that they wanted to forget their connection to it or something? What the hell is that? Is that their device for recording these things? For creating the slide reels? Man, I feel like there's a billion different implications that this could have, and it's honestly quite difficult to, I don't know, sort through your thoughts on this. Oh, there's different symbols on here, though. Wait, okay. Seemingly doesn't really do much. It's different moon phases? What? Their home planet? The sun. A star. Us? Question mark? No idea. An astronaut? Fire. Why is that even here? Assuming this was at some point the Eye of the Universe, then... Or, not the Eye of the Universe, but a shrine dedicated to it, then... Or a church. Is this just creating... a story? Is it similar to the slide reels in that you can just... I don't know, create some cool images and stories on the fly, or... Hey, there's a lantern here. But would there be some sort of password for it? I really don't understand. Man, there's so much... Yeah, sadly, you can only ever experience it once for the first time. Just, yeah. I mean, that's true for everything, but especially for this game, it is such a profound experience. Okay, I feel like I'm missing like 5 different things about what these memories are supposed to be, or how it all interacts. So we have these slide reels that contain actual pictures that seem to work somewhat like what we know from our world with like photo slides and stuff. And they tested lamps that would have the ability to contain memories. Yeah, and I suspect that the slides are their way of playing those memories back. I just fail to see still how that connects to the lamps, so I guess maybe you can just, I don't know, press play on the lamp. Maybe there is some sort of way to activate them, and then maybe it needs to be pointed at one of these, maybe this weird device that I just found, and it creates one of these reels and puts all the memory pictures on it. But there must be some fundamental connection that I'm missing, because somehow there has to be a reason for why these things are burnt off. I don't understand what the connection is between a person witnessing a literal explosion through what I assume to be their eyes. Like, obviously an explosion, especially a very bright one, would be very, very difficult to see. So maybe when you're playing back those memories through a lamp in order to record them on one of those reels, the light in that particular instant was just so bright in terms of what they saw that even playing it back on the lamp, all it did was burn through the glass they were trying to record it on. That could be it. It doesn't really explain why the other scrolls look burnt, though. I mean, that could still have been done on purpose. But they didn't necessarily show things I felt like that would be correlated to some sort of bright light event. Especially considering that, for example... Wait, but they were... A bunch of them clearly also weren't only memories, now that I'm thinking about it. Because there are actual slides that are just, well, kind of like a PowerPoint presentation, right? Like an introductory slide that tells you what you're about to see. And so, I mean, maybe they just inserted something. Maybe it is like a movie, so they recorded their memories, but you can still manipulate them. I mean, I guess if you're thinking about it in terms of a glass lens or shot or something, you'd still be able to do something to it, almost like a photoshopped image, right? So maybe the burning was just intentional by somebody who didn't want those things to go out. Ah, cool. Awesome. Just leads back this way. Okay, never mind. Right. So obviously I'm still missing quite an essential part of this, which I suspect I'll find eventually. But the reels themselves didn't really have these symbols on it. And honestly, this doesn't really strike me as a device that would be here to create them. I don't think. I mean, purely looking at it, you'd maybe assume it was some sort of just multiple, like a CD deck for 5 CDs. They're placing 5 memory reels on top of each other, and then maybe the different symbols just indicate how, I don't know, brightly illuminated the images are or something. Obviously, that can't be the entire solution, because that would be kind of a boring one, maybe. But why put this here as well? I guess, maybe I'm thinking about this too much as a church, because it's really not that. They must have they must have looked at the Eye of the Universe somewhat similar to what the Nomai were doing. So, sure, they definitely also created kind of a faith around it, but at the same time, it was definitely also in pursuit of knowledge. So, I don't want to say the opposite of what the church was doing, but kind of. But, yeah, so maybe it's also a school at the same time, or I don't know. No idea what the symbol means, though. The thing is also, it doesn't really look like it's been painted over anything, right? So I don't think so. Maybe it's supposed to symbolize that they were trying to recreate some memories, or were they trying to get their lost knowledge back? But how would that work? Oh, oopsie. Thinking so much, I didn't even think about the ghost matter here. Ooh, no. Never mind. I thought I was already through it. Well, might be good, because I don't think I would have really been able to do that much more, considering that the dam already broke. so many theories, yeah. It feels so crazy because it... Well, I definitely had this happen once or twice in the base game too, where you just get this feeling of, hey, you have all the info you need, or at least most of it, to get to what is actually happening, but you're just not able to. I don't know, I feel like I'm not necessarily close to the solution, but at least I feel like I'm somewhat close to understanding what these reels are and how they really work, but maybe not. Yeah, the meditation. Or I guess I still would have... I don't know. I do like to go through the loop in its entirety because it also gives me time to think. I found a slide reel that shows 3 experiments conducted with 3 different artifacts. The 3rd experiment appears to have been a success. What is also very, very strange is that this was all done after they left their home planet, right? Home moon, whatever it is. Because this clearly appears to be on this ring vessel ship. That's not entirely true, though. The initial thing... wait, which one is that? Let's read this first. An abandoned temple marked with the symbol of a burning slide reel. It can be accessed from a passage in the hidden gorge. There is an interface upstairs that can be used to line up symbols in a vertical sequence. I wonder if this is somewhat similar to the vessel's coordinate warp location thing. In that I need to come back here at the very, very end to input some sort of sequence that'll get me to, well, honestly, I don't know where, but one of the slideshows. Which one was it? Maybe this one? No, wait, this is the second one, right? With the Eye of the Universe? One of them showed the signal that they received from the Eye of the Universe, and they were watching it through a telescope. And the telescope had a lantern or some sort of like flame thing in front of it too. No, I think it was this one. Right. The first one, signal being sent out, and now there should be somebody that looks at this guy. Right. So signal comes in, ignites the flame, and the guy's watching the flame? And then for some reason this is burned. And I don't understand why it would be. And clearly these can't be memories, right? I mean, they are also stylized, especially with the Eye of the Universe being an actual symbol instead of the real thing. I was gonna say it might have something to do with their eyes. Being able to somehow perceive something within the flames that we're not able to. But that cannot really be true because we were able to see memories through those weird 2 lanterns that for some reason seemed to focus light where the others didn't. Well, I have all the information from here. So I guess I need to go back to the reservoir, as it seems to be called here. This probably will also like point this way, right? So there was a structure on the left and one on the right. The right one has the vault. hanging down. Probably want to go to the left one first. Okay. Hey, the probe's going again. Huh. Guess it's not that unlikely that it flies roughly in the same direction as this thing is located in. Oops, that might be a bit fast. Guess we're entering normally this time. Not through the weird laboratory. Oh, wait a second. Isn't that one of the symbols that was on the reel? So does that symbolize one of them being in space? Or something? Or does it symbolize this entire structure? Well, anyways, does it really matter where I go? I think I might want to stick to the left for the most part. Oops, that wasn't great. No! There we go. Still made it. Why do I feel like at the very, very end I'm just gonna kind of gonna grab a lamp, activate it somehow, probably go through all 3 devices or something to activate something. I could still try dozing off at one of the fires. Maybe that would allow me to understand how the whole thing's supposed to work. GG, hi, welcome. Thanks for the raid. And welcome back, dog. I'm very much enjoying the DLC. It's been insane so far. I don't think there's another word to describe it. It is so brilliant. It's so well done. The world's design is really, really good. Hi, welcome, Raiders. Thanks for joining us on this incredible journey through Outer Wilds. GP, were you also playing Outer Wilds or something else? I hope you had a really, really good stream. Let's see. I want to go there. I need to go to the left structure. And still unsure what this weird in-between thing is here. That way. It is somewhat difficult whenever the boat rotates a little bit. Oh, I can be picked up there as well. Didn't realize that was going to be a thing. I want to see this first, though. DLC was really, really beautiful. That is my one, or was my one, very, very slight worry. Although, you know, seeing the base game and how, like, expertly put together it is, I did have a lot of faith in them creating a beautiful DLC as well. But, yeah, that is certainly understandable. Oh, well, hello. It's another one of these things. You love this game, best game ever? You played it ages ago. Okay. Well, I do hope you had an equally wonderful time as I did, because this is... I don't know. I'm certainly gonna remember this for a very, very long time. What even is this? wonder if the upper part is missing from the other device, possibly? Oh, wait, for a second I was thinking that it was also some sort of weird space probe. But is it one of the... It looks like the antlers on the towers, right? Where they possibly send signals to the vault? Maybe? Question mark? Okay, that door is probably needs some input here. Of course my battery is gonna get low. Well, it has been quite some time. I'm just now realizing, holy shit, this game is really... I mean, it's so well done that it just... the time flies by. Huh. Do I want to go there? How do I... Okay, I definitely don't understand what exactly that is supposed to be. And why it's so... So the one in the temple... Oh, right, it's the... electricity doing weird stuff again? The one in the temple didn't have that at all, so... Okay. I like how these pictures just look like a... I don't know... theme park picture of sorts. 'Cause that's certainly, well, to a certain degree, what it feels like. I've been discovering a lot of stuff. I know I've seen the first 3, like, reels, slideshow reels, whatever they are, of them coming to the system. These guys receiving possibly the same signal as the Nomai from the Eye of the Universe, prompting them to leave their home system, building this giant ring, and coming here. And then somehow they seem to receive a vision that the Eye of the Universe would wipe them out, or wipe the universe out, or something like that, which prompted them to then burn down shrines and so on. And now recently I found out that they were conducting experiments with their weird little lanterns, and they apparently somehow can store memories. Ooh. God, this is dark when you turn off your light. But I'm struggling to understand why exactly they were doing that, because I also found the 3 like basement rooms with the corpses inside of them. So I don't really understand yet how, for some reason, they were making... Oh, I was already here at one point, I think. I don't understand why they were creating these devices when seemingly they... I don't know, failed to use them? Unless something went wrong? And they didn't work the way they thought they would? I mean, when you really think about it, even the Nomai failed in what they originally set out to do. Hey, it's another one of these cozy places. That's so cool. Guess they really knew how to enjoy themselves. Honestly, Gabbro would like this. I could see him sitting here. Well, basically forever, huh? Well... I don't know if you really want to be happy about the corpses. That was certainly pretty creepy walking in there the first time. Especially the second room that was missing one. But now I think that might be the person that sadly got blasted out in the explosion when they were testing the second lantern design. Although honestly, I don't know if Gabbro would be missing his cool cyclones that every so often blow him into space. Because they didn't really seem to bother him. Okay, so it looks like there's not that much we can do here. Okay, this is broken up. Is that a screen table? It just occurred to me that that might be a very, very good explanation as to why they seemingly only utilize this what we would maybe regard as a kind of an ancient technology, or this weird disconnect that seems to exist between them being able to build a space station like this, but also like utilizing these old photo reels in a way. That might be because those photo reels are actual memories that are recorded by the lamps, so they weren't really able to utilize their actual, I don't know, technical knowledge with it. Yeah, I think Gabbro probably wouldn't mind being anywhere. I mean, I guess the sun station or something wouldn't really be for him, but aside from that... Right. How do I... What even happened here that the house is so sunken into the ground? Guess I can just send my scout into it? This doesn't really lead anywhere. Can I just go through? No. Huh. That's the same symbol that's on the device on the door, right? That's me. Ah, there we go. Alright, so we have one combination. That's good. So that is sun. Is that the symbol for the well, the lock is calling it the stranger. Ringed city? I don't know. Sun, ringed city, flame, ringed city, flame. Sun, city, flame, flame. Okay. Let's see. Maybe that's gonna lead into this place. Well, that was the dam breaking. They really made sure that you're hearing that wherever you are. Holy shit, that's a loud sound every single time. Okay, so sun. City, was it? Flame. City. Flame. Ooh. That's actually funny when you just scroll past and door immediately closes again. Whoa. I can't get over the design of this. Like this weird combination of insane space technology and just like a wooden building? I don't know. It's such a beautiful combination of things. Whoa. What happened here? Did this, like, burn to ash? So these look like the antlers from the towers that are possibly used to send and receive signals. But this is a screen, though. Screen that is reflecting the outside. Well, maybe they weren't really able to build it any other way, right? Since I'd imagine that, especially for fast space travel, maybe the way they designed it, it had to be closed off to the outside by a metal casing or something, and so they had to utilize screens on the inside. I mean, it looks like some sort of sending room, right? As if this was their communications office to send and receive data. Hey, little scout. Guess we were lucky to have this in here. Right. The symbol doesn't really match what I'm seeing here, though. Maybe it's just their symbol for communications or something? So... it certainly is a room. I would agree on that. Those are... they're kind of looking like spacesuits or something, right? That's what I sent my scout through. Alright, so... well, originally you were able to get in here a bit more comfortably. Although I can... well, inputting a thing into... or a combination password thingy isn't exactly uncomfortable. Okay, first of all, I was actually really curious about the table in the room with the experiments. So that was an actual screen table too. So these are screens as well, because for a second I was doubting myself on that. I mean, they very much look like screens, but at the beginning of all of this, I was completely confused why there were screens, while at the same time having some, you know, early 20th century movie theaters around. I guess that makes more sense when you consider that this is their actual, you know, technical knowledge, but the other things are related to possibly storing memories through fire or something. Possibly ghost matter fire. Right. So this seems to be their design of a probe, maybe? Question being, did they send this out before arriving here, or did they send this out after? But I guess after, right? So they, in a funny twist of fate, more or less did the same thing as the Nomai? Why does their ship look so... I guess it's because it's cloaked up, right? Especially when you're on the inside, it does somewhat look like the ship is almost symmetrical, but I guess it isn't. Or maybe it opens up on one side whenever it sends the probe out? So the one with the giant spinning thing, that's facing the sun, right? I would say that's probably the backside of the ship. At least according to the illustrations or like slideshows that we saw. And this must be the front. And this is some sort of probe and or exploration vessel. I mean, it could also be a vessel, but I'd imagine it as a probe. Right. So, considering that this is burnt, I would say this was probably originally designed as a room to communicate with that probe. Which leads me to believe that they must have arrived in the system. I guess we actually kind of saw that, right? I don't know. I wasn't really making that connection. Or I wasn't really consciously thinking about it. They arrived in the system, but the vision they saw about the Eye of the Universe possibly wiping everybody out and burning down their shrines, that happened afterwards. So when they were burning down their temples, they also severed the connection to the probe. Because they were probably afraid that they were actually going to find the Eye of the Universe. Oh boy. Huh. Does that mean that because the Nomai were successful, I don't know, did they inadvertently destroy the universe? So the Eye of the Universe sends out its signal. And a bunch of different species, possibly. I mean, certainly the Nomai and these guys followed it. I guess it heavily depends on where the vision possibly came from, because that sound... Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, that is weird, isn't it? Why would they even have... Why would they have a vision that the Nomai possibly did not have? Is there anything else to see here? Maybe? Pretty sure that I already went up here on foot one time. And I kind of accidentally got pushed here with my boat. Oh, you're welcome. It's like, that's my favorite thing, honestly, is, I don't know, I just like coming up with theories and trying to avoid. Also, arguably it does make me help. It does make me help, clearly. It helps me to think sometimes. Like, I think, like, voicing stuff out loud can oftentimes, you know, make it easier for your brain to kind of connect certain dots. At least that's certainly true for me. Outer Wilds, do you also have fond memories of the game, or maybe not so fond ones? Okay, this is gonna end here in a couple seconds, anyways. Still no idea why they built those things. Possibly related to how this entire thing works. Obviously, that's where I, at the very end, want to get towards. Before traveling over there, although I'm not even quite sure if there's anything to see up on the cliffside, I might want to test out their lamp thingy. Recovering addict? As in watching others play through the game? The music, well, yeah, can definitely see once you've played through it and having a little bit of distance to it, then hearing the music again, definitely gonna trigger a lot of memories. Huh. Well, let's get another look at my ship's log. Because that is maybe gonna yield some answers? Not really, though. Oh, right. Because I was already at the reservoir. It didn't add a new entry, except here. I found a room with a burn control interface and a projection that seems to indicate a broken connection between the stranger and another craft. Right. Another craft. So maybe they did actually send people instead of just a probe? I don't really know yet how their probe design works, though. I guess they have a way of maybe scanning their surroundings better? I wonder. Actually, I do wonder how much you can talk about the lore. I mean, I'm not entirely through yet, but can already see that there could definitely be a bunch of interpretations, or at least cool sort of extrapolations that you could make based on everything that you can discover. Like, for example, did the Nomai inadvertently cause the destruction of the universe? I don't really know. Like, is the reason... Because that is definitely something that wasn't really touched on again in the base game. The whole... every star in the universe goes supernova. Because everything that we get to read about from the Nomai themselves I mean, they failed to create a supernova. And then they perished because of the interloper. Possibly the ghost matter. And, you know, vastly expanding in the solar system. The Nomai at one point were thinking about just waiting it out and waiting for at least this particular star to go supernova so that they could then trigger the whole Ash Twin project without having to blow up the sun themselves, because they apparently were lacking the energy to do that. Because it is quite curious that all the other stars are suddenly going supernova. What I find so strange about all of that is, does the Eye of the Universe somehow realize, oh hey, it would be cool to, I don't know, start the universe over, so let's send out a signal and hope that somebody finds me and resets the entire thing? Is that what it does? I don't know, that doesn't really fit into the whole time loop thing though, does it? Plot holes where there aren't any. But to be fair, sometimes it's kind of funny to pick. Honestly, I do like to do that sometimes as well. Even if something, or especially if something's just really, really good. And like, I'm a huge fan of something, then that obviously prompts you to look into it even more. And sometimes discover maybe certain not so well crafted things, although I think that would be really, really hard to do with this game because it feels so meticulously crafted. Man, is it though? Because the time loop had to start in the first place. I guess what's messing me up is that the sun already had to explode at least once for the time loop to even start. So the question would be if at the point where the sun from the solar system went supernova, was that already kind of the natural end of the universe, or was it just a random supernova that apparently occurs quite often? I mean, they do occur somewhat often in our real universe as well, right? Because there's just so many stars that it's very, very likely that one of them explodes. But yeah, I mean, we don't really know, do we? Could be that the sun exploded, set off the Ash Twin project, it then started to go through those 9 million loops to find the location of the Eye of the Universe. But once it found it, and the actual loop for us started as well, at that point, the universe started to reset itself? Although, is that really true? Because in any subsequent loop, the probe doesn't actually find... well, but the location is already... The location is stored, right? So it doesn't really matter that the probe just flies off into space because the location was saved and stored in the Ash Twin project, right? That does not explain, however, how these guys suddenly received some sort of weird vision about the Eye of the Universe possibly resetting everything. Alright, I think it's time to test the lamp, though. I want to see what happens. If it's just gonna record my memories up to a certain point. And if so, am I gonna be able to do anything with it? Maybe... Maybe having a lamp that is active will do something? I mean... Their vault is kind of based on fire. At least from what I saw, in order to create the chains, even though I'm still... very, very curious about how those chains possibly can exist or be brought into existence like that? I don't know. I mean, in terms of the loops that it went through, which one was it? The part of the probe cannon in Giant's Deep tells you how many, right? Well, at least assuming that its safe data is correct. I think it was, what, 9,118,054, I think. Something like that, at least. And obviously in, you know, exceptional Outer Wilds fashion, the second entry on that memory device actually tells you how many loops you went through by saying how many loops have elapsed since it found it, right? Or rather, by displaying the entire number of loops. Right, guess it doesn't really matter where I pick up a lamp, but let's just pull one from here, but this time without dying from the ghost matter. I'm kind of wondering, there do seem to be quite a few of these lamps around, so it is quite interesting that they're specifically placing one of the huts here. Maybe there's going to be more to it eventually. Well, I might as well just enter this, right? Because why not take the nearest fire? Then again, well, I don't need to be, I don't need to doze off for too long because this is going to be flooded eventually, right? Guess that wouldn't necessarily be the best idea. To get flooded while dozing off. Which one? This one. Oopsie. There we go. Second lantern. Picking this up. Ooh. Let's welcome the creepy guys again. Hey, buddies. Everything all right? God, I'm still glad that they're not changing posture. Okay. Guess not much else to do unless I want to eat another marshmallow. Okay. But the actual sleeping process still very much is the same. It's just that this time it seems to be creating sparks. That's usually definitely not there. Okay. Right. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this. What? Did I enter their memory realm? Are they not dead? Why am I not? I mean, I did also kind of avoid testing out the lantern ever since I found out that it should, you know, record my memories, but I was kind of expecting that this wouldn't really do much beyond saving my memories, and that I maybe would have to, I don't know, find out something else in order to properly utilize a memory saving feature, but okay, something was going on, so I'm not sure if wait, am I not I'm not wearing my spacesuit anymore either. So am I dreaming then? Oh boy. I don't know if I want to conceal it for too long, because can I extinguish the flame as well? If I do that, because in theory you extinguish the fire, right? Would I wake up again if I did that. But the physical space is still very similar, right? Well, I guess it isn't. Or is it? Is there... Can I... Ah, there we go. Or at least we can make some light. Is this real life? Yeah, I'm not so sure about it, honestly. Why do I hear water though? Oh, hello. Oh, I wish I could zoom in. What are these sounds? So I'm hearing water, but I'm also hearing some sort of rumbling? Okay. Ah, cool. So I can ignite things that are further away. That's pretty cool. So I can light up my path that I'm going to take. Well, honestly, singing might help a bit with, you know, the creepy darkness and everything. Okay. But focusing it in any sort of direction definitely allows you to... Wait, did they turn off again, or was this... No, wait, I think I ignited these ones initially, right? Is this the same path that I... No. Wait, this... The space itself here seems very different, right? Okay. This door doesn't open. Or is it mirrored in some way? I don't think it is. Wait, it also looks... It definitely looks different from the outside. Or is it just whole again? Guess that might be it. Well, let's maybe just follow this. Ah, a couple more lights. So we're at some sort of lake. I probably should have looked up at the sky first, huh? So... Because the lake is what definitely reminded me of the pictures that I saw. Is this their home planet? Hello there. Is somebody else there carrying a lantern? Whoa! Holy shit, that gave me chills. What the hell are you? You look pretty creepy. What an awesome effect. What the hell? With the zoom in and everything? So it's like a hand that is grabbing you, and then even its design. So, wait, if I guess it's grabbing me if I focus the light on it? I think I'm physically past that space. Yeah, that's what I came from. That was not the thing that I saw holding the light though, right? At least it doesn't look like it. So... couple more lights. It's some sort of bridge. Hey, another hand thingy. It looks the other way, so it doesn't activate, right? I mean, it's very, very dark, so... You guys are back, right? Yeah, you are. So... what just happened? Okay, first of all, that is insanely cool. No other way to put that. I'd halfway thought that... well, at least in the beginning, I definitely thought that I just entered kind of the same physical space, but... just different, recreated, still in its former shape. But it definitely wasn't, right? I think the physical layout of that place was definitely different to this one. Somewhat similar, but different. But it had their planet in the sky, and apparently time was still passing, so... whatever that means. Might have still been that I was dreaming. I mean... the perspective effects, yeah, that was... it was quite creepy as well, although... I don't know, I like being able to light the lanterns. Or rather, the candles with my lantern. What the hell did I just saw, though? Okay, time still passes. Well, that's good to know. But it doesn't really feel like I'm physically in that location. Like it is some sort of memory realm. Which would maybe correspond to the corpses not being there anymore? Is that what they did with these lanterns? Is it... did they not only record their memories, but also... did they create some sort of space that they could enter? But if they did, like... what happened that... so my flame got extinguished through the water, which prompted me to wake up. Although, well... I guess it wasn't necessarily the flame being extinguished, but rather a giant wave hitting me in the face that woke me up. But I was waking up. Well, what the hell did the first person saw then? That, like the guy that was in the third test chamber? And how does it correspond to the other two lanterns in there? Like, what does that mean? What are they? If I can look into them, they're showing me supposedly memories. And if they can enter some sort of memory realm, why would they have to put their stuff on like these slide reel thingies? Why would that even be necessary if... they could enter that particular space? Unless they cannot really change it? Is it just one particular memory? I am really somewhat certain, though, that I wasn't physically there. Like, my physical body must have still been at the fire, sleeping. At least to just... Because otherwise I would have had my suit still, right? Oh, I guess it's not actually advisable to go through here without a boat. Could actually try that. Wait. Oh. Huh. This tower falls over eventually, doesn't it? So you're able to stay there longer and longer. The first thing, it would put you out of it when the dam breaks. And this thing would put you back out of it when the tower falls, right? Wait a second. Where's the cave? Isn't that here somewhere? Wait, no. I don't actually need the cave, right? I need the normal entrance. Right, because I need to go through the picture. Pretty sure that the third basement isn't influenced by water at all, right? So that one should, in theory, stay dry the entire time. I hope staying in the loop, staying in the whatever memory realm for the entirety of the loop. I don't really think that would influence it too much, but So I guess I want to pretty much wake up immediately to not spend too much time waiting at the fire. I was halfway expecting this dude to be here, honestly. It's so cool how they integrated that as well, because obviously this would be boring if you just had your normal flashlight and everything. So making this a place that... Oh. Well, that was a short experience, wasn't it? Oh, I'm still inside of the tower? Yeah. Oh boy, this was annoying to get out of. Although last time I was in it, I was in the upper chamber, I think. Where's the exit? Oh, this falls over really, really late, though. Huh. I never really saw this cave exit when the tower has fallen. Yeah, so coming here would allow me to stay in there for a very, very long time. The tower did still fall, though. Wait, even though I was streaming. So it's not, what, entirely disconnected from the real world? Like, how does that work? Wee, that's a good way of putting it, yeah. I guess, So they made initial tests with it, right? That's what we saw in the test chambers. But I guess I'm still missing the point to it all. Because it's... Maybe I'm thinking about it too much in terms of what the Astron project is. Because... what really, really confuses me is that these guys are still dead. Or at least I think they are. Definitely saw a light wandering around, but... maybe that's the memory of one of them? Why would they build this? Is this actually... Is this... How would this connect even gameplay-wise? So am I supposed to explore that realm first? And is it going to give me the answer I need in order to open up that weird bell, the vault thing? Or do I need to open up the vault first in order to discover, I don't know, my path through that? Because, I mean, all you can really do is just go through it until you find something, I suspect. Because, I mean, I guess it's giving you pathways in form of the candles that you can follow. And once you know the locations of those weird warp hands, you'll probably be able to venture through them quite fast. Shrouded woodlands. A dense forest along the banks of a river. Well, yeah, that's certainly a description for what I saw. Right. Not at all omitting any of the details that we had to, like, sleep with a weird lantern next to a fire that was blue or green, or and waking up in a completely different realm that seems to be somewhat similar but also completely different in terms of its physicality. I want to say, okay, so since you see the planet with the ring in the sky. Oh, that also explains why they put the pictures in there. Right. Because it's... But does that mean that it is simply that? Is it just supposed to be a memory? Were they so fond of the place they came from that they created a way to get back there, albeit a, I don't know, possibly artificial one? Huh. You'd think being able to to build like this ring city and making it look like your home planet already would be quite a feat, but I mean, this would be on an entirely different level. Oh, thank you. Let's see one more time. River Lowland, was it? No, it wasn't this one. Was it this one? Yeah. I suspect that's also why it has the symbol of the, like, these branch symbol thingies in front of it with the green light behind it. Maybe that's supposed to be a representation of those shrouded woodlands. So maybe this is just some sort of ritual that they were doing? This has to have a deeper meaning, though. It can't only be like a recreational revisiting of past memories on your home planet, right? Especially since they all seem to be doing it at the same time. Because obviously the entire time I was thinking about this much like the Nomai were using their stuff, right? Which was, well, they also had the whole time loop and probe finding stuff in mind, but I mean, their memory storage device had a very, very clear-cut purpose that it eventually also was able to fulfill, albeit not maybe the way they would have liked it. Because, well, they're all dead, unfortunately. But, at least from the information that I've gathered so far, it seems somewhat disconnected from each other. Like, their visions of the Eye of the Universe seem somewhat disconnected from the memory lanterns? Oh. Yeah, still no idea why this is destroyed. Incidentally, this is also the one that has the most destroyed stuff on it, right? And yeah, then you see them entering their stuff. Possibly entering this weird dream world. They're sleeping, but ultimately dying. Right. So, they came to the solar system because the Eye of the Universe called out. Somehow, still don't know how, they received a vision that told them that possibly the Eye of the Universe would be their end, that it would destroy them and possibly the entire universe. They abandoned their temples, burned them down, and then what? They were sad, because this almost looks like they looked at a picture of their home planet, and I guess they were sad that they weren't there anymore? Couldn't they have just flown back, though? Why create some sort of weird lamp? And possibly recreate some other weird memory realm instead of just returning to where you came from. I mean, clearly they were able to travel that distance one time, so why not do it again? And they even put a lot of effort into this, right? I mean, a person died creating these lamps. Kind of want to look at the fourth entry. Although I don't know. And then... why are these burned? Did somebody do that after they all entered their memory thing? I'm still calling it a memory thing. I don't even know if that's what it is. I mean, I guess in a way, because it's them remembering their home planet. But it's not exactly their memories, but rather a way for them to go back? Maybe? Question mark? Okay, before I go and use the lamps again, I want to see if there's anything that I can already discover next to the vault bell thing. If there is a possibility for me to possibly find the fourth slide reel thing about their stuff. Although I have a sneaking suspicion that maybe it's not really going to yield any answers and or is completely burned. Which, yeah, still don't understand the burning thing, especially the symbol in front of what was once a temple of the Eye of the Universe. Unless it's supposed to suggest that they, if they theoretically would have been able to, but no, they'd still have some of the memories of the Eye of the Universe. I mean, the very first one simply shows them receiving the signal. Right? Because if they truly wanted to get rid of any, I don't know, connection to it, then wouldn't they have destroyed the entire thing? There's still that lake, by the way, but I don't know if it holds any interesting clues potentially. So I think I want to go all the way to the right again, so that I'm ending up exactly next to the vault. Also, technically, I'm still able to go onto the dam itself, so maybe that's going to yield some answers too. Although it didn't really look like there were any structures around. Still a fan of the music and the way it plays when you're traveling through the water, but only when you're traveling in the right direction. I need to be careful here not to go past this point. There you go. Let's see. Can I even get past this, or is it gonna... Ah, no. That worked. Never mind. Boink. There we go. Or do I want to go to the dam? Ah, never mind. Let's go here first. Can always go to the dam next time. Huh. Closed off. Interesting. I mean, that's not really going to prevent us from going there, but why'd they do it? Still don't even really understand the structure in the first place. Like a giant crane, but mostly to move it inwards, it seems. Not necessarily to submerge it. Although it might still be capable of doing that. Let's take a look here first. That's closed off again. Looks mostly broken. I don't know what that is at the very back there. Is that a screen? Is that a painting? Something like that? Okay. The bell itself I already entered and found the vault. And what I know of that is that it was created using, like, flames as well. Okay. Well, not that much to do here, at least not from this direction. So I might actually have to take the path above the dam, possibly? There might be a chance that I could just jump up, but I think just going over might make this a lot easier. Although, not entirely certain if it's going to allow me to walk back there. Go. I wonder how it would feel like. Oh, hello. Oh. Huh. So this is to traverse the dam altogether. It's not to just get up here. Guess I didn't really anticipate that. Yeah. Although, standing here now, I'm not so sure if it would feel great to experience its destruction from this point of view. Hopefully this is gonna yield behind the... yield away behind the doors that I just saw. Oh, wait a second. Is this there? Maybe this is this command room that I've been seeing the entire time? Could be, right? Maybe? Pretty sure the window looks similar. I think this is where they were standing in their recordings. Also might actually be a window, question mark? So... No, never mind. Looks like an RGB screen. At least it has that texture on it. Right. Huh. So... okay, this actually feel... there was another thing to look at. This is like the second deck. That looks interesting. Command station, question mark? Something like that. Ooh, it's a symbol. So yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point that this symbol is the ship. Ring City. The Stranger. Man, this looks pretty cool. I wonder how long they said here observing the solar system. Because it does seem to be a pretty nice parking spot for just observing what's happening. Ooh. Is that the loop? I mean, that's the ship. Not sure what that is. Oh, maybe I should turn this off. Okay, this... I would guess that this outline here might be the explosion radius of the supernova. For a second I was a little bit confused why this would even be here, but maybe the ship systems would automatically display this when, I don't know, danger is close, right? So, this is the back of the ship. Possibly also their way of, like, pushing it forward. And then, I guess this is probably displaying how close the sun is to exploding. I think that should work, right? So this would be, what, the loop's 22 minutes long, so I'm somewhere between 5 minutes, 30, and 11 minutes. It seems to be correct. And the ship is currently calculating a route to where it would be safe. So, is it actually doing that, maybe? Because the reason why we're pulled, is that the reason why we only see, why we don't actually explode? I could probably just sit here and look, right? Because this gives us a proper view of the sun, which so far I wasn't really able to see that well from this, from the ring. So the only reason why the loop is still happening for me is because the Ash Twin project recalls my memories back to it, and that's why I'm waking up back in the loop. But I suspect that the ship itself is just flying away. I mean, it's pretty impressive technology that it can do that on its own, I guess. Right. I wonder if I can make it back here in time before everything goes supernova. Let's go back up and see what the other room was, though. This one? God, why is this all so dark? It's because it's the dark metal, huh? Is this another entrance, exit hatch, potentially? Like the proper one, maybe? This looks like an elevator, though. Okay. Where would down even be from this position, though? That sounds ominous. Holy shit, it's dark in here. Oh. Wait, that's the... Is that the elevator I took? Is this just the... Oh. Well, hello there. Back in my ship, huh? So, they have a normal entrance hatch, and then one that just immediately goes to their command place? Is there another one on the other side? So it's just a shortcut? Can I use this somehow? So it would be... It's definitely on the side where I'm always approaching. It's just too dark to see. Well, I also have some reflections on my screen that doesn't really make it easier. There we go. So this has to be purposely dark though, right? Since they probably don't really want you to see this right away. Oh, there's an actual platform here. I didn't even realize. Huh. But you just kind of go back here and that's it? Just a square room with an elevator. Although, maybe I would be able to recall the elevator? Since it was up top first, right? Cool. Sadly, doesn't really seem to lead to where I originally wanted to go. Okay. Oh, it's already broken. Guess I must have been outside when it happened. Because that's usually creating like a really, really loud bang. So, what is that symbol? That's their ship in the middle? Possibly some signals or something? Maybe the vault device? Difficult to say, honestly. I wonder if I'd be able to dive below the water surface. Technically, I should be able to do that, right? Before the dam breaks. Okay, this is maybe not the best idea, but... Okay. Not exactly sure if I'll find anything here, but... Could there be another external access point, maybe? That would allow me to get behind this building? I wonder. What's really curious is that even though the reels, the disc thingies that I've been watching, they're displaying a fourth message story or something. So I was kind of expecting to find a fourth theater as well. Wait, that's that one, right? Wait, wasn't I already in there? Or was I just missing the memory reel? I was there last time, right? Well, that's where I entered the passcode. This doesn't really look like I'd be able to do much here, honestly. It's it's just a big wall with a symbol on it. Big chain. Looks very impressive though. But yeah, so if you pull on this, or somehow we're able to do that, then I suspect the whole thing would lift up, right? And it does still seem to be sending out and receiving data. Which definitely also hints that whatever is going on with their memories or lanterns very much still works. Which I guess we saw, right? If it wouldn't work, then we wouldn't have been able to enter that realm. But they're still all dead. How does that... How can they be dead, but still... Unless I'm just... Well, I definitely have to go back there, because... maybe the moving light that I saw wasn't actually them, or maybe it was some... reflection of them? Maybe really just their recorded memory, not they themselves? Because how would that work, right? Let's see, what it's displaying now. Right, okay, so we're close to the sun exploding again. Can I see it from here, or do I have to go back up top? Hey, wait, is this... This doesn't have the same pattern on it. So, is this an actual window then, compared to the other one? Maybe that's why it's extending like this? Oh, wow, okay. Hey, wait, is the... Is the ship actually moving away from the sun? Oh no, it's behind the big thingy. I don't really want to... I don't really want to waste time observing it, but... I wonder if I were to track it, or rather, it is tracked, right? The location is marked on my HUD through the ship log. I wonder if I would just wait. Does it actually move away from the sun? Pretty sure we're moving fairly fast as well. Or is that just the sun doing weird things with the supernova? Because it looked to be shrinking, but maybe that's due to the explosion. I like the animation here. Just heavily blinking. Hey, by the way, you should probably get away from that explosion. I wish the big sails weren't there. I feel like I'm gonna miss the explosion. It is quite a beautiful view, though. Albeit a bit of a sad one, considering that you can now see all the other planets dying. Or maybe not. There it goes. It is... Now it's hidden again. I wonder if they moved this in a way where you cannot really see you completely flying away from it. Because probably... No, never mind, you can. What the... Okay, it does look very impressive though, doesn't it? And then it stops. Because I suspect the Ash Twin project is going to recall my memories. Okay. So I guess the entire time I'm in there, it's actually moving outside of range of the supernova. Which honestly... So if the ship is capable of doing that, seemingly on its own, why are those guys dead? I don't understand. What the hell? Almost like they did that on purpose? Did they want to continue living as a lantern? I found a projection showing the stranger's current trajectory and the sun's predicted supernova radius. I might want to... Do I want to go back to the projection thing again? I also really want to explore the shrouded woodlands, maybe? But at the same time, I'm so interested in what this thing is even about. But then again, you might have to enter the shrouded woodlands in order to fully understand what's going on, right? Because the ship itself, I mean, we do see ghost matter in it. And it was here, or must have been here before the entire thing went... Before the entire thing went off, right? So... Whatever happened to the Nomai must have been part of what they observed, right? It has to have been. So the interloper exploding, or the core of it anyways, they must have seen that or lived through it. But they didn't care, maybe? I'm really struggling to understand how they can be so technologically advanced, yet apparently didn't want to fly back to their home planet, but instead somehow recreate it, unless they... Did they do some weird body teleportation? Are the lamps maybe really transporting us to their home planet? And it just looks like it's some sort of special dream realm? Why would we leave our suit behind, though? That's a weird detail. That makes it seem like a dream, right? That's the one factor that doesn't really fit if it would be some sort of teleportation. Ooh. I do need to make one more trip to that. As much as I want to enter that realm again, I need to make one more trip to the fourth theater. Or was that the third one? No, it was the fourth one, right? The third one is the one in the not grove, but like between the two high cliffs, between the cliffs. That's the third one. The fourth one is almost destroyed already, even before the dam breaks. Oh, I also just realized. Let's try finding the elevator again, because technically that would give me a shortcut to the dam, so that I wouldn't have to take the boat. I would really like to see this thing move away from the sun's explosion from the outside, but that well, obviously it would take 22 minutes to witness, right? That being said, its supposed trajectory outside of the radius of the supernova didn't really necessarily look that far, did it? Where's the small? There it is. Like, certainly it wasn't exactly close. Okay, is this really broken? No, never mind, it works. Cool. Just have to do it long enough, I suppose. But I'm fairly certain that the animation, I always thought of it as a different animation, because typically what happens is that you die to the supernova before kind of your memories get transported back to Ash Twin, right? So you just see the bright light, everything's exploding, and then, you know, your memories return and the loop starts over. The exception to that being Ash Twin itself, like when you're in the core of Ash Twin, it plays the same animation as it does here. Because, obviously, Ash Twin isn't destroyed during the supernova. So what happens here then is that you're also outside of range of the supernova, so would I be capable of just flying away from the sun for long enough? I don't know how the game even handles that, because I've never actually tried flying too far. I think the furthest I've ever been away from the sun was, I want to say 60 kilometers, something like that. But it didn't really look like the radius was too great. Definitely looked like I would have been able to escape that with my own ship. I would need a lamp, though. So is there just no projection thing here? Maybe it fell down? Might be somewhere in the water. Diving into Giant's Deep? Because it... Does it play another animation there too? I mean, I was at the core of Giant's Deep with the probe launcher and everything. If that's what you mean. Like the information about the probe launcher. Oh, you mean because you can get the into the core of it manually by just flying into it with enough velocity? Wouldn't you die though? And even so, I suspect you wouldn't necessarily have to be too far away from it. I mean, I did it I guess you could call it the intended way, by utilizing one of the jellyfish. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna look for... Okay, so they're literally giving you a lantern here, meaning that pretty sure there has to be one of the real thingies here somewhere. Possibly at the bottom of the lake. Aha! There we go. That's one. Is it the only one, though? I guess I can take that one first and watch it. Where does this lead? Oh. Hey, that's the small tunnel that I went through when I was... when the water receded already. Wonder if you could grab this. I guess you wouldn't be able to get back up. If... No, you wouldn't. You would be able to, right? Yeah, I guess you could do that while... I still don't understand why that is happening, by the way. Ooh. Is it maybe the ship accelerating? Is that why the light is flickering? Does it need more energy to accelerate away from the supernova? I wonder if that's it. I did see the achievement, yeah. I had a quick look through the base game achievements, like the hidden ones, in terms of what kind of funny things you can possibly do. Where the hell is the lantern? Didn't I walk past it already, like 3 times? Not here. Not here. Ah, there we go. But yeah, it must be pretty funny to just get in there. I guess it's depending on your... almost depending on your playstyle, right? When you're doing it... well, brute forcing your way through it. You did it the hard way, yeah. I was honestly quite surprised when I played through the base game and I only had like 2 achievements, I think. Well, I did get a 3rd one afterwards, landing on the sun station, but that's about it. And yeah, most of the, at least on base game, most of the achievements are quite, well, fun, I think. There's some of the more ridiculous things that you can do, right? Just pretty awesome. It just goes to show how much attention to detail they put in here, right? Also, the like structure of this, or the way it looks, is pretty creepy. I don't know, has some sort of crap vibes going on. Of course this would be almost completely destroyed. That looks like a wooden room. Wooden room, and there... couple of pictures of them? Pictures that are changing? Or shadows? Shadows approaching? Ooh. Still pretty creepy with their eyes. Right? So they're approaching and doing what exactly? Is this maybe showing all of the like the memory reels getting destroyed? We do have one picture though that still works. Okay, so this is before they enclosed it, but after they put the chains around it. Putting the enclosure together, submerging it. And then it's gone again. Why is that still there, though? Why would they destroy everything except for that part? I don't get the destruction of it, because it still seems to tell the story of how they built it, so... Because for a second there, I was kind of speculating in my mind that maybe they just don't want you... Well, it can't be that they don't want you to follow into that memory realm, I guess, right? Because I am able to do that. I was able to gather enough information to do it, so that couldn't have been their goal. But... let's say if you could somehow destroy it, hypothetically, or... maybe influence it some way. Maybe they were afraid that somebody could, destroy that realm or manipulate it to their own wishes. maybe change its structure altogether, and so they decided to burn a couple of these things to make it impossible for you to understand how to open it. Is this... I mean, clearly this device is somehow communicating with the towers where they went to sleep. Although, the towers eventually do get destroyed by the wave. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, so maybe the one thing they didn't account for was the supernova, potentially? So if I'm right in my speculation that the reason for the lights flickering is because the ship has to use up a lot of energy to accelerate away from the supernova, then maybe that's a thing that they didn't really account for in their design, which subsequently triggers the dam destroying itself. And because doesn't that kind of wipe their whole thing? Because if I assume for a second that their minds or memories or something to that extent, right, is still somehow in that realm, and they're not actually dead, they transferred themselves either there or, well, if it's actually their home planet, then in that case it could still work. But in my particular case, I woke up, right, when it is extinguished my flame, which is kind of a cool way to say that. I woke up, I got transported back to my real body, and was in the same location that I was in when I activated the lantern. But the other guys are dead, so does it mean when their lanterns get extinguished, they actually die? You think they'd be creepier with no eyes? I'm not so sure about that. Although, arguably, one of the reels did show them, like, when they had the really surprised expression on their face, when they got the vision from the Eye of the Universe that everything was going to explode. I think there was a slide where one of them had, well, the kind of open mouth, surprised expression, and the eyes were sort of blank. That did look pretty creepy, too. I mean, but the strange part about all of this is this, somehow, it seems to be awkwardly similar to the Nomai's idea of, you know, memory statue, blah, 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 connecting to those statues. Okay. Though the Nomai also created time loop, which that kind of saves them, right? Because it happens over and over again until you exit it. So you can exit it at an opportune time, if you will. This doesn't really seem to do that. Like, I'm the one doing it, but this doesn't really do it. But why is there even a signal being transmitted? Why is there this vault? What is it even storing? Because if the vault is the thing that is storing the memories, or this realm, then why would a flame being extinguished pull you out of it? Unless the flame just acts as a connection to it or something? God damn it. Stop making so much noise, Mr. Damn. Mr. Damn. Might be the only plate here, though. There wasn't really that much information on it either way. Right. So the one password that I'm missing is the one to the temple that is somehow connected to memories being deleted, possibly. Would it make sense for the passcode for that to be within that realm, though? I mean, it might be, but that sounds... I mean, this one is just here. This was really easy to find. Did they want to escape from the Eye of the Universe? I don't understand why they're all dead. What's the point of it all? Also, didn't they kind of abandon this world too? I mean, all the tree, beyond just the destruction that is caused by the dam, all the trees are also pretty much dead, right? Plants are dead. This entire thing kind of degrading. Which makes me think that they should have known that whatever they did wouldn't last forever, right? Because it couldn't. I wonder how deep this still is, but the problem is I'm not entirely sure how... Oh boy. Ouch! Okay, so the lower you get, the stronger the current is. I should have probably expected that. Yeah, that didn't really work. Although it kind of did. Though looking at this, I don't think the dam's really gonna hold any sort of secrets. It really just looks like a big wooden structure that eventually perishes. Oh, I thought I was stuck on something. Right? I mean, this doesn't really have any special entrance, exit, memory plate, reel, anything to it. It does have some metal beams in it, interestingly enough. Huh. And the hut I originally came from. Okay. The one issue that I currently have is I obviously need to go back into the spirit realm, memory realm thing. I'm just not really sure what I'm supposed to do there. I guess wander around and look for some kind of information. I mean, I can definitely go in there from a different location this time, right? I could try going in from the tower that falls right away instead of waiting for such a long time. Technically, I could still do that now, right? Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know how far away I am from the end of the loop. Probably not that much time left. Ooh. Oh, that way. Should work. Oh wait, I don't have a lantern though. Or is there one here? I didn't think about that. Don't think there was one in the temple. I can refuel though. Man, this place really isn't easy to traverse if the dam's broken, which I guess it's kind of a given. Honestly, this is even weirder. Oh, no, wait a second. This is not weird at all. This is the flamethrowers they utilized in order to burn the place down. Huh. Well, that's not good. Okay. Oh, can I go back there, though? Yeah, I might be able to with a jetpack. I don't know if there was a lantern in that building over there, but I also already kind of wasted a lot of time in this loop, so might not really be able to do too much. But yeah, I guess the best thing that I can do at this point is... of course there isn't one here, unfortunate. But the best thing that I can do at this point is just visit that realm from different locations. And I guess try and find... Try and find what exactly? The passcode for the other thing? Or something else? Ah, well, there goes the tower. Which means that the loop is close to ending anyways. Right, I think that is what I'm gonna do next time. Unfortunately, looking at the clock, I do need to kind of get to the end here for today. I would really like to explore further, but I feel like exploration of that realm is probably gonna still take some time. Especially considering that it might be an entirely different physical place. I wonder if there's gonna be a whole bunch of other secrets too. Almost like mirror images of these theaters, right? So... yeah. I want to have some more time to explore that. And since I have some more time tomorrow, I feel like it makes more sense to go in with a fresh mind, really take proper time to explore that realm, possibly, hopefully find a bunch of information. Since we don't have the suit there, so neither the scout drone nor the flashlight. I'm really wondering what else they're gonna throw at us there. Might be entirely new puzzles, possibly, to uncover. Anyways, really looking forward to do that, though. This DLC so far has been really crazy. It gets more mysterious as it moves on. I feel like, well, especially sort of the last 2 hours or something was mostly really trying to figure out what the hell has been going on here, but without really finding an answer to it. I'm also fairly certain that for the most part I've exhausted everything that I can do here. There do still remain, I think it was 3 places that I definitely need to take another look at. So first of all, obviously the passcode thingy in one of the temples, but then also the 2 other doors that I'm not able to open from here, which I wonder if they're... Well, no, the realm, like that weird dream realm, cannot really transport you anywhere else, right? Wait, no, maybe... I don't know. Depends on whether or not it's a dream world or not, right? Although, I suspect it's one connected place, either way. Which means that, at least in theory, I should be able to walk from the first... Or rather, well, if I enter through the second tower that's falling over, I should be able to go back to the first location that eventually gets flooded. Which I wonder what that looks like if the location itself gets flooded, but... Like the actual location, but in the realm, it didn't really look like water was rising or anything. It was purely, we were taken out of the dream because I woke up. Well, anyways though, that is something for tomorrow. I have to admit, my brain at this point is also kind of fried. because it has been quite some time in it, and well, the further I tried to delve into their secrets, the crazier it got, and the more difficult to understand it was, especially since, yeah, the whole burning process of whatever memories or other things there were, that is definitely something that still very much eludes me, and a mystery that I'm very, very eager to solve, although not today. Wow, it really was quite a crazy day, honestly. Oh, thank you very much. I mean, this, as I repeatedly mentioned, is one of my all-time favorite games at this time already. The end of the base game was phenomenal. I don't think there's any other way to describe it. I feel like the game is as close to perfection as you're gonna get. I don't know. Because typically I do tend to look at games in terms of what kind of possibility or what potential they have, and what part of that potential they possibly did not realize. And I think it'd be really hard to find anything with Outer Wilds that they did not realize. It feels like they went in with an idea and a vision that they wanted to realize, and they just did it. I mean, I'm sure that it took a lot of really, really hard work and dedication to pull this off. But yeah, clearly they pushed themselves to do it. And it's equally crazy that the DLC seems to not only repeat that, but even... It's not just a different version of the base game or an extension of it. It's really taking sort of the same approach and idea of what the base game did, but like literally taking it to completely different places again, and completely different concepts that still perfectly work out. At least so far. Quite interested how they're gonna end the DLC, because, well, the big, you know, universe gets reset thing already happened in the base game. So I wonder what kind of message. And as I also mentioned, the base game did seem to have this, I don't know, everything comes together to create this feeling of connection and hope, which I thought was a really, really great way, not only to end it, but also just in general, a pretty cool message. So I wonder if they're gonna go for something similar with the DLC too. I also very much enjoy that the DLC does have a couple of more sort of creepy elements to it. I think they do that pretty well, especially for somebody like me who typically doesn't really enjoy horror games all that much when it's like pure jump scares and, I don't know, the kind of cheap horror stuff. It's not really my thing, especially since I honestly kind of get bored with most pure horror games because they tend to not really have too much interesting things going on in terms of either story, lore, gameplay, right? But this just, it has these creepy moments that seem to perfectly fit into the environment and theme and the story they're trying to tell. It's just... Well, I did discover a lot of things today, that is true. I think mostly that dream world remains, although I suspect that there's going to be, you know, certain parts that kind of link back to those, I guess I want to say real world parts of it, right? I mean, certainly the passcode might be hidden in that, like, dream realm. And so you're going to go back and forth, maybe. Which might also be facilitated by the different points of entry. So I suspect that those are going to play a part in it, right? Because much like the actual ring, where it sort of naturally even through the flow of water, but also through its structure, moves you from one point to the next. Maybe that kind of mirror world does that too, where it makes sense to be at the first location first and then at the second one and sort of make your way through it. Especially with those warp hands, it seems like it's mostly, or well, at least initially, about discovering a path, remembering where that was, and then also being able to quickly go to where you want to go, right? Once you know those locations, I suspect you're probably going to be very quick in traversing that space and making sure that you reach whatever you wanted to look at, which is pretty cool. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate it a lot. Thanks for the raid, obviously, for the follows that came in. I really, really appreciate it. This has been still, like with all the other streams as well of the base game, it has been incredibly fun going through this with you guys, and I'm looking forward to continuing it tomorrow. Same starting time as today, which was, what, 7 a.m. UTC, I think. And well, I do suspect I might be able to finish it tomorrow. Somewhat certain about that. Don't know how long it is, but it does feel like... I'm probably more than halfway through. It's kind of my feeling. But since I don't know. It's also difficult to say since you need to figure it out, right? It's a bit of a puzzle still, so... considering how I was a little bit stuck on getting into Ashwin and the teleporter and kind of overcomplicated my solution, maybe I'm going to do that here too at the very, very end of it. Either way. Oh yeah, thanks for being here. And I hope you have a great, wonderful rest of your day, morning or evening, wherever you are. And then maybe we'll see each other tomorrow again for some more Outer Wilds Echoes of the Eye. And possibly sadly, kind of, the end to this wonderful and beautiful game. Although, the one thing I'm so looking forward to after I finish everything with the game is to also go back and watch others play through it. And obviously also watch the No Clip documentary, which creepily YouTube has been recommending to me for the past couple days. Right. So sometimes their algorithm does seem to do the right thing, although very rarely. Well, anyways, see you next time. Bye-bye!